Man, I feel bad for Laker fans. I really do. Uh, because there's some real Laker fans that diehard Laker fans, man, they was there for Magic. They was there for the struggle they went through. When it was had Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, and those guys. Then they witnessed the glory days with Shaq and Kobe. All that good stuff, man. And they got to see those that three-peat with Phil Jackson and making those long playoff runs, and then they got to see it revitalized with Kobe and Gasol and all that stuff, and it's just something different with LeBron, and LeBron fans are now Laker fans, and it's just a melting pot of just craziness, man. Because you don't know who like basketball, you don't know who like the Lakers, or you don't know who's just there for LeBron, and that's the part that kind of makes this kind of weird when you're talking to basketball fans about what's going on, man. It just looks real bad. It looks real bad. So let me talk about what I'm saying. What I mean by that. Number one, the Lakers ain't going nowhere this year, and I think everyone knows it. I think LeBron knows it. However, he's playing a different ball game now. He's not out there to try to win and get a ring because he knows he's not going to get that. LeBron is strictly out there because he's on pace to do two things. One, win the scoring title this year. And the reason why that's important for him is because he's already told us in the media that he's chasing that ghost, which is Michael Jordan. He want to be the greatest that ever played. He want to be the GOAT. He already said that he think he's the GOAT because he beat a 73-9 team. He said that made me the GOAT. I came back from 3-1 against them. That made me the GOAT. He already said he's won the two hardest finals in NBA history because he won in the bubble and he won against 73-19 from being down 3-1. So he said that's the two hardest finals in NBA history. Forget the one that Bill Russell won when he was a player and a coach and facing racism at the same time. Forget any of those championships. The bubble ring was the hardest one, and coming down from 3-1 was the hardest one. So, these are the things he's saying. So we know where his mind is at. We know how he think. And every time he hit a milestone, he kind of tells you, or he either tweets or says it on one of his podcasts, kind of like where his mindset is at. And then his minions like Shannon Sharp and Nick Wright, they'll go out and continue to perpetuate it. And then that's kind of what the fans run with. He tells you what he wants you to think about him. And he just recently said, man, people think I can't score. And I'm never mentioned with the greatest scorers like Jordan, Kobe, and KD and those guys, right? And he said it pisses him off. So winning the scoring title would mean a whole lot. Hey, man, I won the scoring title. Year before last, he got an assist title. So these are all notches under his belt, and it's a backdoor way to the instead of him being a better basketball player than Michael Jordan and winning more than him as well. He said he can't reach that. He can't reach that. He can't get to 6, and he can't make his game better than MJ's. But what he can do is build up these narratives and storylines around what he accomplishes as far as stats, and then make that story speak for him. That's a backdoor approach to being in the GOAT conversation, right? So when it's all said and done, 30,000, 40,000 points he might get. I think number one is Kareem with 38. So he's on pace to pass that next year. So let's say he might, be over 40,000 or 39,000 points, 10,000 assists, 10,000 rebounds, things of that nature, right? That looks real good. He played 20 years to get it, but it's going to look real good on the paper resume. Then he have a scoring title under his belt this year. He have an assist title under his belt from year before last. 10 finals appearances. Won with 3 different teams. You know, on paper, this all looks great on a paper resume, right? So that'll get you to the interview. You get what I'm saying? So that all looks great. That's what he's playing for. He's so I took the long approach to say he's not playing to win anymore. He's playing to continue his GOAT achievements, and he's playing for the scoring title this year, and he wants to stay on pace to pass Kareem next year. There's nothing that's going to happen that's going to get him off that path of getting the scoring title this year and being on pace to pass Kareem next year. And if he had got blown out in this game and only had 17 games, he would have stayed in the game until he got at least 25, because that keeps him on pace for both, right? And you can see it playing out. So I say all that to say this. The Lakers play their best basketball when Austin Reeves is in the game, Malik Monk, Melo, LeBron, and and I'm assuming AD's not there, and then Dwight at the center, right? Westbrook is not helping them play great ball, right? So a blind man can see that Westbrook needs to come out of the starting lineup, and they need to get away from this small ball lineup they're playing and play Dwight Howard, at least until Anthony Davis comes back. The reason they won't do it What's up, Brandon? The reason why they won't do that is because 2 things. LeBron has never been able to dominate the game and play his best game when a center was clogging the lane. So every center that LeBron has had has been able to shoot the ball and play around the 3-point line, because LeBron, when the paint is wide open and he's driving to the hole, that's when he's the most dangerous. With a big man in the paint that's going to mess up his driving lane, he's not going to have a clear path to the basket, and he's not going to stop for a mid-range pull-up. So that's why you see LeBron now shoot a lot of threes, or he's getting all the way to the rim. When he gets really hot like he did against the Wizards, you'll see him doing a lot of fadeaways in the post and stuff like that. When he get it going, he can hit those. But he's not 100%. He's not consistent with that, where he can come in and just kill you a mid-range game in and game out. If he gets hot, he can. But if it's just regular LeBron, it's layup, dunk, or 3. So instead of them playing Dwight Howard, who gives them their best opportunity as a rebounder on the offense and defensive end, and at least a rim protector at the rim, they sacrificing their defense and their rebounding so they can play small ball just for LeBron to have the paint wide open so he can get his numbers, right? They just sacrifice, okay, forget playing good basketball. We have to play good Bron basketball. Like, not good basketball is one thing, but Bron ball is another. They're saying, forget good basketball. We have to play Bron ball, because if we're going to lose anyway, at least we can daggone showcase LeBron or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's the only person out there that's really having freedom out there. Everybody else is just like Carmelo is all catch and shoot. That's all he get is catch and shoots. Malik Monk, all catch and shoots. Every now and then he can create. Dwight never get a post up. He just out there setting screens, playing defense and rebounding. And West is the scale. He's the scapegoat. He's trying. He's always gonna get 100%, but he's always running full speed trying to get a layup or a dunk. That's his only game. So they're out there with a starting 5 of LeBron today. This is playing small ball against a legit 7-foot post player center that's actually good in DeAndre Ayton. You come out there and you're going to tell them that we're going to play LeBron at center, Stanley Johnson at the 4, Malik Monk at the 3, Westbrook, and maybe was it Reeves? Maybe Reeves started today. The biggest person on the court for the Lakers was LeBron against DeAndre Ayton. And the confusing thing about that is you're going to go small ball. Your biggest guy is LeBron. However, you're making Stanley Johnson guard DeAndre Ayton. and you expect to keep him off the glass. This man had 16 rebounds today, had 20 plus points, and only missed 3 shots. It was easy. It was easy, right? But you got LeBron, the biggest guy out there. On paper, you're saying that he's playing the 5. So that's another narrative people get to push. LeBron's playing the 5, but LeBron is not guarding the 5s. So it's not even it's not even true that, what people are saying, the narratives they're pushing. Oh, he's playing 5, he can guard 5 positions. He's not guarding the 5. They got Stanley Johnson guarding Ayton, right? And anytime the rotation happens, and I watched this in the first quarter, everybody that LeBron was supposed to guard ended up scoring. His defense was that bad tonight. The 2 threes that Devin Booker hit in a row to kind of make some space in the game in the first quarter, it was all on LeBron's rotation. And they just walk up threes, LeBron just standing there watching them. And all the assignments down low. I mean, the offensive rebound, he was horrible on defense, like really bad, right? And it's just weird. It's just bad that it's come to that for a Laker fan, that they got to watch this guy come out here and stat pad, because he's definitely going to turn up on offense. He out there shooting threes. He out there daggone showboating and smiling, and as long as he got his numbers, he was happy. But on defense, he never showed that type of enthusiasm and that type of pop, man. It's just ridiculous. I feel bad for y'all Laker fans. I just wanted to get on here and say that. I'm going to share this link real quick, though. Link is right there in the description. Y'all can come in here, man. Let me get to these comments. What's up, Nick? Chris said the Lakers are poo. They said a stat during the game that the 79 first half points was the most the Lakers ever gave up in a half in the shot clock era. Good Lord. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, man. They gave up 79. Well, first of all, bro, they gave up 48 points. They almost gave up 50 points in the first quarter. 50 points is what you're supposed to have at halftime. These boys had 48 points in the first quarter. 48. That is ridiculous, man. I mean, it's so obvious. You got a 7-foot out that is agile, strong, and coordinated, and has a post game, and he's active on the glass. You're not going to contain him with Stanley Johnson down low and LeBron giving 50% effort. You're not. So within the first 2 or 3 minutes, when they went down, as soon as they came down, they caught Stanley Johnson in the post with DeAndre Ayton, hook shot, basket, right? Then next thing you know, he was on the offensive glass, basket. Next thing you know, foul. Then next thing you know, offensive glass. At that point, I would have been like, all right, we tried the small ball, it ain't working. I guess in their mind, they thinking, we're not going to stop them anyway. We so bad on defense. So let's at least play small ball and see if we can create a mismatch to where Ayton can't get out to the 3-point line on our shooters. But except you started Stanley Johnson, who's not a 3-point shooter like that. So that they don't even create a mismatch. I can see if Melo was starting and you felt like you was gonna pull DeAndre Ayton out of the paint. I mean, that game plan is so jacked up. But yeah, so as soon as they seen that DeAndre Ayton was gonna be a problem for them on the glass and on offense in the post, just bring in a bigger guy. They could have bought in Gabriel. They didn't have to bring in Dwight Howard. If all the not Laker fans, if all the LeBron fans out there that I've been talking to, they kept saying, "Oh, they got to play small ball because Dwight Howard is washed." Okay, don't play what Howard. Play Gabriel. Put him out there. Anybody that can rebound and defend a little bit. And they want to bring Dwight in like late in the second quarter, almost third quarter or whatnot. When it's pretty much too late, man. It's too late at that point to try to bring Dwight in He probably didn't even, he probably thought he was gonna be a DNP today. All of a sudden, oh, go get out there. And the game was already blowed out with a 5-point lead, and you want to throw Dwight out there like what he gonna do? You should have started him. What's up, Nick?
What's up, buddy?
Did you see that game, man?
I did not. I did a podcast today with myself, actually. I did a live reaction with everything that happened today. Hold on, the light came out on the webcam. The plug came out. Give me a second, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't see the Laker game.
Yeah, I told you
30, huh?
I told you what I had to do after the game, right?
Tell me what?
I told you what I had to do after the game, right?
What?
The game was so X-rated and nasty. I had to go take a cold shower and have a cigarette before I came on this live. That's how nasty it was. It was just X-rated, man. It was disgusting.
There we go.
So
I'm getting used to the webcam.
Yeah, you good.
The laptop. I've been using the phone for a while.
Yeah, you good. But pretty much what happened, Nick, is they decided to come out and play small ball against DeAndre Ayton, right? So that's first and foremost, that's a mistake.
That's a death sentence, right?
Right. Like, I understood at work when LeBron scored 56 against Golden State, they went small, and Golden State made a mistake and tried to match that. And they went small. And when they went small, they had Wiggins guarding LeBron, which turned out to be a mistake, So
that's child abuse, right?
It didn't work, right? But
excuse me,
it's a lot different. It's a lot different against Phoenix because DeAndre Ayton and Kevon Looney are totally different big men. Like, Kevon Looney is not going to punish you for going small because they're not going to go to him in the post for points anyway, right?
Yeah.
He might beat you on the glass a little bit, which actually the Warriors did out rebound them, but and the Warriors were up big in that game. They just gave the lead up. So the small ball really ain't really worked at all, except maybe 2-3 months ago when they first did it. But they was going against teams like the Rockets, and it made sense then. So my whole point is this: you can't go small ball against every team, and you definitely can't do it against DeAndre Ayton.
No,
they tried it and they failed miserably, and the game was over within the first 5 minutes of the game. It was over.
What are you giving up? You're giving up what, 35 points a quarter?
Man,
it's not working for you.
They gave up 48 in the first.
Well, that's all-star game type of shit.
It is. It's all-star game stuff. It's all-star game stuff.
You basically letting them shoot for free when you're doing that.
If Raheem said this, if the Lakers are so irrelevant, why y'all always talking about them? Because we want to, Raheem. You can join in too. Here's the link. All right, here's the link.
Well, if you're gonna put yourself on Jordan's level, if Jordan's losing by 30, we're gonna talk about that, right?
Yeah. Hey, Marvin.
If Jordan's giving up 140 to 111, he's getting blown out. We're gonna speak on it, right? Because if you want to be on that level, last couple of years of Kobe, right? Kobe was 36, 37, 38. Kobe, I know he was injured a little bit here and there, but they didn't have a great record, right? And no. This was before like the big blow up of the podcast.
Yeah.
But we talked about it on social media. We talked about it in work. Like we talked about Kobe not delivering. If LeBron's going to get blown out, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, because he definitely wanted us to talk about it when he scored 56.
Very good comment, Chris.
Right? When he scored 56 and 50, people want us to talk about him. And we did, Nick.
Exactly.
All over my page, all over ILW's page, people was talking about the 56 and the 50. Right?
And for those that don't know me, I'm from ILW with Lamar and Jamel. For those who don't know who I am.
So we discussing it, but when we have his fans that just don't like when you talk about the negative stuff or the losses, I just don't understand how y'all feel like that. That's cool. Like we just supposed to ignore that part, and it's not like we're
Some
not
fans live in
slandering
the
him.
hand job era. You can only compliment people. You can't ever critique anybody.
Right.
Same thing happened today with that girl in tennis. Someone from the crowd yelled, "You suck," and she's got to grab the microphone, stop the game, and speak on it.
I didn't see that yet. Don't.
Osaka?
I got to go back. Yeah,
Osaka,
I got to go back.
I think her name is.
I know she. Yeah, I know
she
got
was
some
in tears
stuff
though. She's in tears,
yeah.
grabbing the microphone to stop the game to speak on it. She's
this
LeBron.
the same
She's
girl.
Westbrook,
this the same
right?
girl that. Wait, this the same girl that dropped out of the tennis tournament for mental health issues, right? Yes. Yeah. So I would have to. I got to touch that subject a little delicately, and I have to go in at least do my due diligence on what happened before I even say anything.
But this it's a comment about the generation as a whole, right? LeBron throwing the fans out of the front row. Westbrook, don't disrespect my name. This is the generation we're in now where they can't be critiqued. They can't deal with it. And now you have fans saying, why are we talking about LeBron? Why? This is sports. You put yourself on that stage and you get paid the money that you get paid. We're going to critique you. Listen, if you want all the pomp and circumstance when you come back from 3-1, when you win, like you said earlier, LeBron put himself out there, said he won the toughest 2 championships ever, right?
He did.
So if you're going to brag and you're going to do the Barry Horowitz and you're going to pat yourself on the back, that's an old school wrestling reference for anybody who gets that. Hats off to you. If you're going to want that moment, you got to deal with the smoke when you don't deliver. Right. That's part of being on the grand stage. That's part about being almost a millionaire. When your team loses a playoff series and you're promoting Space Jam before the game's even done, we're going to come at you because it's sports. Yeah. We're here for sports. The rest is sideshow.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because Raheem said the difference between LeBron and MJ is MJ said Republicans vote too. MJ had a gambling problem, but y'all don't want to talk about that. Bron is in the era of social media. You're right, Raheem Jones. We don't want to talk about that because it's not sports. I don't care about.
I vote Republican. Yeah. I give Michael all the smoke for the gambling debt, for his father getting murdered over it. I am vocal as hell about that.
Yeah, but see, look, Nick, this is the thing, right? Raheem, do you want to talk about that? If so, create the post and share it, and then there'll be hundreds of comments in it, right? However, you don't get to bring that up when we're talking about something that is near and dear to your heart that hurts your feelings. When we're critiquing LeBron, you can't bring up some other guy stuff and be like, okay, well, what about this? No, when you bring that up,
that's called deflecting, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. That's called deflecting.
We can't talk about my guy. Let's throw the shade over there.
Right. No, we're not doing that. So create the gambling post.
Everybody
create the gambling post. Create the gambling live, and then we'll be in there.
You know me. You've seen me on the show. You know I give everybody the smoke. Whether it's Cam, whether it's Jordan, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Brady, who, by the way, shitting on the NCAA tournament release and announcing you're coming back during that is selfish.
You think he was conscious?
Shitting on free agency that starts in 12 hours now is selfish. Yeah. Shitting on Jackson Mahomes' older brother during the day he got married is selfish.
He said Jackson Mahomes' older brother. Yeah.
TikTok kids know who I'm talking about.
Out of all the things you said, the last one you said might have been legit. Teddy said LeBron's personal media and PR machine. I'm glad you said that. He does have a personal media and PR machine, man. Go out their way to push irrelevant records and stats to create the aura of greatness. And
where were they on the turnover record?
Yeah, they ain't pushing that. They ain't saying about the turnover record. Yeah.
Throw the key away.
Yeah, Marvin, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, man?
You sound like RoboCop, man. What kind of mic you got today?
You sound like you're in the bathtub with the bathrobe on.
See, y'all wrong with that, man. You know damn well I was in the bathroom by my house, man. Y'all crazy. What's going on, man?
Is that our delusional cowboy friend that I did the show with one night, like 2 a.m. with you guys?
No, that's Corey.
No.
That's
me.
Corey.
That was But just to let you know, Mel, that was my brother on the line with me. I was just hooking him up. So he's in the process of trying to get in. I told him it was gonna be kind of tough with him on the 3-way. So he's trying to get in himself.
Oh man.
What?
I can put the number he can call in.
Okay, yeah, he really wants to get on. It's my older brother, the one I told you about. He likes he loves to talk about LeBron. Huh?
Let me go grab my phone. You and Nick chop it up real quick. Let me go get my phone real quick.
What's going on, Nick?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm great, man. I'm great. What's the topic? It's got to be LeBron. I know that.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit LeBron. I shit on Brady a little bit for announcing his return, and I'm on the IOW Sports podcast with Lamar and Jamel. I don't know if you've ever seen us.
No,
we
I
did
hadn't.
the show in January. We did a show the day that Brady announced his retirement, and word for word,
okay.
I said,
my brother.
I said he's gonna be gone for a month and a half, and I'm like, he's gonna get sick and tired of being home with these kids. I call Giselle Gumby because she lost so much weight and she got so thin. She's tall and thin, just like Gumby. I'm like, he's gonna be hanging out in the house with Gumby. He's gonna come back in about a month and a half, 2 months, and he's gonna say he's coming back to the NFL. And everyone laughed at me, thinking I was just like making a joke. Yo, almost to the day. I think tomorrow is a month and a half. Brady coming back.
Oh, he announced he coming back. I didn't know that.
He announced it tonight at 6:56 during the NCAA tournament bracket announcement. He tweets that to steal the attention and put it on him.
He coming back to Tampa Bay, obviously, right?
He announced Tampa Bay, yes.
Wow. And what was your prediction of it?
A month and a half, 2 months, and he'd be back, and it's almost to the day.
Wow. he tired of that environment already.
Tonight, Ryan Jensen, his center, who's a free agent at 12 o'clock tomorrow, signed a 3-year, $39 million deal to stay in Tampa Bay.
Wow.
And Godwin got franchised. And Carlton Davis, the cornerback who missed most of the season, is a free agent at 12 o'clock tomorrow. So I would expect something tonight or tomorrow because everybody's going to try to come back and run it back.
Well, I'll be damned. Man.
All right, Marvin. Look.
Comment. Someone said in the post earlier they tried to compare Michael's to LeBron's high school career.
Yeah. So
that's reaching, man. That's reaching.
Look, Nick, let me tell you what he said. So we in the group chat, we talking about the game, and this guy came out and was like, Michael Jordan. He said LeBron. The reason why LeBron has passed Michael Jordan in points and stuff like that is because Michael Jordan wasn't good enough to go to the league out of high school, and then he said he had to play 3 years of college, and he, I don't know, just a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I'm like,
couldn't go to the league back then.
Look,
what?
They shut that off for a while, didn't they?
Well, back when Jordan, I think I want to say the first person that did it was Moses. So you could
Moses did it, but then I thought they shut that down until the 90s.
Moses did it. Then Daryl Dawkins did it. Chocolate Thunder, he did it.
But that was 70s, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I thought they shut that down, and in the 90s it reignited with Garnett, Kobe.
I'm not sure.
Darius Miles. Other guys were all doing it left and right in the 90s, but I thought that was a rule for a while.
All I know is I seen that, and I was like, oh, these Brownites have gone absolutely too far. It's now at the point where they got to pull out high school career. They done totally bypassed college. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
You know, of course, LeBron didn't go.
I'm waiting to see some 8th grade CYO stats.
Yeah. Did you guys see LeBron's stats for the night?
He had 31. He shot 10 for 20. He was
a minus 37.
Well, I mean, they got blowed out they got blowed out, man. Everybody was a minus.
Nobody will talk about that. It was the other 4 guys' fault.
Bro. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It wasn't LeBron's fault. You know, it never is his fault.
Mel knows this. I say this all the time on our show. I love LeBron.
You need what, Mel?
I love the fact that LeBron was labeled the next great one from high school, and he delivered, right?
He did.
He took Drew Gooden, who is check security at Walmart now, and Ilgauskas to the NBA Finals. LeBron delivered from day
one. Hold on, let's not shit on Big Z. Let's not shit on Big Z.
Let's not crap on Big Z or Mo Williams.
Let's not anoint him either.
Let's not. Oh, come on now.
Well, wait. Before I speak on Ilgauskas, let me say this. I got to see his high school stats.
Underrated.
Big Z was good.
Let me see his high school stats before I comment on him.
He ain't nothing to sneeze at.
If there was a 1-2 punch,
hold on, Chris. I'm gonna invite Raheem one more time. Raheem, you in the comments, brother. I need you. You ain't even got to turn your camera on, bro. Just show up so I can hear you. You know, I haven't heard a LeBron fan on this thing.
Is that a LeBron fan yet, Mel? Is that a LeBron fan?
In the comment section, yeah. I'm trying
to
share
come
this
on.
link, man.
We need him on the show.
Yeah. Come on, man, and explain to us why we been too hard on LeBron. Go ahead, Chris.
Come talk to us, baby.
They not gonna come on, bro. They always ducking, bro. They always ducking this.
They be in the comment section tough though, real tough.
You know what's crazy? Somebody else commented earlier. They was like, KD scored 50 in a 3-point win and with a trash bucket and a laughing emoji. What? How is that trash? But we glorify LeBron for putting up 56 against the Wizards,
bro.
Yeah.
Man,
I don't know, man.
KD didn't have no scores with him. Steph Curry didn't play. LaMarcus didn't play. Kyrie didn't play. Still no Ben Simmons. So he had a 53 and a win. There ain't nothing trash about that.
And hold up, he shot 4 of 13 from 3-point range. If those 9 misses are like 4 from 9, he's got a 65-point night.
Yeah, he actually had a bad shooting night.
He was awful from 3-point range and still scored 53 points.
But I say this: if any NBA player shoot 36 times, he gonna score 50 points, guy.
No, that's
not necessarily.
No, Westbrook has had many of those nights and he didn't.
That's not true.
If
any
NBA player
wait,
36 times, he gonna score at least 50 times.
You do know 19 for what he shot 37 times.
19
to 36 is over 50%.
19 to 37.
That's 51%. That's 51%, Marvin. How many people you know shooting 51% when they shooting mostly jump shots?
9 of 11 from the 3.
Oh well, no, I'm not saying he didn't have no good shooting night. I'm just saying he shot enough times to score 50 points.
You can shoot enough times. It's about if you can shoot enough times. It's about how many times you make it.
Yeah, but he's an NBA player. He's an NBA player. Most NBA players gonna make a little, if not half, but a little bit less than half.
I would rather KD shoot 36 times as a Net fan who lives in New Jersey, and I've been a Net fan since the early 90s with Drazen Petrovic, Chris Morris, Kenny Anderson, Derek Coleman, Sam Bowie. Yeah, I'm going back. It's that long. I'm old as fuck.
That was the man.
The mustache, bro. You see the gray?
Yeah.
But I would rather KD shoot 36 than shoot 20 and have the rest of the team shoot 16 without Curry, without Irving, without Joe Harris. I would rather Durant shoot 36 times a night.
And you know what was miraculous? What was because I was watching that game when I was getting ready for work. So KD already had like 40 something when they decided to double team him across the timeline, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about it was KD was like, all right, I see that. Instead of shying away from it, he started being an off-ball mover and still working their ass.
Mm-hmm.
He started playing that 2-man game with Goran Dragic.
Yeah.
They did a little back and forth, and he still got that 3 and splashed it in somebody's face.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. LeBron not doing that.
Hey, Mel, who I don't know the names. The names aren't up on the screen. Who's the guy in the bottom left with the 227 behind him? Chris, I feel like you're at a fucking stadium by yourself and you're sitting in section 227 in the last row.
No
I'm
shit.
at work, bro. I'm at work.
Chris be at work all the time.
You look like you hit the stadium lights down and you got like the permanent lights on.
Mel, who was that in the chat? Who was that in the chat who was a LeBron fan?
Raheem.
I don't see him. I'm looking for him.
Listen, hey Nick, I'm at crypto.com arena, man.
Are you?
He
no, I'm at work.
He coming
Hey, Chris. Say, Chris, you know that 227 look like the penitentiary while you bullshit.
With that outfit.
Hey, just because I got the khaki coveralls on, I'm a felon.
You see that 227 look like you
laundry.
It look like you might be monitored, brother.
Yeah. Let me ask y'all this, man. Y'all think LeBron stat pattern, man?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
When you're that bad, yeah, right?
There's no reason.
Like, what's the play for? Pad the shit now.
You're in your 19th season.
Go see if I can get my brother in here. I'll be right back.
All right.
You're in your 19th season.
No, I gotta ask
37 years old, and you just now. We're 60 plus games into the season, and you're just now the scoring leader. And you're what? Because they just lost tonight, so now they're back to 8 or 9 games under 500.
Add the stats, man. Davis is out. Go all out.
That's all it is.
Yeah,
that's all it is stat pattern.
100%.
Which look, and which if we all knew that that's what he was doing and it can admit that, and that the season is a wash and he was going for the numbers, we would be cool with that. It's the fact that he's trying to act like he's still trying to win and his fans won't admit that that's what's going on. Like, don't feed me pork chop and tell me I'm eating chicken. Don't lie to me. You get what I'm saying? Like, we know what you're doing, LeBron. You're going for the record, and it's cool. There's one fan who said that it's not about the winning no more. Mr. Skip Bayless. Oh, he would. I mean, he go.
Did y'all see that tweet tonight?
No, I don't follow that guy.
Skip Bayless came out and said he was like, tonight.
Skip Bayless is like your drunk uncle at a holiday party who just talks shit to aggravate everyone.
Skip said, he tweeted, he was like, tonight is the perfect situation for LeBron to hold on, because I screenshot it. He said, tonight is now the perfect situation for LeBron to improve on his league-leading scoring average. His priorities are now first, win the scoring title in year 19, then pass Kareem next year. Winning is no longer the main goal. That's what Skip Bayless said.
He's absolutely correct, though. He's right. Like, do anybody disagree that that's what's going on? No, that's exactly what LeBron is doing. But to come out and say that is just like, no respectable fan could be like, all right, I'm cool with that. No. You blew all this smoke up everybody's ass this year about, y'all doubted us because of our age. I like being in this position because I like to prove everybody wrong. Keep counting us out, blah, 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 blah. And y'all didn't do nothing. And now it's like, well, damn the winning.
He's still 0.2 behind Embiid, right?
You said what?
He's in the league. He's in the league now.
With that 56-point game.
I'm looking at NBA.com right now, and it's got Embiid at 29.8. LeBron and Giannis are tied at 29.7. Durant doesn't have enough games played yet to be listed.
Right.
I think Embiid just might have put up a 30-something piece that put him back on top. Because they said LeBron was.
They went into overtime, so he had an opportunity.
You go to NBA.com, which is up to date.
Yeah. Okay.
And
well,
Embiid is 0.2 ahead.
Well, that's cool. But I mean, that's what he's playing for, man. I think it's a shame, man, because Lakers fans they don't care nothing about that, man. They like winning, bro. They like winning, especially when you got 3 people on your salary that's making over $40 million. Like
I can't remember who it was, but somebody on one of those those sports shows in the morning was like, they need to shut LeBron down for the rest of the season. It's no point.
No, I don't think they should do that. I mean, because he gonna be 38 next year. It ain't like you saving him for a phenomenal season next year, because they still gonna have pretty much the same roster. They can't make too much change. So still play him. However, the difference is when the Nets blew out the 76ers 3 days ago, in the fourth quarter, Doc sacked Harden and Embiid down, regardless of what their numbers was. The Lakers aren't really doing that. The Lakers aren't really doing that. They won't sit LeBron down until he gets at least 25.
Yeah,
that's because Frank Vogel is not in control of that team, like everybody thinks.
I don't think he is. He's not. He's really not.
You want to know something that I seen when I was watching that game today? It was so bad. You get 7 timeouts for the whole game.
Right.
The Lakers have blew through 4. in the first quarter. They only had 2 in the second half.
They didn't need them.
Below,
they didn't need them. They were up by 30.
How do you blow through 4 timeouts in 1 quarter? You getting done that bad?
Because
the defense was horrible. Huh?
Who took the 4? The Lakers?
The Lakers, yeah.
Oh, you gave up 48 points, right? Half. You're basically waving a white flag at that point when you're giving up 48 points in the first quarter.
But look, Nick, every time the Sixers went on, every time the Suns went on a small run, it was basically defensive breakdowns and offensive rebounds. They shot themselves in the foot like Cheddar Bob because they put a lineup out there that was too small and couldn't defend, and that was the reason why they was getting beat. And they decided to do that. Common sense, even sitting from my couch, I can tell you it was dumb for them to start LeBron and Stanley Johnson as their big men against DeAndre Ayton. It made no sense.
Are you calling Eminem LeBron?
No, I'm not calling. But look,
Cheddar Bob, you calling Eminem LeBron?
Wait, I got to read this comment right here from Travis Graves because I understand 100% what he means.
Great comment too, by the way.
Manufactured greatness. That is 100% correct. It's gonna go a lot of people head, but manufactured greatness. He, like I said, it's the backdoor approach to the GOAT conversation. Instead of actually being a better player, he's manufacturing narratives and trying to position himself by getting these records and stats that's going to put him or manufacture him into the GOAT conversation. Hey, Travis Graves, that was 100% on point.
Great comment.
100%.
Nick, who is your team?
I'm a Nets fan, but I'm a bigger North Carolina fan, as you can see. In the NBA, I've always liked players. But I keep my opinions open, and especially when you do podcasts, you got to be credible. You can't be biased. You can't just go one way. I'll give LeBron compliments when he deserves it, but I will also throw heavy smoke at LeBron when he deserves it. A night like tonight, he deserves it.
Yeah, you see my screen name, Marvin's Perspective from the other side.
I don't. None of the names are up. I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, my screen name is Marvin's Perspective from the other side. I give
the other side of the grave.
I put it like that because I'm not. If I go to a podcast in New York and they're Knicks fans.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Marvin. So slow down real quick. Somebody got a TV on, and I think it's playing.
Someone got TV on because it was quiet, and then all of a sudden the background noise popped in really loud.
I don't have anything.
Chris in the break room. Go ahead, Marvin. My bad.
Yeah. No, I was saying I use that screen name because I do a lot of podcasts in New York, Philly, and they actually let me on because I don't be critical about their teams, and I don't come in toot my horn about the Bulls either. I'm a Bulls fan, and I just like, hey man, the Knicks up there, they've been going through it, and now they won those 3 games in a row, and now they lost 2 in a row, so they don't know which way to go. You know that.
But that's the Knicks, right? Like they don't.
But come on now, don't do that. Don't do that. Now, don't talk about them.
They're 13 games under 500. If they played good defense, they wouldn't be.
I knew that. I already knew that. But hey, I explained to the guys.
Credible. I'm not throwing shade. I'm being credible. If you played good defense and consistent offense, you wouldn't be 12, 13 games under 500 in the East.
But is that more of a product of Tibbs or is it the team?
Tibbs has always had a good defensive team, so it's got to be about the players that the GM brought in. Tibbs has always had a very good defensive team. Always.
How about his rotation? His rotation's been bad the whole year, though, guys.
But so have the players on the court. They're not consistent.
Yeah.
I played better defense this year than Julius Randle.
I mean, he can go around from the front office to the players to the coach. It's a big problem,
But when it comes to the Knicks, man, because the Knicks blew 3 20-point leads. Is that the coaching or the players?
I believe that's coaching.
Okay.
It depends. You got to look at it on a case by case basis, man. Because I didn't see all those games where they blew the leads, but
I'm gonna say it like this, then, Nick. I'm gonna say it like this: anytime your coach allows your team to lose a 20-point lead without using timeouts or throwing itself on the floor, getting a tech, doing something, then I call that coaching. Because your team is going to keep playing. They're not going to call a timeout. Your coach is supposed to call a timeout. And to stop runs, I believe timeouts are necessary or just, drastic moves or something. So I do put a lot of that on the coach.
I could put half of it on the coach. The other half I'm putting on the players on the court who are not giving that effort on the defensive side to blow the 20-point lead.
Yeah.
It goes 50-50, right? Coach can
three
stop momentum. Coach can take a timeout. Coach can change the rotation. But the players got to give the effort.
3 games in a row, Nick?
It's bad effort. It's thinking that you won the game already when you're up 20.
Yeah, they lost 3, and then they lost what to Brooklyn? No, was it Brooklyn? Who was that? They was up the other day with 15. That was Brooklyn. What? No, that was the game.
They played Brooklyn today.
Yeah, they played it. The game right before this one.
You talking about Philly? They was up on Philly the other day.
No, the game before Brooklyn. That wasn't Philly. That was
the game they gave a lead up was Philly.
The one right before this game they played today was not Philly. It was some.
Hold on, let me get this comment. Let me get this comment. Knicks were a wild card, so it wasn't wild.
They played the Grizzlies. They played the Grizzlies on Friday.
Yeah, they was up 15 on the
Grizzlies, 118 to 114. Then they beat the Mavericks by 30. They beat the Kings by 16 on the road. They beat the Clippers by 7, 16, 23 on the road.
Yeah, they won 3 road games in a row.
2, 3, 4, 5. And then
that's what I was
7 straight before that.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying about them not knowing the direction. Now, when they started that, they had lost 7 in a row. And they were already, I think, 11 games under. Well, they won 3 in a row, and it kind of threw the fans off. They thought they could make the play-in. And now they lost 2 in a row.
Yeah. Hey, real quick before everybody that's watching, man, especially on YouTube, man, hit the like button and then subscribe as well if you're not already subscribed. But man,
Mel, can I ask you a question? Because this has been eating at me, and I got to get this out.
Yeah.
I see the LJ jersey behind you, the grandmama. I like that.
Right.
And there's a little bit of glare of light on the jersey next to it, the number 34. Is that Mike Dunleavy?
Jesus Shuttleworth.
I'm kidding.
That's Jesus Shuttlesworth.
That looked like a Mike Dunleavy Duke jersey from back in the day.
Nah, that's Shuttlesworth. Can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah,
Shuttlesworth, and then
but the light is hitting it, so it was a long name. I could see the letters, but I could see the length of the letters, but not make it out.
Yeah. Nah, that's Shuttlesworth, baby.
You want Mike Dunleavy jersey? I'll send you one.
Yeah, send a Dunleavy.
I'm kidding. I don't have one.
I hang him up in here, man. But yeah,
So let me ask y'all a question.
I kind of want to. Go ahead.
What is more impressive to y'all? LeBron's 56 over Washington, or KD's 53 over New York?
Oh no, the 56 was over the Warriors.
No, I'm sorry, the 50 over Washington.
Oh, you say which one is more impressive?
Yeah, the 50 over Washington or the 53 over New York?
I would say the 56 over the Warriors was more impressive.
Oh, most definitely. If they beat the Warriors, then he scored 56. I thought he beat Washington by 56.
I mean, it was the Warriors.
Mel corrected me. He beat Washington.
But was it the Warriors missing Steph and Draymond?
No, they was just missing Draymond.
Steph had like 32 or 34, something like that.
Yeah.
But
wait a minute. He scored. Y'all say he scored 56 against the Warriors?
Yeah. LeBron did.
I thought that was Washington.
He scored 50 against
Washington.
It was the Warriors, but a couple guys were out. I got the names wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, now if you're gonna say Steph Curry was out of that game, he wasn't gonna put up too much defense.
But Steph's not guarding LeBron anyway, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The 56 that LeBron put against the Warriors was very impressive, man. Very impressive.
Yeah,
because
I would say that
they had them beat in that game, and the way he showed up and the shots he was hitting. I mean, it was a very efficient 56. You know, he was hitting a lot of threes. And his 50 was impressive too. And what I liked about his 50 against the Wizards was that he did most of that damage a different way than he usually do it. It wasn't going all the way to the hole. He was hitting a lot of fadeaway out of the post, even some pull up mid range, some pull up threes. Like he did some stuff I've never seen him do before.
But let's be real.
Real good.
LeBron is good for maybe 4 or 5 of those games a year.
Right.
He don't do that every day.
No, he got to get
in
the zone.
That's not his style. But even Magic back in the day could drop a 45 spot on somebody when the matchup is right.
They get in the zone.
And that's what LeBron did. And I'm not shitting on LeBron. I'm being real. That's his game.
See, Nick, this is the thing. And this is kind of what Marvin was saying earlier. It's a lot of NBA players that can get in the zone if they get that opportunity to get that many shots up. And we just seen Jordan Clarkson from Utah off the bench as a 6-man drop 45.
Yeah. Look at Irving. Irving hasn't been playing a lot. Irving dropped the 50 spot the other night.
He dropped the 50, but he's a certified scorer.
I'm not throwing
he's filthy.
And Nick and Mel, I'm not throwing shade on LeBron, but I'm telling you, if you give NBA players 36 shots, they're going to usually score 50.
Yeah. But it's all about matchup. It's all about the opponent. It's about who may be out that day on your team. Like the other day, Irving dropped 50. Durant only had 17 points, I think. People were tweeting at Durant that he fucked up their parlays because he didn't score over 24 or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was fun. He responded.
I'm starting to love Durant because Durant is like an asshole like me. Durant will call people out and go with them. I love that shit.
He is.
I hated Durant when Durant was on other teams, but now Durant is my dick. So like I love it. Like now he's on my team. So like, oh, that's my asshole. That's my dude.
Hey, he said, how do you beat the Warriors and then lose to the Rockets by 9 and then the Suns by 30? Well, the reason why he lost to the Rockets by 9 is because it was I don't know if it was a back-to-back or it was the day after. It was close to a back-to-back, I think.
Was that the day LeBron sat out because he dropped the 56 and then he didn't play? Or did he play? No, he played against the Rockets because Gordon broke his ankles. Me and Lamar discussed it on the night show that night.
I think they beat the Warriors, and then he sat out the next game, which was a back-to-back for his knee, and they lost that game. And then he came back against the Rockets.
He definitely played Rockets because House of Highlights had Gordon crossing him up.
Yeah, he did.
So he definitely played the Rockets game. That was the game 2 after the Warriors.
Trae Young ended up getting 56 tonight too. I know Trae Young was hot earlier. Yeah, but I didn't get to see the final score because I was watching the Lakers. But Trae Young did get hot.
I'll bet it right now. Durant tops all of them this year. If he's playing a game without Irving, I think Durant is getting in his prime for the playoffs, and he's going to top it. Durant will have
I really like what's going on with the Brooklyn Nets right now. Nick, if you want, I want to start covering them and doing post games on just the Nets, especially during the playoffs, man. So if you want to partner with me on that, just on Brooklyn Nets, that'd be dope. That'd be real dope, man. But even if you don't, I'm gonna do it by myself, and you can hop on whenever you got time. But I think I'll do it by myself.
Dude, also, Nick, I get my kids every other weekend. I'm fucking free to talk sports all the time.
Damn right. Me too. Nick, I also wanted to say I just left a chat, and the guys in the chat was stating that the Nets need to look out for Miami. What you say about that?
I think if you get Simmons back for defense only, and if Kyrie can play full time, obviously Joe Harris is out for the season, but you got Drummond, you got Aldridge, you got Claxton, you got some guys athletically and big who can score now. At the beginning of the year, we didn't know Aldridge was coming back because he had the heart murmur at the end of last season, and he basically retired, but then got clearance. You got Brown, you got Cam Thomas, a rookie. A lot of these rookies this year got some very, very valuable minutes for the Nets that a lot of people didn't see coming. Because you expected Harris, Irving, Harden, Durant. You expected all the big names to be in, right? And now you're looking at the Nets, and it's like they got their stars coming back. The rumor is now that Irving's allowed in the arena, he should get clearance to play from New York City by the playoffs. I think that's a team that if they get their legs under them and they get that rotation down, I think that's a filthy, filthy matchup for everybody. And I would love for the Nets to get up to the 6th seed and play the Sixers in round 1 as the 3-6.
Me too.
That would be the most electric first-round series in a very long time.
It would be. Did you see the Sixers struggling today against
Orlando?
Who was they playing? Orlando. Oh man, Orlando was playing some good ball. They could have pulled that out. They could have pulled it out, man. But yeah, man, James Harden. I think the verdict's out on James Harden, man. They figured out that we can get layups if we make 2 or 3 passes, the Sixers is going to give us a layup. Because James Harden on the floor is going to mess up the rotation because he's not going to hustle on defense that way. So,
hey Mel, put up that third comment, CHN 23 at 12:54 about the Nets and the Bucks.
Okay, hold on, let me go here. So he said he trusts KD and Curry. I do too. I'm gonna go through them real quick, Nick. Travis Graves. If Brooklyn is whole, they win the chip. Travis, I kind of agree with that, right? If I want to see what they look like when Ben get there, I'm projecting that they're gonna look really good, right? I'm projecting it's just gonna click and it's gonna be great, right? However, there is a such thing. They got to get taxed some way, somehow. Just the basketball guys, the way, the way this season went, you just can't put a team together and they just start clicking 10 games before the playoffs and they be the team to beat that gets to a gauntlet of of playoffs. Like, they got to get taxed at some point.
And when you got Durant being Durant and you got Patty Mills and Seth Curry and Irving sitting outside to shoot, and all of those guys are capable of hitting 7-8 threes in a game if they're on. That offense is going to be filthy.
It should be, and I want to see it go, but I just think they just got to get taxed at some point. It's just gonna happen. So I'll be surprised if they win it. But I think
they're healthy,
team, but I just
and Irving is back and doesn't miss any home games. I think they could be a favorite.
Well, the reason I'm saying this is because if they do end up in the 7 or the 8 seed, they're going to end up playing either Milwaukee, Philly, or Miami in the first round. Second round, they're going to play Milwaukee, Philly, or Chicago. They're going to have to go through all 3 top teams in the East to get to the finals.
And do you know my favorite part of that?
Yeah.
My favorite part of that is I had to see somebody posted it in IOW this week. Not LeBron. Kobe is the first player to beat 4 50-win teams to win a title.
In the playoffs?
Yes. The Nets could be that team to do it. If they got to beat the Sixers, the Bucks, the Heat, and then the Suns or Warriors in the finals, Durant is going to beat 4 50-win teams. And I don't think it's crazy to say that they could do it.
I'm sure happy you didn't mention my Bulls, Nick, because everybody's sleeping on us. And keep sleeping, because we're going to wake you up.
Yeah, no,
I'm not sleeping on the Bulls. I'm sorry.
You didn't just mention them. You did not just mention them. You mentioned Miami, Milwaukee, and I forgot the other one, but you did not mention the Bulls. That means you are sleeping on them. Yes, you are.
I'm not sleeping on them. It's mathematics.
All right.
1, 2, 3. If the 1, 2, 3, if the 1, 2, 4, and 6 seeds advance, and the Bulls are 4 right now, right?
Yeah.
That means.
But here's the Bulls.
Hold on. Is Miami, Milwaukee, Philly, then the Bulls? Yeah, they're 4th seed.
Yes,
we 4.
So if the Nets get the 6, they wouldn't have to play the Bulls unless the Bulls defeat the Heat. I'm going off the premise of the top seeds winning. So I'm not. No. The Bulls have played Boston in the first round. No, I'm talking second round. The Bulls win. But second round. Yeah. Okay, second round. And then you lose to the Heat.
Check this out.
I gave the top seed the advantage. I'm not shitting on them. The Bulls are very, very talented. And DeMar DeRozan is top 3 for MVP.
The Eastern Conference is stacked, and all of those teams is in the top. I wouldn't say all the way to number 8 unless you just including the Nets. But those first 6 are definitely all contenders, right? However, all of those teams looking at a healthy and full Brooklyn Nets squad where Kyrie can play all the games, they would be more scared of that team than vice versa. I don't think if the Nets are fully in whole that they're scared of any of those squads, but those squads would be scared of the Knicks. So let me read this. And this is funny. He said LeBron weaknesses skill wise is defense, true, mid range, free throw shooting, intangible weaknesses, leadership. I wouldn't say his leadership is weak. I just wouldn't say. I would say it's not as strong as MJ's, but it's not weak by any stretch of the imagination. Consistent effort. His effort on defense. He give effort on offense though. Mental engagement. Too concerned with people's opinions and mental toughness. Yeah, he is concerned with people's opinion. That's facts. Yes, that's facts.
Agreed.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to these comments. Nick, are the Nets better than the Bucks?
Yes, I think one of the viewers said it. Chris LaCour commented it just now on the newest comment that Durant almost beat the Bucks by himself last year with Irving out and Harden on one hamstring. And if Durant didn't have fucking gargantuan 17 size sneakers, he doesn't step on the 3-point line, and that series is knocked out, and Giannis doesn't win the title. So yes, if the Nets are healthy, yes, they're better than the Bucks, 100%. Especially now that you could throw 6'10" Simmons out there for defense, because you could shit, and I do it myself. Mel heard me in the beginning of the year, right? I shit on Simmons really hard about not working on his game, about not improving his jump shot, not about improving his offense. This motherfucker can play D against anybody. And Simmons is a mismatch on defense against all of these tall stretch guys. And now what does that allow you to do in the half-court sets? Rest Durant for offense. Because Durant doesn't have to go cover Giannis. You could throw Ben at him for a little bit to rest Durant. So the Simmons defense is what I love about the trade. Because you got Kyrie that could play guard. Simmons can go hide out in the corner and just sprint back on defense and use his athleticism. You don't need him to be a part of the 4-man set. Bury his ass in the corner, let him play D.
I got a question for you guys. I got a question. And this is just a thought. If the Nets stay in the play-in and the Lakers stay in the play-in, and they both lose in the play-in, will the play-in be still in play next year?
Ooh.
I think they might cut the damn playoffs off if it happens.
They might change the play-in at halftime of those games if they're down.
Damn right. And you know what, guys? It could happen.
Breaking news. All these teams advance.
I tell you what, the NBA got more control over outcomes of games than you think. And
I know it. I already know it's not going to happen.
If they got an issue with Brooklyn and LA not making it out of play-in, they'll just make it not happen. They'll just make sure they make it out. But this is the thing. The hedge of protection that LeBron has had all his years is gone now. I don't think he has that hedge of protection from the NBA anymore.
Hey, you ride that wave, right? But eventually that wave is going to break.
Yeah. Well,
Jordan broke. Kobe broke. Shaq broke. LeBron broke. Jabbar broke. Bird broke. Magic broke. Put it this way. Every wave has its peak, and then it starts to break. And
Nick, put it this way.
Quote Jay-Z, on to the next one.
Facts. So let me put it this way, Nick. Me, you, and Marvin, we all owners of the team, and we're in the meet. Like right now, we was in a meeting with the other owners, right? It's 30 of us, 32 of us, whatever, right? We're looking. We have advisors. We have people that study the analytics, people who look at the numbers, look at the ratings, and they're telling us what player, what team, what athlete, what franchise, what city is best for our bottom dollar, because at the end of the year, we split the revenue on what the NBA makes, and we all split it amongst all the owners, right? So we want to get more bang for our buck. So we got to make decisions deliberately on which player we're going to push and all that good stuff. At some point, when they realize LeBron ain't it no more, like you said, we got to go on to the next one. Then they just go stop, making moves that benefit him. Like you seen at the trade deadline, all these years when LeBron teams were not playing good, he was able to pull off a mid-season trade at the deadline every single time.
Nobody helped him this year.
Nobody helped him this year. Nobody.
Is the NBA tired of him?
I don't know if they're tired of him,
but they probably see the wave crashing.
Yeah, they own they own to a new strategy, and I just don't know which player that's going to be. Maybe it's Luka.
I'll tell you right now.
Who's it going to be? Luka?
Ja.
Ja.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna let no, because it's Memphis.
Zion went first. Morant went. Zion went first. Greg Oden went first. Bust so far. They've played equal amount of games in 3 years. They both missed a full season. They both played 61 in a season. Greg Oden played 24. Williamson played 21. So 3 years in, they've played almost identical amount of games. Durant went number 2. Ja went number 2. They both went to small markets. Durant went to Seattle. Ja went to Memphis. They're both 23 years old at the time where they're really getting into elite player status. Ja's gonna be the dude, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, that was a question
explosive. He's exciting. He's electric. He can play inside. He can play out. He can drive. He's got the crazy dunks. Ja is the guy they're gonna tie the next anchor to.
Yeah, that was a question before you get started, Mel. That was a question I was just going to pose. How far you think Memphis is going to go, guys?
Depends on their matchups, right?
I mean, they're going to meet one of the
with a seed. If they got to play a higher seed, if they end up, where are they now in the stand?
Number 2. They number 2.
They're number 2 in the West.
Yes, they're ahead of Golden State.
They could probably get to that semis, right, and then play the Warriors in the semis.
Whenever they face the Warriors or Phoenix, that's as far as
they're gonna lose.
Yeah, they can.
They can
beat Utah. They can beat the Lakers. They can beat who else out there in the West? They can beat everybody except Golden State and Phoenix.
Denver. They
beat Denver.
They can beat Dallas. They can beat Denver.
I saw them the other night, man. They rebound well. They 3-point shoot well. You got Ja on the fast break, which is electric.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that Ja is not talked about with Luka, Embiid.
I mean,
DeRozan and Jokic.
He is.
They just did a top 5 the other day, and I take ESPN with a grain of fucking salt.
But see, to put him in, you got to take DeRozan out. That's why.
They played each other head to head. DeRozan had 7 straight games of 35 points and over 55% shooting from the field. The night they played Morant. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Can you tell? The night they played Ja Morant and the Grizzlies, it came to an end. I think he only had 17 points, and Ja was a star of the show.
And I believe, and I want to comment on that. I believe that was by design, because that night he would have broke the record that Mike had.
It's matchups, though, man. This league is all about matchups, and Ja is a horrific matchup for any shooting guard or athletic guard right now. Ja's the man.
That's why I don't count him out against Golden State or Phoenix either.
I don't either.
I don't.
Clay's too slow to cover him.
Wait. You gotta think about things, right? Playoff basketball, things change.
Yes,
right. They slow down. I know.
It's very hard for you to see a player, no matter how good he is, in his first or second playoff appearance.
100%.
Outplay these guys
100%.
and these teams who have the most experience. Because I remember Derrick Rose's first playoff appearance against Boston,
the MVP here,
and he played phenomenal. But it was just a different level that Boston had reached. Rondo and Ray Allen raised that game, and on the other end, Ben Gordon and Derrick Rose both were phenomenal. But it just wasn't enough. It's not going to be enough.
And I think they had coincidentally, I think they had Mike Dunleavy that year
too. I'm not saying that they will win. I'm just saying that I think they're going to give them a run for their money.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Let me throw a question out to you, gentlemen. Who's covering Ja? Peyton Jr.?
Who? Nobody.
On the Warriors. Who's covering Ja?
It's going to have to be Thompson.
Too slow.
I know that, but who else you going to – I mean, you're not going to put Draymond Green on him. You're not going to put Green on him.
No.
You're not going to put Green on him.
Green will foul out by 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
But no, that's going to change. Playoff. They're going to knock him down. They're going to beat him up. You know they are. They're going to beat him up, guys.
Listen, do you think it's harder to guard prime LeBron or Ja Morant?
Prime
LeBron.
Okay, so it's harder to guard prime LeBron. Look at the game plan that they use against LeBron. They put at that time Iguodala on him and didn't double him at all. But
those are bigger guys. And then you had Green on the backside.
Well, hold on.
All right, go ahead.
So the game plan for guys that you know is going to get their numbers, but also can get their other guys involved, is always to take something away from them. And for LeBron, what they said is, we're going to allow you to get your numbers. We're going to put our best defender on you and try to make it hard for you. But what we're not going to do is double you and allow you to get your numbers and get your teammates involved.
Yeah.
Right. So what they're going to do is they're going to find out which player that's going to be, whether it's going to be Kuminga or whoever they go put on him. They're going to put somebody on him, make it tough for him, hard for him. No double. No one's going to get involved. And by the fourth quarter, Morant should be spent, and his teammates should not have any rhythm. And I don't care if the game is close or not, the Warriors will pull it out.
But I'm gonna say
that's the game plan. That's the game plan they used on LeBron. That's the game plan.
That's what I was just gonna say, Mel.
Hold on. That's the game plan they used on LeBron. That's the game plan they used on James Harden when he was with the Rockets, and that's the same game plan that Popovich used with San Antonio against LeBron.
But they got guys who rebound and block shots, Mel.
Okay. They rebound, they defend well.
They
rebound and get it out to Morant, and they can run well.
I mean, the prime example of was the game against New York the other day when they were down 15. Man, if Jared Jones, what's his name? Jared, that power forward they got, he had 8 block shots in that game. He was everywhere, guy. And then I'm not even. All right. Okay.
Listen to me.
Bad matchup. It could go either way.
How come you think that the teams that's supposed to win, or the teams that got the clout, how come 9 times out of 10 they always win?
Well, it's got a lot to do with refereeing too.
Referees, my man, good call.
Refereeing,
the team with the clout.
I mean, I'm not saying that.
The NBA wants.
All right, is the biggest so does the biggest city win this one? Because if that's the case, Chicago's in the running.
No, I'm not saying the biggest city. I'm not saying that. I'm just letting you know, Memphis Grizzlies, they have the uphill battle regardless if they got the better record or not. They supposed to be the giant killers, and the Warriors are the Giants. The Phoenix Suns are the Giants. They're the team to beat in the West.
But if Memphis comes in as the 2 seed, I think you got to look at the baton and getting past a little bit.
That's right, man. They're gonna miss a lot of them teams.
They might not be able to win the sprint, but they're winning the marathon, and they've been more consistent than the other teams. Now, I see you shaking your head, and I know exactly what you're going to say. Steph, Clay, they're bigger names. That's the team the league would want. Yep. But there's always something to be said in the NBA about the baton getting passed. And you got to remember, I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying it's a discussion that we can have right now.
It ain't gonna be no passing no baton.
There's something about it, right?
It ain't.
No one expected the Suns to get there last year. The Suns did it.
It's not happening.
All right, Mel.
I'm not saying it will happen. Mel, don't misquote me. I'm saying it's a discussion that we can have right now
and that's the very reason I brought it up.
It's still probable.
Yeah, and that's the very reason I brought it up.
It might be impossible, but it's not improbable.
Right.
All right, I'm back, gents.
Yeah, it's not happening. Let me get through these comments real quick because they piling up. Raheem said Ben had a lot of shooters in Philly. I don't know about that. He had Danny Green and Seth Curry. Who was the other shooter?
Harris, right? Tobias Harris wasn't bad.
Are we counting Harris as a shooter? Okay.
Harris not bad. I squinted when I'm saying it, so you know it. I'm not declaring him as
I'm counting 2. I'm counting Seth and Danny Green, and not even Danny Green, but I'm gonna count them. Danny Green and Seth. That's 2. He said he had
you
a lot
don't count
of
Maxey?
shooters. No, hell no.
Not
He had a lot
last
of
year.
shooters
Last
Maxey
year he was
just
still
got
young.
there.
This year is different.
Hold on, let me get
You
to
don't
Ben
count
had
Maxey.
a lot of shooters. Wait, Marvin, let me read this right. Ben had a lot of shooters in Philly, and he was still a big reason they lost to Atlanta in the playoffs. I disagree. The biggest reason they lost in that playoffs was really Joel Embiid. If you want to go to the game that they had won where he missed 2 straight free throws, and the time where he was gassed in the fourth quarter, and then, he was out of shape. That's the reason why he had to get in better shape this season. Embiid didn't show up. And to be honest with you, Trey was so hot during the playoffs. And then I want to say in that game 1, he came out and torched them. And then in the next game,
close
the
to
game
40,
plan
right?
was, the next game, the game plan was to put Ben Simmons on Trey Young, a 6'11" guy on a 5'11" guy, and he shut it down. So to be real, if it wasn't for Ben Simmons' defense, they wouldn't even been in those games. Trey would have had 50 on them every game, and they would have been out of there 3-1. Right. Yep. So I disagree that Ben was a reason that they lost that series, man. I think that's just a lazy take. I don't trust Miami. Okay. It's Miami's. Yeah, okay, so this is the thing about Miami. They go be well coached. They're not gonna make mistakes. They're not gonna beat themselves. And Jimmy Butler's still very capable. And they got the shooting, they got the defense. And if they face a team like the Nets, they got PJ Tucker as a secret weapon, and they can use them the way Milwaukee used them last year.
But then the Nets got Durant's mom, who could just talk shit to PJ Tucker during the game like she done before.
That jump didn't work last year.
I like that one.
That jump didn't
work.
Was
she at the game? Year. Was she at the game tonight?
Probably.
I don't know about tonight.
Not gonna lie to you though, KD still put up numbers on PJ Tucker. It was just a little bit harder than everybody else.
Right. I mean, but you getting your numbers is fine. But if I'm able to play you 1-on-1, that's a win for me because KD go to get his numbers anyway. If I'm able to play you 1-on-1 and you're the only one getting your numbers, but your teammates aren't, I'm cool with that. And that's exactly what happened in that Milwaukee series. The only person that was getting the numbers was KD. He didn't have.
That's why getting Kyrie back healthy is, or not healthy, home and away, I should say, is key. Because Kyrie can create on his own, and Kyrie can embarrass people. And when you call sets for Kyrie, Durant can get his rest. When you're running sets and Durant's playing like almost like a Reggie Miller role, coming off screens and then having to dribble and create, he's exerting a lot of energy. But when you can let Kyrie break people down, clear out, and attack the rim and end up with like an 8-foot fadeaway, one-handed leaner, and hit it, that's everything to Durant because that allows Durant to recharge while on the court.
And
all you guys know that all you guys know defenses win championships, right?
Yep.
And then you all, once the Bulls get healthy, they got a hell of a defense. That's all I'm gonna say.
Who got a heck of a defense?
Once the Bulls get healthy, they got the best defense.
Yeah, they got a
Miami
really good
plays
defense.
good one too. I think Miami and Chicago are up there.
Well, at the beginning of the year, when the Bulls were missing one player, they were ranked higher than Miami.
I understand, but
Marvin, let me say this.
Now you're at the time of year where you played everybody in the NBA. Maybe you didn't have. I'm not saying the Bulls did. I haven't looked at the numbers, but now you're looking at the marathon instead of a sprint. The first month is a sprint. Some teams could have a lighter schedule. You could play teams in your division who are down low early on, right? To get the matchups for the television markets to excite everybody. But now you're looking at it where you've played everybody and now injuries factor in. Some teams do better. Some teams do weaker. So there's a lot of factors into those numbers. I mean, you can look at a team in any league and they got 4 straight weeks to open the season. The Denver Broncos, for example, went 3-0 to start the season. The Carolina Panthers went 3-0 to start the season. That first month looked fantastic for those teams. Neither one made the playoffs. So there's a lot to say about that first month of your schedule instead of the marathon.
Hey Marvin, let me
And
piggyback
before,
off what you said about defense wins championships, right? Can I make a better statement and you tell me if you agree? It's not
okay,
that
go ahead.
it's not just that defense wins championships. It's teams that have superstars that play great defense win championships. I mean, more 9 times out of 10, the team that win has a superstar that that is an unbelievable score, right? I think the last team we seen that was just mostly defense and with no superstar was probably Detroit.
Pistons.
Yeah,
04
it probably
Pistons,
was
baby.
04 Pistons, right? Now, other than that, you still got to play good defense, but you got to have a superstar that's a mismatch as soon as he step on the court. What is that person for the Bulls?
Nikola Vucevic,
superstar,
best.
Right.
Superstar.
Where's the guy that demands the
I
attention that Kevin Durant demands, or the attention that Steph Curry demands?
It'd probably
DeMar.
be DeRozan right now.
DeMar DeRozan.
That's the closest you got.
I'm gonna tell you this.
But not only do you have DeMar, you got Zach also.
And you got Paul.
And here's the deal.
But listen.
The reason I'm saying that is this, and I'm not just saying it because I'm a Bull fan. Not only do you have them.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm saying it because of our defense.
Yes, you are.
My question at hand was defense. And when you can play Io, and plus all of the guys who we getting back are going to be the most rested guys. They're going to be well rested. And when you can bring Io off the bench.
If you play the Nets, you got to say Kyrie is the most rested guy in the league.
Well, I mean, you can't because, hold on, Lonzo been out almost 4 straight months. Kyrie been playing game here, game there at least.
A game here, game there, but that's rested.
You think Lonzo Ball
would have to come back and get his legs fresh. Kyrie has been slowly doing that without risking injury. Ball would have to get it up and going.
They did just get Caruso back. So Caruso is
Caruso back, and Pat Williams should be coming back.
They might be getting Patrick Williams back too, so that's gonna be a big piece. And then Lonzo Ball come at. I mean, the Bulls look very good. However, I'm gonna continue to pose that question. They got what they need on defense. On offense, which proven commodity in the playoffs do they have that is the level of Steph, KD, LeBron, or any of those guys?
All I can say is hopefully DeMar. That's all I can say.
All right. So is he a proven commodity in the playoffs, or is he on the level?
No, he's definitely not. He's definitely
not. He would have to prove it. He would have to prove it. But I think he is on the verge of superstardom. The way he's been playing.
Sure. Right? He's on the back end of his career, so we can't say he's on the verge of superstardom now. He played phenomenal with Toronto. I mean, Toronto had better records.
It's at another level now, though.
Well, is it?
Playoffs.
I think what it
playoffs is a different story, right? We've seen many guys put up a good regular season and disappear in the playoffs. First name to come to mind is Dominique Wilkins. Guy was at or winning scoring titles and got into the NBA playoffs, and Larry Bird dogged his ass. So
I just wanted to pose
have good marathons, but they're not good for the sprint. And it's a thing I keep going to because that's what the NBA is, right?
Yeah.
You have mismatches. You have guys who don't make the playoffs. You put up 40 points a game against them in 3 games, and now all of a sudden you average 40 points in a week. And then you play the big games on Sunday and on NBC. I'm going back in the day. Am I aging myself there with NBA on NBC on a Sunday afternoon? Or you play TNT during the week, or you play ESPN during the week, and you get the good matchup, and now you only score 22 points. Yeah. So your average comes down. But your average is still up because you're putting up 28 to 30 because of the mismatches, right? So I think it's a matter of who DeRozan gets as an opponent, but I don't think we can dismiss. Now, DeRozan might not be on the verge of a 10-year run, a 15-year run like LeBron or Durant or Kobe, but I think we can put DeRozan into a potential superstar like level right now.
I mean,
I think you got to prove it in the playoffs.
I would like to, but look, this what it boils down to.
That's why I said potential, because he's got to prove it, right?
This is what it boils down to. If I had to put my money on one of you guys climbing and making it to the top of Mount Fuji, and Nick is the only person who's actually done it once or twice, and Marvin and Chris has never done it. They've never even tried it, or maybe they've done it and failed to get to the top. I'm not putting my money on the people who's never been up there. I'm putting my money on the person who's been there a couple of times.
Bet on me, Mel, all day, every day, bro. I got you.
We've seen DeMar, Embiid, Harden. Just name the French superstar, and we've seen them make it and fail. And until they actually get to the top of the mountain, I'm betting with the guys who's been there. Kyrie has a ring, been there twice. KD has 2 rings, been there 4 times. My money's on those guys. I would even put my money on Butler before I put it on DeMar DeRozan and the Bulls. They just got to prove it.
So. Yeah,
Butler been around just as long and disappeared just as much, though.
I just say it because I think the Bulls have a better defensive squad, and I think it's going to be a team effort to win the championship, and it's going to be a grind.
Who are the big guys?
Let me ask you this, Marvin, because you seem to know the Bulls more than like the rest of us probably.
Even though Mel got the hat on, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a cop out for Mel.
If it matches the shirt, bro, he got to ride it.
Yeah.
If the Nets were 100% and the Bulls were 100%, who's matching up with who, and who's winning that matchup?
Well, I'm just going to tell you from the start, Bulls will lose the series. I ain't got to even go through the matchups. We can't beat them if they're 100% and we're 100%. KD's going to be a little bit too much. I mean, he just is, man. KD is a fucking beast, man.
I love the honesty. A lot of people,
man,
a lot of fans.
I wasn't expecting that answer.
A lot of fans won't say that. I tip my hat and appreciate the honesty for you saying that.
That's why
I'm a true Bull fan, but I'm honest. I'm just gonna tell the truth. Listen, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If the Nets are 100%, nobody's gonna beat them. Nobody. Agreed. Not in the East. Now, I don't know about the West, but as a matter of fact, I don't even think nobody in the West will beat them. If they can get Simmons back and he got his head on right and they get healthy, they're gonna win the championship.
It's possible. Right now. It's possible.
I feel like
KD's the wild card, guys. KD's the wild card.
Kyrie's the wild card.
No, I think it's KD, guys. Because see, you can listen. You can stop Kyrie. I'm telling you, because he's vulnerable. KD has the length, man. He's got the size. He's a matchup nightmare. I don't care if you put Giannis on him. You put Giannis on him, he's going to go around him. You put anybody smaller, he's going to shoot over the.
How many people can you put in front of Kyrie for 48 minutes a game for 7 games?
You're just trapping. Bubble.
And he done got out of it before.
Yeah, but still, if you trapping him constantly, you're doing better. Against KD,
his IQ is high enough to pass out of that, and he has people that's reliable that he can pass out to, i.e., Patty Mills, Seth Curry, KD.
But is he durable?
Who, Kyrie?
Yeah, he's been hurt two times in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't see Kyrie getting hurt if he plays every game this postseason.
Well, it's not just getting hurt. He wears down in the playoffs because of the wear and tear of the game in the playoffs.
Because he was by himself. He was by himself in Boston. He didn't have a proven Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown yet. Marcus Smart was sketchy. In Brooklyn, he didn't have KD yet. He didn't have Harden. He didn't have nobody. Now he doesn't have to shoulder the load. And even still, he can still, because when Harden went over there and it was like, Harden, you're the point guard. Kyrie, you're the shooting guard. They could still run that. Why? Because Patty Mills is a capable point guard. Seth Curry is a capable point guard. Kyrie could still be the number 2. And I forgot about Dragic.
So you telling me
you got Dragic, and Dragic just fed the
That's what I'm telling you about. That's what I'm telling you about the Nets. If they get healthy, they the top. But I'm gonna ask you this: Would Kyrie won this game by himself today, like Durant did? I don't think
he dropped 50 the other day, and Durant played. Durant played the sideshow and only scored 17, and they won.
I don't think he'd have beat the Knicks by himself.
Kyrie dropped 50 on the Hornets, which is obviously a better team than the Knicks.
I mean, the prime example of it was last year's playoffs. Durant almost beat Milwaukee by himself. Durant almost beat that team by himself.
Mm-hmm.
One, if he was a size 16, just like he said, and his feet went so damn long, he would have beat him.
Yeah.
By himself.
And he'd have another ring.
Steppers, bro.
I'm just telling you. And you see. And plus, and here's the deal. KD, he's just as calm. He seems like he's never under pressure. Never. No. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Kyrie. He plays that way also, but not like KD. He don't miss free throws. If you leave him open, it's a done deal. You might as well go to the other end. Kyrie misses.
And I'm going to say rest in peace, Stuart Scott. KD is as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Yeah,
Kyrie is too. Hold on, Kyrie's been a 50-40-90.
I'm not shitting on Kyrie, but I think just KD is
a different brand.
Hold on. But Kyrie's been 50-40-90 for the last 2 years.
Yeah,
that's a great accomplishment. You're shooting just as well as Steve Nash and Mark Price and Steph Curry. This is Kyrie.
Yeah.
No.
The only difference is KD has the length to get that shot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I believe it's easier to take Kyrie away.
You throw a tall guy out at him, and you can fluster him to give the ball.
That's right. You can take him away from the game easier than you can KD.
But the thing about that is the downfall.
Guy with like 49-inch fucking arms.
Wait. Let me say this. That's easier said than That's easier said than done, right? Because if you're using a tall guy to come out on Kyrie to stop him from getting 30 or 35.
To double him, I'm saying. You put a guard on him, but you send the second guy with the length to double, and then make Kyrie give the ball up.
That's a waste if you got KD on the court. If you're doubling Kyrie and leaving KD on the other side,
you got problems.
You'll have some issues, right? You know, they're not going to waste the
if you send height at KD, he could dribble around, still pull up,
or shoot over it
and shoot over you.
Yeah, right, but listen, what y'all are describing are things that would give a team led by Kyrie problems if he was the number one scorer.
Yeah, I understand.
Those things are not going to come into play that much when KD's still on the court. Right, because
the thing is that you got to compliment both of them because they're both capable of playing a one-on-one game while still playing a team game. And they don't care if one scores 30 and the other one scores 12 and they get the dub, they're content, man.
And here's your answer, Mel.
And they're not selfish. They will easily defer to one another.
Yeah, here's your answer, Mel. Game tied, 5 seconds to go. Who you get a ball to? Durant or Kyrie?
KD.
Durant, because he can get a shot off over anybody.
KD.
So that's why I'm telling you. Durant. That's why I'm just letting you know.
Durant and Jordan.
I would rather be killed by Kyrie.
Wait
a minute. Mel, do you disagree?
Let me answer the question. Because the way y'all saying it, it's like these guys are not on the same team, right? So let me run y'all through this. If you're playing in a game, more than likely the guy that's going to be guarding Kyrie is going to be the other team's point guard.
Or
Kyrie can get it. No, your best defender is on KD. Yep. You're not going to waste 6'8".
What if your best defender is Gary Payton type of guard? You're not putting him on KD. He'll shoot right over him.
Kyrie, if your best defender is not 6'8" with long arms, it's going to be very easy for Kyrie to get his shot off on him just as well as it would for KD to get his shot off on somebody. Kyrie's fadeaway and pull-up game is on the level with Kobe's.
Deadly.
It's on the level with Kobe with the mid-range. I would trust him or KD with the last shot. It doesn't even matter.
But who would you give it to?
It depends on who's open or who has the one-on-one.
It depends on the game situation too.
I mean, you got to inbounds the ball. Who are you going to inbounds the ball to? Real simple.
That depends on Marvin. It depends on
8 times out of 10, it's going to Durant because Durant will have the mismatch.
Think about it like this.
Okay, the play is going to be ran for who?
It's going to be ran for Durant 80% of the time.
Hold on, we'll do it like this.
Hold on. If we're playing the Warriors and Kyrie has been guarded by Steph, I'm letting Kyrie take the last shot because more than likely
correct. But they wouldn't put Steph on Kyrie. They'd probably put Thompson on him. Green or someone else on Durant.
That's how Kyrie hit the game on them when they came back.
And I think they've learned their lesson of you're not trusting Steph to play defense in a critical moment. You waste Steph and you put him on the guy taking the ball out, so he's not exposed.
So Draymond Green's on KD.
You still go
and,
KD.
And Clay is on Kyrie. You go with KD. Okay.
KD.
And I posed that question because and not toot my own horn, but the Bulls do have
slow. That question is about to make me pick up my pace.
The Bulls have Lonzo Ball, and that's why I'll pose that question.
You attack him if he's covering Kyrie, you attack him.
No, Lonzo Ball, one of their best defenders, though.
That's right. He's gonna be on Kyrie.
But I like Kyrie's quickness over Ball.
No. I believe that's awesome.
I like the matchup.
I can't. I wish
you got to remember.
I wish we would play him.
The series, you might run it one way. Game 4 or 5 of the series, and you got that data and that analytics over 4 or 5 games, it might change. So
I think against the Bulls,
it now, you could attack game 1 of the series a certain way.
Hold on, I'm getting some help.
4 or 5, it's different.
I'm getting some help from the comments. He said, "So your second best defender is on Kyrie, bro. That's a wrap. Only Kyrie can stop himself at that much." Yeah, if your first best defender is on KD,
I like it. I put it this way. It's a great problem for the Nets to have that you have 2 of the greatest one-on-one scorers in the if you're talking great one-on-one scorers in the history of the NBA, I think both of these guys are top 10. Individual, break down the defender, bust his ass, get a bucket when needed. Because they can shoot straight up. They can shoot off the side. They could shoot mid-range. You're putting Kobe up there. You're putting Jordan up there. You're putting Bird up there.
I just think Durant is more pure.
That ass.
I think Durant is more pure. That's all.
Out of the 29 other teams, who has 2 proven defenders that you could put one on one and one on the other?
Out of the Lakers with LeBron and Westbrook.
No, stop it.
I'm fucking kidding.
Hold on, Miami has a good defender in Jimmy Butler, a good defender in PJ Tucker, a good defender in the twin that they got from the Charlotte Hornets. I forgot his name.
Caleb
Martin. And they got one more. I mean,
Bam.
They can try Bam on KD a little bit and see if that works.
Nobody's
KD
had
was
2
cooking.
defenders
KD was
that
cooking
can
Bam
cover
in the Olympics.
He's too slow. He's too slow to cover him. He's too slow.
KD was cooking Bam in the Olympics.
And I was going to say, no, he's talking about this year. You're talking about this year, right, Mel?
Yeah.
Nobody can do it. You're referring to this year?
The last team that could do it was the Bulls with Jordan and Pippen. That was the last team that can guard a big and a guard.
Now, I can say this because I got a question here. I know Caruso is small. Can he guard Durant?
Fuck no.
He can guard Kyrie. No. He can try to guard Durant. No,
yes, he is going to guard him.
Try.
He already had
Electra in her prime, but I'm not fucking doing it.
Listen, they've tried that before. They put Pat Beverly on KD. You know, it's not a bad strategy. I mean, if you just want to kind of annoy him and get him.
Pest him.
You know,
you could do that in spurts,
but the worst
you're not doing that
in
the biggest moment of the game.
The worst thing that you can do as a coach or a star player from another team is piss Kevin Durant off.
Yes.
Nah, you don't want to do that. He on a Jordan and Kobe level with that, man.
That is
we're not trying to piss him off.
We're
not trying to piss him off.
Caruso on him, you're pissing him off.
Exactly. If you
Caruso's a beast, man. Please, Caruso is a beast. He can stay. He guards a lot of people, man.
But who's he guarding on Durant's level? You got to remember, you're talking about an all-time great, not a guy in the middle of the season in a meaningless game. You're talking playoffs, clutch moment, need a basket. You're going to put Caruso on Durant in that moment? Stop.
Well, we would have to. We would have to.
Listen,
we would have to.
You're not doing it. You're going to take the L. You're going to take the L.
Listen, PJ Tucker pissed off Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant dropped 45.
Yeah. Like PJ Tucker over Caruso 10 times out of 10.
And PJ Tucker is a way better defender. He pissed KD off and he dropped 45.
What? PJ Tucker is a way better defender than who? Caruso?
PJ Tucker is a way better defender than Caruso.
You dispute that?
You want me to? I can read. I'm looking at the numbers. You want me to read them? And he been out.
I'm talking about big moments. Tucker's done it in playoffs
big
against big guys. Caruso is doing it against nobody. It's in the central middle of the season. Caruso doesn't have the playoff experience to be that guy. You want to put Caruso on – now, this is your scenario. You want to put Caruso on Durant in a deciding moment of a playoff game.
No, I don't want to play them. That's my thing. I don't want to play this.
Okay, that's different. You're doing the goose from Top Gun. You're hitting the eject. You just want to crash and die.
Hey, that's our best bet. Let's let Miami play them. Let's let Philly play them. Y'all beat them. Somebody beat them. We don't want them.
Now,
if you have a big moment, if you have a very big moment in a playoff game,
man, can you picture that Philly matchup against him?
And that ball's coming in with 2.8 seconds left on the sideline, you would take PJ Tucker 10 times out of 10 over Caruso.
Oh, yeah.
You can't say
just for size alone.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
but
in the Bulls case, that's all we got. He's gonna have to play him, because you're gonna keep ball on Kyrie. So that's all we got. He have to play him.
I would rather Chris Morris from the '94 Nets over Caruso in that moment.
I'd like to see Scottie Pippen against him, man.
Oh,
I will say this.
That'd be a fucking matchup there, bro.
That would be this. Yeah. I agree with you there. You won me back with that comment, bro. Cheers.
Hey, man, that's a great damn. That would be the best matchup I've seen in years. Who would win that, man?
I would love.
Who would win that matchup, guys?
Pippen against.
Hold on. Let me hear what Chris. Let me hear what Chris was about to say.
Go ahead, Chris.
I will say this, and they're slept on this year, and I don't know why. Not Brooklyn. Boston has a decent 2-punch defender as well.
And Smart.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So you think Tatum? You think Tatum could play him?
No,
not
Smart
Tatum,
and Brown are
Jaylen
the
Brown.
defenders.
Jaden, how tall is Jaylen Brown? 6'5"?
No, he's the power forward. 6'8", 6'9".
6'7".
No, he's not 6'9".
6'7".
I don't think he can stand Durant though.
Boston plays really good defense, man.
They're
Smart
good on ball. They're good off ball.
Team defense. We talking about last second shot. He played good team defense. We talking about a last second shot.
So you're saying Smart on Irving, Brown on Durant?
I feel like Jaylen Brown would be more competition on that last second shot than Alex Caruso.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, yeah, he's bigger than him. Yeah, he's bigger.
He's more physical. He's quicker. He can get up in your chest. You're not going to blow by him, and he will commit to playing it. I haven't seen Caruso do that.
Can Thibault handle him, guys?
Hell
no.
Who?
That's
Philly.
So this is the deal with Thibault, right? He don't give them the offensive punch that they want because they want Maxey and Harris and Harden on the floor, right? That's the 1, 2, and 3. Maxey, Harden, and Harris. So if I'm just smart the 1, 2, and 3. So if they're putting Thibault out there just to offset and try to guard Durant, that means Maxey, Harden, or Harris, one of those guys are on the bench. So they're losing offense to try to offset KD's offense. And
Thibault's a starter.
He's not.
Starter's one thing.
Thibault does start. Thibault started.
Hold on one second. Starter is one thing. Clutch game deciding moments, defenders are a different discussion than starting.
Thibault starts, man.
Big difference.
He's in the starting lineup.
He don't get starter minutes. I'm telling you.
But they take him out early. But he's a starter.
Wait. The game when Philly played the Nets and they lost by 1,000 points. What was Thibault in?
1,004.
Oh no, he was on Kyrie.
Don't forget that 1,004.
They had him on Kyrie. He was on Kyrie. They tried what's his name on Durant? What's his name? The other one? Tobias.
Yeah, they put Tobias because he wasn't on Kyrie.
Yeah, Thibault was on Kyrie. Was a whole game.
Oh,
if he was on Kyrie, Kyrie still wouldn't have 25.
Now look at that comment, the new one from Teddy Jr. on the bottom.
What does it say?
Michael
Cooper on KD.
You know
Is
what?
He big enough?
I didn't get to see Michael Cooper play live to see how. I mean,
how old
just
are you,
by
Mel?
reading history. I'm 40.
Hey, I got the guy who would stop.
You didn't see Cooper in
Dennis. I got the guy who would stop.
When
Dennis
Worthy
Rodman.
got tired, they threw Cooper on Bird, and he didn't do bad. That ain't
Dennis
a bad
Rodman.
comment, Teddy.
Dennis Rodman would shut him down.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant.
Well, shut him down. No.
Brody.
Oh yes, he would, because he'd have him so damn frustrated he wouldn't even want to shoot. Dennis Rodman would shut his
big difference from slowing down.
Somebody's getting kicked out the damn. Somebody's getting kicked out the damn game if Dennis Rodman is guarding KD. I'm telling you right now.
Kevin Durant don't get frustrated. Kevin Durant gets mad.
You sneeze on Durant, you're getting thrown out.
No, Durant gonna be ready to fight too. You know how y'all guys know how Rodman played. Come on now. Yeah. He would frustrate the hell out of that guy.
The same could be said for Rodman on LeBron. LeBron would be crying every night if he had to play Rodman.
You damn right.
Y'all giving Rodman a lot of credit. I know Rodman was a hustler. I know he was a good defender and a good rebounder.
Good on-ball defender too, man. Y'all was a great on-ball defender.
Sure, in Detroit.
In Chicago too.
In Chicago, he was a little old. You know, he was 35, 36, 37 in Chicago.
That's a different era.
And he still was on the first number one defensive team.
Time and time again.
They would
pummel Jordan, and Jordan just fucking took his medicine, went to the free throw line.
Yeah. I'm going to say this. Rodman would play defense on Durant when he didn't have the damn ball. He'd be under his damn draws.
Sure.
You know
if Durant was in that era, I give Rodman the heads up. But the way they officiate the game today with this review, flagrant 1, flagrant 2, eject you bullshit, it's a different era. If you're putting Rodman the way he played back then in this era, he's not the same player.
He doesn't make it out of the
Durant
first half.
from now and moving Durant to back then, Rodman has the advantage. You got to look at the way the game is officiated, where it's fucking jello soft nowadays.
Dennis Rodman.
I'm looking at the
first half in this era.
Yeah, I'm looking at the first game, guys. The Nets against Philly, and Curry had 29 in that game against Brooklyn. Brooklyn still won. Durant had 34. Kyrie didn't play, and they beat him that game too. The first game against Philly and Brooklyn. The first game.
When was this?
When Curry was still on this year. Curry was still on Philly this year. He had 29. Embiid had 32.
Yeah.
And Thibault played 18 minutes. He only had 8.
And Philly,
I got to add one thing to the comments.
Philly lost.
You're talking about Michael Cooper
114-105.
Who would have thought that Michael Cooper would have a better weekend in 2022 than Amari Cooper had by getting traded to the Browns with with Baker Mayfield?
Wait a minute, y'all don't like that trade?
Hell no.
I feel bad. But if you're bringing Cooper to the Browns and now you're trading away Landry, you're in the same boat. You still only got one receiver that you can double and eliminate. You're not pairing him with anybody. We're pairing him with Donovan Peoples-Jones.
I didn't know they got rid of Landry.
No, they didn't. They're looking to
Landry got the okay to seek a trade.
But my thing about it is this, right? I feel like Dallas is acting like Amari Cooper asked for that trade. Because why would you trade him to the Browns? No, he didn't. The Cowboys
can't. He called Dak Prescott a black Kirk Cousins. He basically said, "Get me the fuck out of here."
Y'all think that's true?
I don't think that's true.
That came out from players and coaches in that meeting at the end of the season meeting.
We already knew
because he played like a black Kirk Cousins in that playoff game against the Niners.
Well, that's not such a bad thing. Kirk Cousins just got a second bag.
We already
the money don't make him good, Mel. You know the money don't make him good. Hell,
somebody think he good.
Listen, we already knew that Dallas was going to be spent money wise come this offseason. They had to do it. It was either going to be cut Zeke or trade him.
That's who should have got cut.
Exactly. But because Pollard looked like a much more efficient running back than Zeke did last year.
I mean, how you going to pay a running back before you pay your damn quarterback?
How are you going to overpay both?
Wow.
I think they just overpaid Gallup.
It's not bad. So? $12.5 million a year. That's not bad.
What was Amari acting for?
Was bad. Michael Thomas Cooper was at $22 million a year. The next 3 years are $22
that's too
million.
Much. How old is Cooper?
Dallas took the $6 million hit to trade him this year for $16 million on the Cleveland cap. I'm a Jet guy, so Jets made the call. They wanted to restructure the deal. Dallas said no, and then the Jets were like, "Fuck it, we're out."
You a Jets fan?
I am, aka an
I
alcoholic.
I'll send you some flowers, man. Don't worry about it.
Who's your team?
Bears. Hell, I'm Chicago everything, and then we ain't worth a
Bears.
damn
I'd
either.
send you flowers, but they'd fucking freeze
Yeah,
and
you
die
gonna.
by the third week of September. So I'm not wasting the money.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm Bears, Bulls, Cubs. I'm all Chicago, and I ain't never
Okay.
been nothing but
All right.
Chicago. All Chicago.
You know what?
Including the Cubs.
Congratulations, because the last great catch that was made in Chicago was by Bartman. It certainly wasn't a Bears player.
Yeah, you're right. For the Cubs, you're gonna bring that up. We won the damn World Series, though. How about that? And White Sox are very close too right now. So
they've done well the last couple of years. Absolutely.
Yeah, but we ain't played worth a damn in the playoffs. Playoffs, we just crumble.
But Mel, you don't what do you feel, Mel? How you feel about the Amari Cooper trade?
Yeah.
I feel bad for him, man. I mean, Landry and Odell Beckham just don't seem like they can get the ball enough, man, from Baker Mayfield, man. So now Cooper's over there.
Team, right?
Yeah, it is a run first team, but at the same time, you got two stud receivers, man. They got to count for something. I mean, Green Bay is really a run first team. I mean, they spent the second round on a running back or third round on the running back. They just got one receiver, and Aaron Rodgers.
They're more efficient. That's the difference. They
Okay,
get more opportunities to throw because they're more efficient offense, and they move the chains a lot. The Browns fail when they get in throw situations.
Listen, they're more efficient because of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you're a run first team, you're utilizing your stud running back with a stud backup running back the same way Cleveland has, right? But you're supposed to set your run first for a reason. You're supposed to be setting that up for the pop in the passing game.
Yes.
When it's Baker's turn to shine and pop in the passing game, he's supposed to be hitting those stud receivers like Odell and Jarvis Landry like clockwork.
He just can't.
He hasn't been able to
bread basket.
No, hasn't been able to do it yet. The blueprint is there. They're trying to they got him 2 Pro Bowl running backs. The blueprint is there. Do what Aaron Rodgers is doing with Green Bay, but the quarterback's not good enough to do it. And he's not a bad quarterback. He's good. He's good.
The Browns need to play for Deshaun Watson, honestly.
Mel, read the chat on CHN 23. I'll take Watson over Dak.
I'll take Watson over Dak any day.
I'll take Watson over Dak, absolutely.
Too. And it's after Dak threw 38 touchdowns, most pass touchdowns in Dallas Terry. I mean, all 3 guys are good, but yeah, I would take Wilson first, Watson second, and Dak third.
You take Wilson over Watson?
You take Watson over Dak? You guys like Watson over Dak?
Yeah. I like about 10 quarterbacks over Dak.
Watson is definitely a better quarterback. His decision making when the pocket collapses is incredible.
And he did it even after they traded Hopkins. He did it with nobody, and he still put up huge numbers and efficiency rating.
They did him wrong.
Deshaun Watson took a cleat to the face and still threw a first down.
Now you sound like a LeBron fan now.
Wait, you can say Carson Wentz tore his ACL and threw a touchdown. You're just basically talking about one play.
You sound like LeBron.
He did it, right? He tore his ACL against the Rams through the touchdown, and then fucking Foles went and won a Super Bowl, and he's been a crybaby since.
Yeah, wow. You sound bad on that one, bro. Yeah, I'm taking to answer your question. No,
I sound bad?
No,
you talking about me.
But to answer your question, your question, yeah, I'm taking Wilson over Watson.
You taking Wilson over Watson? Wilson? Wait, are you taking him for this year? Or are you taking him for the future?
Oh, you saying if I'm trying to build a future around? I mean,
no. But like right now, today, if you're a team, Wilson. If you're the Broncos, and you have Deshaun Watson with no personal issues, and then you have Wilson, similar contracts, who you taking for this year for a run? No personal issues with Watson. Who you taking? You cannot say you're taking Russell Wilson over Watson. There's no personal.
I'm taking Russell Wilson.
I am too.
You're going to do good for the first 7 weeks and then fold because that's what Wilson's done the last 3 years.
Really? Well, yeah, the last 3 years maybe. Okay.
Go look at it.
That's fine. That's fine. But look,
wait a minute.
That's the same thing.
Decision making.
The same thing is saying Aaron Rodgers go get you to the championship and
then lose.
and then lose.
But
right?
decision making.
You look at Wilson. Wilson has been on teams that have been built to win. They have been good.
Mm-hmm.
Watson hasn't had
that.
Did
he lose because of him though?
Away
but did they lose?
Hopkins. They traded
have they
away
lost
J.J.
because of
Watt.
Wilson?
They traded away Brandon Cooks.
But half them teams lost because of Wilson.
No, Mark, I don't.
I'll tell you right now, man. I think Watson is a top 4 talent in the NFL as a quarterback.
I think he's dope. But look, I don't look at it like that. The knock that you got on Russell Wilson right now, saying that he's been on these great teams and that's how he succeeded. I don't plan on putting him on a team that's not great. You get what I'm saying? So like when everybody be like, oh man, look what this guy did without X, Y, and Z. Well, look, just give him X, Y, and Z, and then you don't have to worry about it. So I'm not planning on
about Watson. If the playing field is level and you give Watson, Judy, Patrick, Sutton with Williams in the backfield, that defense and that O-line, man, I think you're seeing Deshaun Watson on a fucking Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady level. I think he's going to be amazing.
I hope so.
So are the Broncos on the verge, guys?
No, because they got Wilson. They're a third-place team.
What?
They're behind the Chargers and the Chiefs, 100%. Until Wilson shows he can do it for an entire season, I think they're a team that could be 10-7, which would be an improvement. But I still see them behind the Chargers and the Chiefs.
Bro, the Chargers just got Khalil Mack from us, man.
I don't know who that comment is because it just says Facebook user, but that is fucking fantastic.
Hold on, I'm about to find who made this comment. Hold on.
Quote of the day: "Them gas prices even drove Brady out of retirement."
I'm looking at ESPN right now.
That's my boy Mike. What's up, Mike?
Great comment, Mike. I'm going to admit I'm stealing that shit. I'm telling you ahead of time.
Listen, Russell Wilson,
your Brady quote. Your Brady quote is all over the front page of ESPN right now. Unfinished business. Brady returns as Bucks quarterback.
I can't wait to watch Stafford knock him out again.
Russell and my boy, Russell Wilson ruined any chance of getting the ring by going to the AFC West.
Maybe not.
Do you guys believe
there's no way he gets out of that division unscathed? You got Patrick Mahomes twice, Justin Herbert twice, and Derek Carr twice. You don't come out that division with a 500 record.
Kansas City better up their defense, man. They might not be able to outscore everybody every week.
Oh, the days of Kansas City dominating are
over.
Shrinking. It's not over. It's shrinking.
And if you're
they got to go through. They got to go through too many.
You got Bosa and you got Mack. You got Derwin James. You have an up-and-coming offense. You got a quarterback entering his prime in season 3. You got the potential to go and get Bobby Wagner. And then you're picking number 17, and you have the potential to add a cornerback. Maybe Derek Stingley Jr. falls to you, and the Chiefs don't pick the 29. You can pick a better cornerback who can help you quicker. I think that the Chargers and the Bengals are on the verge of domination.
That's what I was just going to say.
Can I answer this question by Teddy real quick? The question that he got up there right there. He said, do you guys believe a quarterback having a good year is predicated upon how good or bad his offensive line is? I'm going to say no, just for the simple fact that we just seen Joe Burrow take 8,000 sacks to the face and make the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Will they get back, guys?
Who? The Cincinnati Bengals?
Cincinnati. Yeah.
Depends.
They might not make it back next year, but they
have a great wide receiver core. They got a great running back. They have a fantastic quarterback. They got a good young coach. They lost Riley Reef for the season, and Jonah Williams had to move out to tackle. If you bring Reef back, you put Jonah Williams back at guard, and you draft either a guard or a tackle in the first round, and then you get a defender. They tag Jesse Bates so he stays. You take a cornerback or you get Bobby Wagner to convince him to come to Cincinnati and lead that defense. You got Hendrickson and some other guys on the D-line. They have all the pieces there to succeed. They're
not surprising anybody no more, guys.
But if you take the team that nobody believed in and you add 2-3 pieces that make you better, there's definitely opportunity.
I say this. Usually the team that loses the Super Bowl doesn't get back very often, guys.
It's true.
That's cap.
I mean,
Cincinnati.
here's a statement that I pose to people all the time. I ask this question all the time. Who lost the Super Bowl 2 years ago? None of us know.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
The Chiefs.
Kansas City.
I mean, but usually
No. 2 years ago was the 49ers.
That's right. Usually people do not even know who lost the Super Bowl.
Do you know that the last 14 teams to make the Super Bowl have never made it back?
That's why I'm telling you about Cincinnati. And if those players can be so happy and think, oh man, I'm guaranteed to get back next year, they got another thing coming. Because that is one of the toughest things to get to is the Super Bowl, guys.
This is why I said they might not make it back next year, but the way that team is, bro, 2 years from being the worst team in the league and you make it to the Super Bowl and you got nothing but room to improve and build, you're going to be a problem either soon or starting off like right now. They're going to be a problem. That division is theirs for the taking for the next 5 years.
No,
I just
them in Baltimore.
I just say they're not surprising anybody no more. They're not surprising anybody no more. Everybody's got their eyes on them. I don't see them getting back no time soon. Plus, they coming out of AFC.
Yeah, but the AFC North is between them and Baltimore for the next 5 years.
I mean, AFC period. AFC playoffs.
But we've already seen them take down the class of the AFC. They took down.
Yeah, on a surprise. On a surprise. And it's no more surprises for those guys. Everybody's looking at them.
So the Chiefs,
and I'm not saying they wasn't capable.
Listen, the Chiefs, we stopped being surprised by the Chiefs after that first year, and they still made it back 2 years later, 2 years in a row afterwards.
But the Chiefs I believe the Chiefs' talent is more than Cincinnati's. Well, I don't know. No, yeah.
Exactly. You can't say that because Cincinnati's talent is crazy and it's homegrown, just like Kansas City was.
Yeah. I got a question for you, Mel.
Yeah.
Will Mark Jackson ever coach again in the NBA?
Hell no.
No.
And it's sad.
No.
Because of the NBA banning him, you think? Or because he's not a good coach?
No, I don't think he's getting banned. It's just I think the reason why he ended up losing his job is enough for him not, to be like, you know what, it's no point because he's not going to change as a person. Remember, the reason why he lost his job is because, what the story says is, because he's very right. He's a religious guy, and he would hold these sermons when he was on the road. He would do like virtual, like we're doing right now, and hold his sermons. And he preached against homosexuality a numerous amount of times. And I want to say the owner or maybe someone in the front office of the Warriors is a homosexual. So
and it offended him.
It offended him. Right now, he couldn't fire him for that. However, he could find something else to fire him about. And I don't know what the real reason why he got fired, but that caused a lot of tension between him and the owner or him in the front office, right? So no one's gonna hire him because he's still gonna be the same person. He's still gonna preach to his congregation when he's on the road.
Who are we talking about?
Talking about Mark Jackson.
Will he ever be hired again as an NBA coach?
No,
I don't think so. If he hasn't been hired now, he's probably just going to do the announcer thing for a while.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I brought it up because New York sure would like to have him. The Knicks.
You know what? That job might.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, he might come out for that job. I didn't even think about that yet. He might like that job for real.
They kind of thinking about it, guys.
That's not.
And I think he'd be all right. I think he would be all right there.
I'm not a Knicks fan, but I think the Knicks being good is good for the league, kind of like the Lakers, kind of like whatever team Tom Brady is on. I just think that market in New York, as good as the Nets could be, and me as a Net fan, let's be real, the Knicks still control that market.
Yeah.
And
you guys hear that story coming out of New York about Julius Randle's wife calling in to Knicks Fan TV?
No.
If I don't care what Julius Randle says, I can't care what his wife says.
She was complaining about the fans getting on Julius and that is following them home.
I mean, I don't know how the fans are getting on Julius Randle. 12 months ago, these idiots were chanting MVP in the Garden for the guy. So,
well, that was 12 months ago.
I guess they overreacted a little too soon.
And that is New York. They are hot.
Yeah,
I mean, if you get a chance.
They're mad at themselves because they put the fucking carriage before the horse with that team. They were chanting. All these fucking stupid white kids from Long Island were dancing outside of the Garden when they beat the Hawks in one goddamn game in a playoff series. And they're like 42 games, or 22 games under 500 since then.
And they got
I'll say it because I know you guys can't. That's why you never listen to rich white kids. They don't know shit.
You think it was embarrassing? I think they just got beat. I don't think they got embarrassed.
No, I think it was embarrassing that fans were chanting MVP and these
idiot knowledge fans of a fan.
Dancing out in front of the Garden after winning one playoff game.
Well, that's just the knowledge of fans. You know, if you got dumbass fans, that's different. That's every fucking city.
I can't agree with that comment.
Let me backtrack real quick. The Mark Jackson thing. He's saying that he think Mark used Curry wrong. Y'all think Mark Jackson used Curry wrong? Because I will say he exploded more under Steve Kerr's system. But would you say Mark Jackson used him wrong?
No, I will say that Curry didn't evolve yet to what Curry was. I think Curry's career trajectory did not take off until that additional year. I don't think it was coaching. I don't think it was scheme. I don't think it was play calling. I think that Curry's game just evolved to another level with being in the year for another league or two.
What year was that he coached? I'm trying to look at the numbers. What year was that he had the
Warriors got to the playoffs and they lost 14 and 15. No,
they won in 15. They won in 15.
Yeah.
Did he take them to the championship?
Jackson did not, no. But the first year with Curry, they did. And I don't think Curry was the deciding factor. I think Curry's evolvement or evolution as a pro was better.
Did somebody pose that question in the chat?
It would have been the same trajectory if Jackson was there.
Yeah.
Mel, did somebody pose that in the chat?
Marvin. Yeah.
Okay, you guys say that was 2014?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was Jackson's last year, yes.
2013, 2014, because Kerr won the championship in his first year. That was 14-15.
Okay, I'm finna look at and they were basically the same team with Klay Thompson. They didn't have Durant, did they?
No.
Durant didn't go there
until after. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Andre Iguodala, Leandro Barbosa, Draymond Green was there.
Who was their center? Didn't they have a big center?
They had Andrew Bogut. So this is
They had Bogut.
This is how the Warriors went under Mark Jackson. Clay and Curry. Well, we all knew Curry could shoot, but remember Curry's rookie year, he did good, but Monte Ellis was there, so they was trying to figure out how to fit him with Monte Ellis.
That guy was around forever. That's a great name to pull, man.
Right. So as soon as they realized,
Marvin,
as soon as they realized that we're going to go with Curry, they had to get rid of Ellis, right? And then when they made that decision, Curry started having the ankle injuries. Remember, he had, I think his sophomore season, he had ankle injuries and he had to have surgery on his ankle. And the next season after that, he had ankle injuries and people thought that he was going to be an injury prone guy. I want to say by his fourth year is when he was able to stay healthy for a whole season and the team was able to play ball, and Clay was kind of finding himself, right? Draymond Green wasn't, he didn't get drafted to be a starter. He had to earn his way into the starting lineup. So that team was forming Mark Jackson was finding the pieces that was going to be the core pieces. And by the time he found out it was going to be Draymond, Clay, and Steph, and they started playing playoff basketball, it was around when Lob City was what they were. And it wasn't easy for them to get past Lob City. And then when they fired Jackson and Kerr came in, that's when everything just exploded. And Lob City couldn't contain them no more.
13-14, they lost in the conference finals to the Clippers.
Right. They
Lob
couldn't
City,
get past
Four
Lob
games
City.
to 3.
Yeah.
4 games to 3.
Mm-hmm.
So let me look at 14-15 because that was 13-14.
I want to say
they won the championship. They won the championship with Kerr against the Cavaliers.
In 14-15?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check it.
Because 15-16 Cavaliers won, came back from 3-1. And then that's when the Warriors, when they got KD, won 2 straight. And then Toronto beat them the following year.
Yeah, they beat Cleveland in the finals.
Yeah. That was the first of 4. That was the first of 4 meetings between the two.
Listen, you got to give Kerr credit, right? You got to give Kerr credit because what Mark Jackson is a pure pass first point guard. So he realized what he had in Curry, but he didn't have like an innovative mind on all of these different ways to get Curry his shots, right? But Kerr being a straight up shooter and not playing with the ball in his hand his whole career and finding ways on how to get shots by moving without the ball, I think his mind was more developed in that way. Plus, he played on the field. He played under Greg Popovich. Like he played under he was with Phoenix when D'Antoni was there with Nash. So he's seen so many different styles of offense. He just had a better offensive mind than Mark Jackson. So he was able to unlock. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a 40-year drought when they won that. They hadn't won in 40 years, guys.
They hadn't won since Will Chamberlain.
Yeah.
But the thing I can appreciate about the Warriors winning that first title was that it was homegrown. They had got a veteran Iggy, and they had drafted basically almost everybody else besides Andrew Bogut and Sean Livingston.
They were 67-15 that year, guys.
And that was homegrown.
That was the first year, Kerr?
Mm-hmm.
No, that was the second year. No, that wasn't his rookie year. They lost in the conference finals the year before that.
Steve Kerr.
Oh, Kerr, Kerr, yeah. I thought he said Curry.
I think you got to give credit to Thompson and Curry evolving their games. You give a little bit of Kerr maybe for the offensive system, but that was the year that the 3-point shot exploded. Excuse me. That was the year that the evolution of the 3-point shot really came on, right? And I can't say that I can't make a definitive statement about it of Jackson was the reason they didn't win and Kerr is the reason they did win. You know what I mean? It
was just perfect timing.
Correct.
It was perfect timing.
Klay Thompson didn't play good.
But who knows? Maybe they do the same thing with Jackson. Maybe Jackson sees the way these two guys shoot and it evolves.
I don't think so.
I didn't know Harrison Barnes. Yeah, Harrison Barnes was on that team too, guys.
Yeah, for
fantastic.
sure.
You know where he went to school. Say it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was on that squad.
We know he'll Tar Heel.
Was Matt Barnes on that team as well?
Who?
Love that kid.
Was Matt Barnes on that team as well?
No.
Wasn't he Wasn't he with Mark Jackson's wife?
And you know what? They won that series without a true center, too, guys.
Wait, hold on. Let me touch that. Matt Barnes did try to get a ring with the Warriors, but when he showed up, he tore his ankle up real bad, and he ended up. I think he was there for like maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, one of those seasons, and then he got injured and he ended up getting released. But
they won that series. They won that series basically without a center, too, guys.
Which series?
No, Andrew Bogut was kind of crazy.
No, they didn't have him then. I don't even see him on the. Yeah, he was there. He didn't play in that last game, but no, he didn't even hardly play. They used Green. The final game, he had 16 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists.
Man, nobody
he didn't even play.
Let me get these comments real quick. SB Sports said, "Yeah, Lob City was having injury problems. So when Lob City was a problem for the Warriors, they were healthy that year. They won them. They beat them in 7 in the conference final. And then Kerr came in, and yeah, the Warriors played phenomenal basketball, but it was still a mental hurdle for them to get over Lob City. And then Lob City started having injuries every year. One year it was Blake. The next year it was CP3. The next year it was Blake again. So they just couldn't catch a break. And then plus Doc is the ultimate choker. So
Facts.
Doc was coaching that.
I don't see Philly going crazy in the playoffs either because Doc is a habitual choker.
Do you think it's Doc or do you think it's MB?
It's Doc.
It's Embiid for sure.
It's both.
Embiid,
I mean,
did you guys see Embiid's face when Durant got in his face the other day? Did you see how he looked, guys?
Yeah, he looked
like he was scared of him, man. He acted like he was scared of him.
He was scared. I think he said sorry to him at one point too. I think he said sorry to him. Hey, look, I'm about to end the stream. Let me get to these comments so I can end the stream real quick. SB Sports, SB Talk Sports. Hey, we was talking about that earlier when we started the stream about LeBron padding his stats. But I'll say it one more time. Everybody know for a fact, and LeBron is letting it be known that he's playing for the scoring title and he's planning to keep pace to break Kareem's record next year. So we know exactly what we're watching when we're seeing it. He's out there for the numbers. He's not even trying to be the assist guy no more like he used to be. Like he wants those 25 points every game, and he wants to try to get the scoring title this year. It's a good thing to have on his resume, and he wants to be number one by the time he retire in scoring. So yeah, he's padding his stats. It's not even about. I think winning is he has two priorities ahead of winning. And I think this is the order of his priorities. One, make sure you get the scoring title this year. So he's got to make sure he get at least 25 to 30 points a game, right? He wants to be on pace for that, right? Number two, stay on pace for Kareem. And number three, if we lose, make sure it's not my fault, right? Which means he has to get his number. So when the next morning when they talk about the Lakers losing by 30 and getting thumped, all of his fans and all of his media plants that's on ESPN will say, well, LeBron had 30 and he was 10 of 20 and hit 6 threes. He did his part, right? No one's going to blame LeBron. But when LeBron retired, you're going to see how much people really didn't rock with him like that, and the truth will come out. They go start talking for real about him. Right now, they can't do it. All right, go ahead. My bad. I'm off my soapbox.
So Nick, what's the name of that podcast that you on?
Me?
What? Yeah.
IOW Sports Network.
IOW?
Yeah, you can look us up on YouTube. IOW Sports, one word, network, and you can look us up on YouTube and subscribe. IOW Sports on Facebook, and then our group chat is IOW Sports Network on Facebook. So IOW Sports is where you get the alerts for the live stream that we do. I want to read this. This is Mark Jackson's. I had to eat a piece of Sicilian pizza. I got to go to bed soon. It's 2:00 out here on the East Coast. And free agency starts at 12:00 tomorrow, so I got to get my rest. But Mark Jackson's coaching record with the Warriors. First year, 23 wins. Second year, they improved by 24 wins to go to 47. Great coaching job, right? Third year, they win 51. And then he's fired after 51 wins. Took a team from 23 to 51 in 2 years and gets bounced.
And they fired it.
Yeah.
And then never to be
personal.
That's bad, right? If that happens anywhere else, it's an outrage.
And never to coach again in the NBA. That's what's the killer.
I think he was fucking burnt by it. I think he looked at the situation and he was like, you know what? I know what I can do in this league, and the league don't want me. I'm out.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, man, but this dude making some good points on these comments. I'm for real. I can't help but to read his comments, man. He making some good points. Hold on. He said Steve Kerr did more for Steph, not the Warriors. That's interesting. I never really looked at it like that, right? And he said he believed, just like you just said, Nick, they was progressing. He said he believed
100%.
the Warriors was on pace to win no matter who was the coach. Kerr took Mark Ring. So
Agreed.
I guess it was kind of like
it was the evolution of Steph, Thompson, and Green, and the addition of Iguodala that put them on that championship level. I don't think Kerr did it. I think just time did it.
You think it was similar to when Tony Dungy got fired and Gruden got the ring?
Yes. Well, football's different because they changed the system.
Yeah.
I think Dungy's offensive system, Dungy ran the defense, right? Or his defensive scheme was in place.
Right.
Gruden came in and upgraded the offense. I don't think that Brad Johnson is ever winning a title without Gruden that year. I think for certain that Curry and Thompson collectively together were going to win a title with the evolution of them as players.
I don't even think, Brad Johnson would have been a quarterback.
I don't think Kerr changed their shooting ability. I think that they just evolved. Brad Johnson was a longtime vet and won it, right?
Yeah.
We're not putting Brad Johnson on any other team and saying that team's winning a Super Bowl because they got Brad Johnson.
Well, Tony Dungy wouldn't even have Brad Johnson starting because he had Sean King when he was coaching the Bucks, right?
Yeah.
Sean King was the starter.
You see that comment by CHN23 about Tom Brady?
I'm trying to get out to all of them. Hold on. He said,
"Go ahead, man."
I think it's just an excuse. I think it's just an excuse. His 30 points don't impact the game like it used to. LeBron can't lead the team no more. He need to be the number 2 option if he wants to win the ring. LeBron, and that's true, but LeBron don't have a number 2 option game. Remember, LeBron game is predicated on him having the rock. He didn't develop a game where he could dominate and get 25 to 30 points off the ball. That's the difference between Kyrie and KD. They can have a conventional point guard. Like Rondo can come and start right now for the Brooklyn Nets and help them out. And KD and Kyrie both can be off the ball, right? LeBron can't do that. Harden can't do that. Luka can't do that. It's certain guys that they have to have the ball to play like that. So even if you say that LeBron's the number 2, he's still really gonna be the number 1 because he's gonna be the one making all the decisions.
Ball dominant.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying, and that's why everybody can't blame AD for not taking the torch, because how can you take the torch from the guy that's always got the rock?
He's ball dominant. That's why it was so confusing when they brought in Russell Westbrook, because Russell Westbrook is ball dominant.
Yeah,
it didn't make any sense, right?
None.
Is Russell what?
It's basically
having Russ unhappy, guys? Is Russ unhappy, guys?
I think Russ is unhappy because he's not ball dominant. He's not building up the stats that he's used to. I think it was a bad marriage from the get-go, and LeBron is not a GM. I think it was a shit show from the get-go.
I think Russ is unhappy because he realizes that his game is not what it was fluffed up to be in OKC,
and it's not conducive to winning, right?
In Washington, exactly.
Mel, I know you got to go, but I got to ask all of us this. Would it be a day either one of us would be unhappy making $44 million a fucking year?
I don't know. I would be like Scrooge McDuck in DuckTales, diving into that fucking pot of gold every day.
What about you, Mel?
That's an old school reference for people that don't know. Go Google the video.
What about you, Mel? Would you be unhappy?
Well, I mean, so once making 44 mil becomes normal, then you just a regular. You get what I'm saying? It don't
for us regular guys, man. 44.
When the hell is that ever normal?
No, but see, you can't fathom that right now because you don't have it. But it's like the little bit of money I make now, it's someone somewhere that's looking at me like, dang, if I could just make what he making, they'd be happy. And so I'm so what I got now, I can be unhappy because I've been getting it for a while. So if I'm Russ and I've made 44 million 4 years in a row, that's not bringing him happiness no more. It's normal. He's already got that. It's normal for him.
I'm bringing a little levity to the
That's fucking spoiled. That ain't normal. That's fucking spoiled.
44 million for me.
That ain't normal.
Means
Shit,
that
that's fucking
after
spoiled.
Kim Kardashian dates the black guy and the Puerto Rican guy,
Shit,
I got a chance as the white guy. She does the rotation, so after I got a chance.
Yeah,
I just got a chance.
Pete Davidson ain't white.
Hey man, I'm not far from Staten Island. I could hit a football from where I live instead of Staten Island.
But to answer Marvin's question,
I'm not saying I do it, but I understand.
From my side, because like Mel said, that's normal for him now. He makes that amount of money regularly. For me, I take a lot of pride in my work, and if I feel like my work is not good enough, it's gonna fuck with me. And I feel like Russell Westbrook might feel like I'm getting paid all this money, I'm not producing all this money production. You know what I'm saying? He's just getting away with it. But a lot of people will be okay with getting away with a free bag, but I don't think Russell Westbrook is that type. Russell Westbrook wants to win. He wants to be the guy.
I don't know.
I think
he's okay with the paycheck. I think he's not okay with being the ball dominant player, compiling stats game after game after game. And I think for a while we all saw it after KD and Harden left OKC. What was his deal? He was the stat compiler. He was winning MVPs. It was smoke and mirrors, right? He was putting up the fucking stats, but he wasn't delivering playoff wins.
And I'm
not shitting on his game. I think he's an elite talent in his prime.
Nick, you don't have to do that
disclaimer. I think he's an elite winner.
Nick, you don't have to do that disclaimer. Just call a spade a spade. You don't have to do the disclaimer and be like, oh, I'm gonna say something truthful about him, but it's gonna sound mean. So let me say something nice about him.
All right, fuck it. I think he's fucking overrated and a bag of shit.
Yeah, he's overrated. He's overrated. He's not a top.
I take Dame Lillard 82 out of 82 games over him. I take Klay Thompson 82 out of 82 games over him.
Nick, I would take Rondo. I would take Rondo over Russ.
I take Tony Parker too.
Yes, and him too.
I love that when the TNT did the NBA draft all time, and they had all the celebrities in there doing it.
Yeah,
guys who weren't in the top 75 were getting drafted before Westbrook.
Facts. It was.
Tells you everything you need to know.
So with Russ, Chris, you said you think he wants to win. I don't think he wants to win, because if he did, that he would let the Lakers bench him, because that's the first step they need to do to start playing better basketball.
Who's to say that that's all automatically up to Westbrook though?
Here's the thing: the league knew LeBron wanted him traded. The league knew the Lakers wanted to trade him, and not one team stepped up. That tells you everything you need to know. Nobody thinks that player is worth that contract. Nobody thinks that player makes that team better. Nobody thinks that player moves the win needle. That's Russell Westbrook in 10 seconds of conversation right there, what I said.
Hold on. I got to get the SB's comments again. NBA players get broke. Okay, I get that part. The triple doubles hide the bricks and turnovers for him. That's fact. So the thing that follows what now, if I ask you if a player is good and you can't tell me what he does on the floor that is conducive for winning, but the only thing you can tell me is triple double, then you telling me everything I need to know. You can't describe Russell Westbrook without saying triple double. But if I was to describe Kyrie or any other point guard, Dame or Steph or Ja Morant, I can attach that to something tangible or that equates to winning.
And Kyrie's another one. I didn't even mention Kyrie as a guy who didn't make the top 75. I know SB Talk Sports has made a lot of good comments in the show, and appreciate you watching.
Yeah.
Russ is not top 75.
He's not top 75.
Russ don't have a ring. Almost every player in that top 75 has a ring. I'll tell you right now.
So let me ask SB Talk Sports this.
I take Luka over Westbrook. I take Kyrie.
Let me ask exactly. Do you think Kyrie deserved the spot over Russ?
100%.
100%.
Hell yeah.
Playoff
Dame.
Performance matters.
Kyrie deserved it over Dame.
And when I watch OKC highlights and a free throw comes off the rim and the rest of Oklahoma City players are moving out of the way saying, hey, Russ, get it. Russ, get it. So you got your triple-double? Yep. Fuck Russ. I'm not even holding back now. Marvin, thank you for giving me the fucking okay to be me.
Look, check this out. Check this out. Here are the guys that need to come out of that top 75 immediately.
Anthony Davis for one.
Bill Walton.
But you can't, because this is the deal that the NBA did. When you made the top 50 25 years ago, you are automatically in the top 75. You are never removing those players. So the structure might suck and the structure might be stupid, but the NBA agreed at 50 years, if you're in, you're automatically in. They're never going to bump out a new player for a guy who made it previously. You understand?
Well, so officially, you can't take him out. However, I'm saying he didn't deserve to be in the first 50 or the 75.
I agree with that.
Bill Walton, he got a total of I want to say 3,000 points for his career. 3,000.
He's a bad shit. He's worse as a player than he is as an announcer.
Right, but we know.
You watch him do the Maui Classic, and he's fucking shit-faced stoned the entire time.
I like him as an announcer. That's another topic though. But Bill Walton was a great player at UCLA in college, and he started out real good with Portland, won a ring, won an MVP. But then something happened with injuries, so injuries took his career away. But that same thing happened to Yao Ming, T-Mac, Grant Hill. We just can't create a career for them because we felt like they were good enough to have.
Penny Hardaway got some injuries, right?
Exactly. So they gave Walton a nod, but not Grant Hill, T-Mac.
Media darling. 2 words, right?
Penny Hard,
media
all
darling.
That stuff, right?
He's a part of the media, so he got the media darling votes.
Sure. So Bill Walton needs to be out. Anthony Davis didn't deserve to be there. If I'm just taking power forwards at his position, I'm taking Chris Webber. I'm taking I even take Rashid over him. Chris Webber, Rashid. What's another power forward that didn't make it? Definitely Chris Webber though. It's another one I'm missing.
Did Chris Bosh make it?
No, but I would even take Chris Bosh
drafted over Ross in the celebrity draft.
So let me get on this, Nick. So Chris Webber at power forward, I'll take over Anthony Davis. I would take T-Mac over Bill Walton.
100%.
I would take Kyrie
over Russ,
over Russ. Oh yeah, I would take Kyrie over Russ and Dame Lillard. And that's just how it is, man. Like I don't understand how they got those guys in here. Now there is a rumor that Kyrie name was on the list. But as soon as he did the vaccination thing and, he didn't take the vax and all that fuss came up, they took his name off. And that's how Dame got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Political show.
Wow.
We got to get some of these SB Talk Sports comments up there.
Yo, he lost his credibility for me. When
2 down. Go the other way. Go 2 down or 3 down. So he says, the next one.
He said, no, hold on, Teddy, you said no way Westbrook is top 75 or no way he is top 75. Do you agree with me or are you saying he should be there? I don't think he should be there.
I think he's saying he's not. I think he's saying he's not. This is the comment I wanted to say. No, a ring does not make you top 75. But when you are a stat patter and you've never won or been to the finals, you get knocked down the list. If you're an elite player and you bring your team over the top, Dirk Nowitzki, for example, he's the one player to win an NBA Finals with no other elite players on his team. Kidd was at the end of his career. Carter was at the end of his career. They weren't elite players for them when Dirk won. Westbrook had a better team in Oklahoma City and couldn't even get to the NBA Finals. So you got to look at the entire picture, right? It's got to be a balancing out act. Elite player, championship. Elite player, no championship, you're not great. McGrady was a better player than Russell, even though McGrady didn't win a title. So you gotta look at that.
Yeah,
Nick, when's your next show?
My next show, we're on tomorrow, 4 to 6.
Okay. I was just going through some of your stuff.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, we're on 4 to 6 tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a big NFL free agency show because the NFL free agency opens at 4 o'clock, and it's going to be interesting.
I'm gonna tune in.
I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna tune in. I got one more question for you, Nick. Do you do any? My stepson is down in San Diego. He's playing ball. He's a youngster. He wants some notoriety.
I'm going to start getting into that because I got a kid in town here. I live in New Jersey. I got a kid in Colonia who pitches for Colonia High School. He's entering his senior year now, and he's got a full ride to Rutgers. And I mentioned to Lamar and Jamel, we're going to start doing some interviews with like local players entering college to help getting them some notoriety. So if it's something that you're interested in, and if it's something that you want us to do, I would love to do it. I've coached youth sports since I graduated high school in June of 96. By October of 96, I was coaching youth sports basketball, CYO. So
I'll be listening to your show tomorrow.
Graduating 8th grade now, and I love coaching youth sports. It's a passion that I have. So if it's something that you want me to touch upon, you want me to interview them, bring them on, introduce them, I would love to do it. I love that stuff, man. I love talking to kids more than I love talking to like pro players.
Yeah, Mel, you back on tomorrow?
Monday, no. We're back on Tuesday.
Okay.
Same time.
I don't want to miss you, but I definitely want to chime in to Nick's show tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be in the comment section in there with you tomorrow.
Marvin, shoot him a link. I keep calling you out. Forgive me. I'm sorry, man.
I'll be in there too. When it come on, I shoot the link to you, Marvin. Oh no, just go subscribe. No, go subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit the notification bell. So you get it.
I did. I'm already in.
All right, bet. Yeah,
SB Sports says hit that next comment about Robert Horry.
Can I answer this one first?
Go ahead. I'm fired up, but it's your show, so I say yes, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna be quick. Well, actually, here's SB now, man. What's up, SB?
What's up, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
We might not want to hear you after that Kyrie tape.
No, okay. See, look, this is the problem that we have, and I don't like when people be disrespectful to Russ because he's trash. Now, no matter what y'all say, Russell Westbrook is a top 10 point guard all time statistically, and you cannot stat pad when the facts show of the stats that when he averages a triple double, his team has a higher winning percentage. That's a fact. You can't.
Right, do me a favor, real quick. Do me a favor.
You can't. You cannot tell me that a guy like Kyrie Irving deserves to be on the list. He doesn't have no real awards or nothing that he has done, because we forget that when he was on the Cavaliers, he was a lottery team. They was a lottery team. They were losing. No matter what you say, they were losing.
Yeah, but LeBron left there and made them a lottery team.
But before LeBron was there and Kyrie Irving was drafted, he had no impact on winning. They was a lottery team. Do you remember what pick they had when Kyrie Irving was there? The number 1 pick.
That's how they got Kyrie.
And then remember when they got LeBron, they started winning with LeBron. Then Kyrie Irving goes to Boston, get injured. Boston made a run without him. That's why he left. They was good. They was just as good with him as they was without him. That's a fact. So you telling me that a guy deserves to be on the top 75 who has shown that he cannot accomplish anything by himself. He's shown that he is great as a number 2. Yes, I give you that. But you cannot tell me what Russell Westbrook has done or Kyrie Irving has done better as the individual player than Russell Westbrook in his career. It's not even close.
Let me
ask you this. Hold on. Hold
up. Let Mel get him. Hold on, y'all.
Wait, no. I'm not gonna like. I'm leaving it open to respond. I'm not done, but we can go back and forth. Go ahead.
Mel, you would be proud about the way I'm about to cook them because I got.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Let Mel go first, guys.
Go
ahead. Please cook me, bro. I do this all the time, bro. I don't think you're gonna cook me, bro. I do this all the time, bro.
SB, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me what is outstanding about Russell Westbrook's game without mentioning the words triple double.
Easily, he's one of the top rebounding point guards of all time in transition. He's one of the best point guards in transition. When he was his athletic ability, he's one of the most athletic point guards of all time. When you look at, I know he does have a high turnover rate, but we forgetting the fact of when he was elite. when he was one of the elite point guards, because mind you, he took the Wizards, who never been to the playoffs last year. We just forget.
He did not take the Wizards to the playoffs. We're not gonna disrespect Bradley Beal like that. But
so how many games did Bradley Beal miss?
We're not gonna disrespect Bradley Beal like
how many games did Bradley Beal miss? Because I know he missed a lot of games, and Russell Westbrook was leading that team by himself, correct or not? And it was winning.
But when Bradley Beal played, how many 50 balls did he have to drop for them to get in the position in the first place?
Now watch this though. Is the Wizards better this year than they was last year?
Yeah.
No, they're not. Wall beat.
They was better last year with Russ.
Wizards?
Yes, they was better
Wizards?
last year. They was better with Russ. They made the playoffs because of Russ. You forgetting
but Beal's been hurt for the last 2 months.
And Beal too now.
Wall's gone.
Look, that's the point. So how can you tell me a guy one?
Explain to me this. Explain this then. Explain this then. How in the hell do you not beat Damian Lillard in Portland with Carmelo Anthony, Russell Westbrook, Paul George, and the rest of that team? That was a solid team.
Mm-hmm.
Paul George, who won Defensive Player of the Year. He won Defensive Player of the Year, was second in MVP voting, and you still had a Carmelo who had spring in his knees. Not this Carmelo that we see that got spurts every other game.
So
how they didn't win?
But now my question before I go and bring my whole take. So you telling me, by your logic, you telling me Russ was the only reason why they lost?
Russ is the exact reason why they lost.
That's 100%. That's 100. That's 100. And so Paul George, Mr. Playoff P, played up to the level that he was playing up to the whole regular season.
Hold on, SB. Hold on, SB. Can I jump in real quick? Because y'all going in circles is unnecessary, right? So what SB? So when we had these conversations about players and where they rank at all time, and stuff like that, it's two different ways to have this conversation, and the ways SB is having this conversation is strictly on paper. If you was to hand me a sheet of paper with all the accolades of Russ on it and all the accolades of Kyrie on it, and I never seen either one of those play, I would make a decision based on that. That's how SB is doing this.
But that's how they look at it, though. You got to understand that. Hold
on, SB.
He's doing stats. He's not doing
the way I'm looking at it is, I'm taking into account actual real circumstances. I know how you got those triple doubles are fraudulent. That number one. Number two, I know that Kyrie Irving is a better basketball player than you. He's mastered more of the game than Westbrook has. He's mastered scoring on all three levels. He's a 50-40-90 guy. Hold on. He plays defense. Russ plays no defense. Russ plays a style of offense where he's the only one who has the ball and he can't play off the ball, right? He can't affect the game without having the ball and running full speed. He's not a better basketball player than Kyrie Irving. That's the end of the story right there.
Okay, so you only highly dependent on your eye test, right? So that's
it's a combination of both.
This is why the eye test is 100% flawed.
Wait, let me chime in real quick. It's a combination of clutch play. It's a combination of the eye test. It's a combination of statistics. It's a combination of playoff performance. It's all four. Russ hasn't delivered in the playoffs. Russ doesn't pass the eye test. He's
or the
a
sniff test. He smells like shit. Let's be honest. He don't pass the sniff test, the eye test, the taste test, no test, the playoff test. He don't pass none of that. Only thing we have is a triple double stat that he forced
with playing power forwards moving out of the way to allow this guy to get the rebound.
That's
SB. No, it's not. No, it's not SB. And I'm an OKC fan. Through.
That's only an OKC.
Hold on. I watched this. He averaged a triple double for 3 years straight, and that was with OKC, correct? All 3 of those years, right? And all 3 of those years, Steven Adams was with them as well, correct? How many? Go, please, because it pissed me off. Go watch the film of how many times Steven Adams stepped away so Russell Westbrook could get the basketball.
Yeah,
and
they got out of his way. So you can't tell me his triple doubles are real when I'm seeing tape of everybody getting out the way and Russell Westbrook jumping out the gym to go get a rebound.
If we're shitting on Curry, Curry's won multiple rings. If we're shitting on
the Warriors won multiple rings.
The team did,
SB,
all right, perfect. You opened it up.
No, I'm saying you can't just hold rings over somebody here. That's a team account. You got to be realistic.
All right, but I'm going to say this. We as fans shit on Curry because Curry and the Warriors blew a 3-1 lead. How are we not shitting on Russ and KD for blowing the 3-1 lead.
They do.
It's embarrassing. That's fucking embarrassing.
I hear them. They get
Russ was chucking up jump shots with 15 seconds left on the shot clock, up 14 with 3.5 minutes left, and they blew that fucking game.
Yeah, he make bad decisions sometimes because he's playing on 100. But I'm gonna answer
because he's not a great player and he's a compiler. His basketball IQ is lower than my fucking beer belly.
Okay, wait. Now, do you feel like the LeBron James has a high IQ, right? Basketball IQ, correct?
Yeah.
Does LeBron James turn the ball over a lot too?
Turning the ball over and having an IQ.
Exactly. So you're not gonna just say just because of turnovers you're a bad player. Don't get Russ does make a lot of bonehead plays. I'm not gonna deny that at all.
He does.
But this is my whole point about
But you know who doesn't?
Who?
The rest of the top 74.
But he's still a top. He's still a top 75 player. So now let me explain. Okay, because even though you said Russ, now look, a lot of people did use that excuse on tape with that Russ was getting. I'm gonna ask every question down back, so I'm gonna go you first on the big screen. So yes, it was videotape showing that Steven Adams let Russ get rebounds. I thought the same thing until every team that Russell Westbrook has went to since he left OKC has improved in rebounds, and then he averaged a triple-double with the Wizards, who did not let him get rebounds. So they used that. So Steven Adams, and they already explained this already, and I hate people bring this up. They let Russ get the rebound so Russ can push the break. And every time, that's exactly what they did. Because tell me every time one of those clips that you're now, I'm asking him right here. Then I'm gonna go to you about your eye test, your cloud eye test. Tell me one time, and you an OKC fan, that when Russ got the rebound, that he didn't push the break every time he got the ball. Because you'll be lying saying he already play on 100. So you can't tell me he did there try to make a fast break out of half court set if he could, because he plays so damn fast. Every time.
Hold on, what's your question, SB?
No. I was saying that he can't tell me one time when Steven Adams let Russell Westbrook get the ball, it wasn't a fast break. That's why they let Russ get the rebound, so he pushed the break.
Wait.
Hold on. What's the problem?
No, I'm just going off what he said.
Wait. Stop. SB, you know that's bad basketball, right?
I didn't say it was good basketball.
No. You know that's bad basketball, right?
How not necessarily. It depends.
No. Wait.
Let me take it, please, Marvin. Let me take it.
Basketball is for your big man to get the rebound and outlet
and
pass.
Kick it out.
That's early offense. That's easy offense. You're taking that away. It
takes more time for your point guard to come outside the 3-point line or from the higher guy on a free throw and let the ball bounce twice while he comes down to get it to pad his stats and then push. You're better off with your big man getting the rebound in the air, kicking it out to your point guard, and then accelerating it.
Which we've seen Steven Adams is amazing at. Steven Adams is one of the best he's one of the best outlet centers ever.
Yes. Rebounding and kicking it out, Steven Adams is a top 5-10 guy of all time.
Which is the reason.
So
when you're letting a ball bounce twice and you back away and say, come get it, that is not elite.
So 1 second difference in passing Russ the ball instead of Russ grabbing the ball, because Russ get up the court within 2 seconds.
Yes.
Russ
because
the
pass is faster than the dribble, right? And that's
any guy in the world.
That's why when
Usain Bolt cannot outrun an outlet pass.
Right. Hold on. That's why when CP3 came the next year when Russ left to OKC and done better with that same squad with Steven Adams and all the other guys they had. CP3 came and done a lot better than Russ.
I don't think he did better. I think they played the same. They made it to the first round playoffs, got put out.
No, they got to the second round. What are you talking about?
No, they didn't. They got put out the first round by the Rockets.
Second round.
No, they got put out the first round by the Rockets.
They made it to the second round.
No, they didn't. Look it up
CP3
again.
CP3 had
lost guys.
They lost to Rockets in 6 or 7 games. They lost to Russell Westbrook and Harden in the bubble. They did not make it to the second round.
Is this argument about if Russ is better than somebody else?
No, Russ deserves to be in the top 75.
This is my next
top 75.
Hold on, wait, because because I think we're getting off track. The point is, so by your logic, you saying that Russ put up empty stats. So now I'm going to ask you, if the statistics show that when he gets a triple-double, they win, and it show that it has impact on the game, how is his stats empty? It did explain to me what his empty stats is, if one of y'all could explain it to me.
Well, first of all, I never said empty stats. Second of all, when the games that he won, because I seen that same stat, 50% of the games he get a triple-double, they win.
75.
What teams are they? 75? What teams are they playing? Wait. Are they playing playoff contenders or are they in the playoffs? Because last I checked, he's losing first round and they're not even getting to game 7 or 6. So the triple doubles ain't helping them in the playoffs, that also tells me the triple doubles probably ain't helping them in the regular seasons when they're playing playoff teams. So if you want to actually do below the surface search of that and find out which games or which teams he's playing when he wins with triple doubles, I'll be interested to see that.
Yeah, but they still, like, at the end of the day, he still made the playoffs, because now what you could argue with Dame Lillard, who y'all just saying just over.
The West was weak when he was taking that OKC team to the playoffs.
It doesn't even matter.
The West,
Kyrie Irving's a better basketball player than Westbrook. That's the end of the story. I don't even know why
Kyrie Irving, Gary
you can argue
Jason
that
Kidd, Isaiah Thomas, John Stockton, Steve Nash, Magic Johnson. There's 20 guys I would take a point guard.
And no matter what
Chris
you say,
Paul,
bro, Russell Westbrook is a top 10 point
Russ
guard
is a compiler. Russ is not a winner.
Okay, SB, I ain't said nothing.
He made it to the finals.
Hold it, guys. I haven't said a word. I want to ask SB something. You say he's a top 10 point guard?
No debating easily.
That's cap.
I would just like to know what kind of green.
Okay, so what? Okay, my question is this. My question is
I can count 10 in the league now better than him.
Where do y'all rank?
Top 10?
Where's Big O ranked on y'all list?
Big O? Top 5.
Oscar
Westbrook and Big O is, if you look at everything and you go back and do your history on what how Big O was, they are literally the same player. But and you just said Big O was top 5. Because what was? Oh wait. So
hold on. So Big O is in the top 5 in turnovers all time and doesn't play no defense. Just because they both got triple doubles don't mean they're the same player.
Now watch this. What was it? I think
Big
the guy
O can shoot.
Say he know if you know your basketball history. What was the
Big
narrative?
O can shoot.
What was the narrative about Big O before like Kareem or Lou Alcindor?
SB.
What was answer the question? What was
wait.
Oscar won a fucking ring. Changes the conversation.
That's the team
triple doubles and a ring changes the conversation.
The Big O. Now look, Big O. They said the narrative with Big O was he played selfish. He played for stats. He literally played like how Russ played, and he couldn't win. And he could not win. Getting bounced at the first, same thing as Russ. Only thing different between him and Russ, he got a ring. He was using team accomplishment. Because now that's why I asked the question. By your criteria, is Robert Horry, who got 7 rings, a top 75 player?
No, because Robert Horry is not a great statistical player. He was a role player.
No, not only he's not a great statistical player. He's not a great player at all. He's good. He's not great.
He was a clutch player.
But now look, he
was in the right place at the right time. He was on the Rockets at the right place at the right time. He was on the Lakers at the right place at the right time. He was never, ever an elite guy in the league. He just made elite shots.
Agreed.
We're not having
I'm looking
at make that argument comparing.
No. I heard when I was in the chat. The reason why I got out the bed when I heard, he ain't got a ring. So he tossed it. I'm like, bro, they argue. I was like, okay, let me get up real quick. Oh, this is my point.
SB, I'm looking at your channel and I see a Bulls sign. I see a Bulls behind your head. You a Bulls fan and talking like this?
Yeah, he's a Bulls fan. I'm subscribed to your channel, SB. You better be subscribed. To
I just subscribed to it and I'm looking at it. I'm from Chicago too, SB. And hold
on, Marvin. Hold on, SB. You subscribed yet?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. SB, I subscribed to yours like 6 months ago.
I'm gonna tell you this.
I'm checking him out right now.
Derrick Rose is a better point guard than Russell Westbrook ever will be.
Amen.
That's facts.
I mean, you can't say that. The reason that's the one
I can't say that.
No, this is not what I'm talking about.
Tony Parker.
Hold on. In the time that we've seen, the little bit of time that we had with Derrick Rose, we could see that he's a better point guard than Westbrook.
I think he's a better
player. Rondo is a better point guard than Westbrook.
Tony
Parker. Okay, I got a question for SB.
CP3 is better.
Let me get through this. Go ahead. No particular order. Derrick Rose, Rajon Rondo, Tony Parker, CP3, Steph Curry, Kyrie Irving,
Deron Williams.
Darren Williams is a better point guard.
Russ has a better career than everybody you name besides Chris Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
That's what matters, though. We gotta respect the fact of what matters, though. You know what they're gonna look at.
SB, do you know that point guards usually make other players better and win championships? Do you know that?
Hit him with it.
Russell Westbrook didn't make nobody better.
No.
Who did he make better?
Who did he make better?
When you're passing the ball to people with 4
seconds. Who did he make
left?
better? Hold on, guys. Let him answer. Who did he make better?
You sure you want me to answer this?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
I want to hear. I want to hear this.
I'm ready to come back with it.
Bro,
Please,
okay. First
Because
of all,
if you say KD, I'm getting naked.
no,
No, man, let him. Don't put nothing in his head. Let him say, don't, and you don't get naked. God damn, don't get naked.
Yeah, don't do
Go
that.
ahead.
But only reason why you cannot say KD before I go to my real answer is because he played significantly better with the Warriors. He made Paul George, who was a regular player, he was an MVP candidate under Russell Westbrook. That's a fact. You cannot deny that. No matter what y'all say.
You talking about in one game?
SB, stop. SB, stop.
SB, are you referring to one game? Are you talking about one game?
Listen. You answered the question. Let me finish.
Please let me rebuttal this.
The guy right here is an OKC fan.
You got him, Nick.
Was
You got him.
Paul George not an MVP candidate when he was at OKC?
Yeah,
that was because Paul George was taking over the games. He had to make up for the
Russell
slack that
Westbrook
caused.
Please.
No, he did not. No, he did
Russell
not.
Westbrook made him better.
Yes,
he did not.
No, he did
Russell
not.
was shooting the most damn shots. How the hell he make him better?
But he was still an
Hold
MVP candidate.
Here's the
Hold on,
only
Nick want to get in there, guys.
Hold on,
Nick want to
hold
get
on,
in. Let Nick
hold
in.
on.
Let Nick in.
Here's the only reason why you could say. Here's the only reason why you could say Westbrook made Paul George a better player, because Paul George had to pick up his own defense and Westbrook defense to become defensive player of the year. That's the only way Westbrook made Paul George a better player.
Oh my God! Hey,
I'm not trying to hear none of that
it,
shit.
bro. We got
Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick. Hold on, guys. Nick has something to say. Go ahead, Nick.
Do you know why Russell Westbrook gets so many assists a game? Because this motherfucker pounds the ball into the ground until there's 4 seconds left on the shot clock, and then he dips it out, and somebody has no choice but to shoot it immediately. And if you do that 30 times a game and they shoot 33%, you get 10 assists. You leave your team in a hole. He's not that great. He is a ball hog controller. And I would take 20 guys over him as point guards all time in the NBA.
That's your choice because, look, now this is the point I was going to
It's my choice because I want to fucking win.
Yeah, and you got to make a valid reason why we would want him, SB. Now, we coming up with reasons why we don't.
If I'm playing
you need to tell us why we should.
Give me Russell Westbrook all day. But if I'm playing NBA and I want to fucking win, do not give me Russ.
Now look, y'all going off y'all ad test. Now ad test is flawed, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because all of us look at the game in different perspective. You wear glasses, you don't got glasses. I would come. We all look at the vision that's different again. Because look, all of us can agree. Because I know a bunch of people come to my channel, and you say you've been on my channel before, so you already done probably heard people come to my channel say they said the '90s was trash. They said '90s had no skill players.
The 2000s to 2010 were trash.
No, but look, that's your opinion. Some people feel like the 2010s was the best era and the most skilled era of basketball. So that's why I say you can't necessarily use the eye test to just say NRBR. Do I believe Kyrie Irving one of the most skilled point guards of all time? Of course, I'm not going to deny that. But when you just say I could just look and say this and this and that's it, that's not necessarily the case, because at the end of the day, Kyrie Irving might be skilled as he is, but he cannot win.
What do you mean he can't win?
Where has he won?
Explain to me this, because your whole debate and your whole argument has been about Russell Westbrook can win. Explain to me how Russell has ever been a better winner than Kyrie. Explain to me how he's ever been a better winner than Jason Kidd. Explain to me how he's been a better winner than John Stockton, Isaiah,
I'm looking at
Magic, Bob Cousy. Go. The floor is yours.
First of all, the argument wasn't about Russ being a better winner. It's about Russ being top 75.
But if you're going to shit on Kyrie saying he's not, explain to me how Russ is
not
better.
a winner.
Because you said you said word for word, Kyrie does not belong in the top 75 above Russ. Explain to me why you think that. And
Russ has shown that he can lead a team to the playoffs, and when Kyrie Irving has shown that he cannot do that. Oh my God. Now look,
has he ever won a championship?
SB, hold on, Marvin. Hold on.
SB, he had LeBron James.
I got this, guys. I got this. I'm going to blow this out the water. I'm going to blow this out the water.
So Kyrie Irving didn't play LeBron James?
Wait. Let me ask you this. They gave me the floor. They put me on the big screen, so I got the floor right now. Explain to me how you can honestly, truthfully, realistically, eye test, statistically say the following statement to me. Kyrie Irving is not better than Russell Westbrook as an NBA player all time. Go.
Kyrie Irving is not better than Russell Westbrook. He go multiple ways. I'm going to prove my point. Okay, with the Cavaliers situation, where you keep arguing the ring, Kyrie Irving left the Cavaliers. This is how great LeBron James was. He took a team that was significantly worse. Oh, wait, listen. Now, let me finish my point. I'll let you go.
Let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Let him finish, guys.
Let me take it. I got this. Don't worry.
Significantly worse to the finals. So that showed me that no matter what, don't get me wrong, he needed Kyrie Irving to win the championship. But that Cavaliers team would have made it to the finals regardless because of how great a LeBron James is. Then, two, besides scoring the basketball, what does Kyrie Irving do better than Russell Westbrook?
Seriously? He's a better team player. He's a better dribbler.
What does that mean?
Better elite. Hold on. I'm not done. You asked. I'm going to answer. He's a better dribbler. He's a better team player. He's a better elite scorer. He's a better free throw shooter. He's a better shooter from the field. He's a better three-point shooter. All of the things you need to win.
Okay, now watch this.
Russ, you said he did it with – wait. You said he did it with LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Russ had Harden. He had Durant. He had Ibaka. He had the other big guy, the Australian. What's his name?
Steven Adams.
Fucking fired up.
Steven Adams. He had a 51-point game in the playoffs and lost too. Don't leave that out.
Fucking teams than LeBron ever had with the Cavaliers, and he could not deliver.
Okay, now look.
I respect your fandom for him.
It's not about
with your argument. You're losing credibility. And one of the things that I always say on my show is that I might not like somebody or I may love somebody, but to keep my sports credibility, I got to be logical. And I feel that you're not being logical because you're a fan of Russ and not a fan of the NBA game.
I'm a Bulls fan, first of all. So look, this the problem that you tweeted.
I'm a Nets fan, but I love LeBron.
You're losing your credibility because let's repeat what you said. You said he's a better team player. Now I'm gonna dissect and destroy that because if you want to just go off this year alone, you prove he's not a team player, and also you go with the situation with Boston that proves he's not a team player.
Whoa, you got to leave the vaccine out of it. You got to leave the vaccine. You got to leave the vaccine out of it. Listen, you got to leave it. Hold on, I'm gonna let you dissect. Hold on. I'm gonna let you dissect, but you cannot use the vaccine. Why? I'm gonna tell you this real quick, and I'm gonna let you go. The only reason why I have the vaccine is because I need a job. If it was up to me, I wouldn't have it.
If you were making $30 million a year, you'd be like, "Fuck this! I don't need."
No, which is understandable. But the whole point, the vaccine is not the situation where he couldn't control the situation where he's not having a conversation while Harden left because he said they didn't conversate better. That's a fact. The statement came out and said we should have conversated better. So that's probably him not being a great teammate. Look at Boston's situation. That team imploded because he is not a great leader. So, and then listen, it's already on wax. And wait, listen. It's already on wax and facts that nobody Russ has ever played with. Probably, maybe even KD didn't say nothing bad about him personally. Nobody. Listen. Nobody has complained about Russ as a teammate. I ain't talking about on the court. We talking about as a teammate.
Hold on. No. Before you even finish that.
He's got a point there, guys. He does have a point there. Most players say they like to play with.
I proposed it. Let me clarify it. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, wait.
When I say better teammate, I say on the court. I'm not talking about locker room. I'm not talking about anything like that. So I think you mistook my statement. I want to clarify that.
You got to listen. You got to say when it comes to debate, like I do this too, and I'm like with the Windy City Bulls, and I do critique with the team and all this. So I know you got to say what you mean when you say, but by your logic, as a great team, Russ has one complaint as a team. They have praise playing with Russ.
I'm talking about making your team win and making your team.
He has,
better.
But listen,
that type of
team. Listen, by your logic, because you going off rings and finals alone. If you taking teams to the playoffs and having the contention, that's winning. That's as far as he can get, though. I'm not going to deny that too. The second thing you said was, you said dribbling. Russ, don't get me wrong. Kyrie Irving got the dribble package. He's one of the greatest dribbles I've ever seen of the basketball. But you're not telling me that Russ cannot dribble as a good enough on the elite level where he get his buckets.
Russ is explosive and can get to the basket with his athleticism.
Oh, wait. Let me finish.
I need another beer. This is fucking insane.
Listen.
Give me one, Nick. Give me one.
Kyrie Irving, listen. Let me finish, guys. Kyrie Irving impact of dribbling only evolved scoring. That's a voice scoring. Kyrie Irving has not impacted the game besides scoring none point in his career. Then after that, you said free throws, that's scoring. You said 3-pointer, that's scoring. You said what else he said? I think he said layup, that's scoring. You proved my point. You cannot name nothing besides scoring that he does better than Russell Westbrook. Russell better defender, rebounder, passer.
24 ounces. Who wants it?
I'm just saying.
Wow. Check this out.
Y'all got me. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna let you go. Y'all got me capped for. Don't worry about.
Wait. You can't light a fire, fight a bad argument, and say, "I'm gonna let you go." I thought you were gonna leave the show.
And I'm looking at his stats. SB, I'm looking at his stats when he played in the playoffs against Houston. They lost. All right, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna step back. They lost 4 games to 1. He had 51 points in 1 game, and Harden, playing with Houston, had 32. Harden shot 17 times. Russ shot 43 times in this game.
God,
he was 3 for 17 from the 3-point line. This is in the playoffs.
That was a great shooting game for him. They lost
4-1 in this series.
Let's compliment Russ.
And
that's a great shooting game for Russ. 3 for 17.
But that's not telling me he's not top 75 though.
Well, no. I'm just going to finish by saying this. The reason I brought it up.
Because look, that's what I'm saying. Y'all can't dissect why he's not top 75. So y'all went to go about winning.
Because he made nobody on this team better. Is what I'm trying to express.
I want to say this. And this is going to your comment about how nobody ever said anything bad about playing with Westbrook. Somebody asked Kevin Durant who your best 5 teammates were, and he put Serge Ibaka over Russell Westbrook.
All right, thank you.
Serge Ibaka over Russell Westbrook.
Now, when we found out KD had a burner account,
I took a bow, Nick.
What now? When we found out KD had a burner account, what did he say about him and Russ, or why he left?
What does the burner have to do with anything?
No. What did he say?
Well, address what he just said, SB. Address what he just said. He named his top 5.
I'm finna address it right now.
Because who was it, Mel? It was Kyrie, Steph, Clay, Serge, and who else?
That's it.
Draymond.
That's it.
Top 5.
Draymond.
No, he didn't say Draymond. It's wait, who did he say?
He didn't say Westbrook.
No, it don't matter. It don't matter. Long he didn't say Westbrook. Let's just leave it at that. It don't even matter who else.
He didn't say Westbrook.
That kind of contradicts what you said about him. His teammate status, though. That kind of contradicts that.
No,
he and KD's top 5 teammates.
Now look,
I think. Let me say this: I'm not shitting on Russ completely, and I just want to clarify this.
I am.
I don't think he's top 75.
I'm just
if you want to go top 100. I'm okay with that.
Guys, I looked at his stats, and I think he might have a case.
Irving.
He averaged. Guys, I looked at his stats, guys, and I mean, if you go by numbers and longevity, he's not bad. Can I call him off for you guys? Hang on 1 second. I just want you guys to hear it.
But here's what I want.
I just want you guys to hear that.
This would complete the debate. Give me the stats, but then give me the record. And give me the playoff record that year. How deep?
Okay, now and see, I wanted to avoid that.
75. You're talking guys like Jerry West,
Marvin. You can't pull and pluck certain things out of an argument.
Well, no. Right. But you guys said players. You didn't say made teams better. Yeah. You said better players.
How you gonna tell me T-Mac better? And T-Mac never won in the playoffs.
T-Mac better than Russell Westbrook.
All right, hold on. I'm just going to run off 5 years. I'm going to run off 5 years. I'm going to run off 5 years, guys. 23-6.
I just know this man didn't say that Russell Westbrook is better than T-Mac.
Now listen, hold on. I just want to run off. I just want to run off 5 years, guys. No, I'm going to run off 6. 23-6, 23-2, 21-8, 28-1, 23-5, 31-6. While averaging a triple-double that whole year, guys. So to be in the top 75 as a player, maybe.
No.
You can't argue that. He's a top 75 player. You can't argue that, bro.
It's 75 players better.
Now, look, this is going to hurt y'all feelings, too. Look, when we get old and groggy and when the players can't. No, look, we know this.
Mel and I never agree on anything.
We got to be
realistic. Mel and I never
this.
Agree. When Mel and I agree, it's like people moving mountains.
But listen, y'all
Mount Rushmore collapsing when Melvin Wall.
Hold on, I want to hear what SB about to say.
Y'all know this true. When we get old and freaking groggy, and we done seen stuff play, and all these other kids gonna grow up, you know how the sport debate is set up. They gonna look at Russ numbers alone and say Russell Westbrook is probably top 5 all time. And of course, we just seen him play. But listen, bro, you cannot deny this. Listen, you cannot deny this. We know everybody. I got Russ top 10. I say he's top 10. He had a great career, but we know how to listen. We know how the sports debate set up.
Oklahoma City players. That's it. Top 10 Oklahoma City players.
When these kids look at these, because they only gonna look at stats. That's why Wilt is still in the conversation. That's
you
why
might have a point
Oscar
there, guys.
Robertson,
if you look at the numbers,
if you just look at the numbers, Russell. If you talking about stats alone and no paper, Russell Westbrook is statistically one of the best point guards to ever play this game.
He might have a point, guys. If you look at the numbers, he might have a point.
Hold on.
Why you think Big O? Wait. Tell me a little bit before I say this. Don't tell me this is why my point makes sense. None of us, probably besides the dude who say old enough. I don't want to say you just old, my brother. None of us seen Big O play. Never seen Big O play. Oh, you said you did. Okay, besides you. None of us seen Big O play, but you said Big O in your top 5. Why is Big O in your top 5? Because you look at his numbers and be like, he was a fucking killer.
No, he made his team better.
I've watched a shit ton. I'm 43. I grew up in the 80s. I've watched a shit ton of NBA classic games.
Yeah.
And you looked at Oscar Robertson.
Watching the games and highlight games is different watching the season.
He is one of the greatest players of all time.
I'm not denying that.
Now, when you look at the game and the way the game has evolved and the way the game has evolved into statistics and the way the game has evolved into the guy with the ball dominates it, this is why you can't put LeBron above Jordan, because LeBron dominates the ball much more. This is why Magic, Bird, when you watch those games back then, those fucking guys were on an elite level statistically, performance-wise, and winning-wise in clutch games. Now, when I shit on Russ, I'm still putting Russ top 100, probably top 90. I just can't put him above Kyrie, McGrady. I can't do it. I can't put him above.
Well, guys, I want to say this. I want to say this in his defense one more time. 3 straight years, guys, he averaged a triple-double. 3 straight years.
And how deep did they go into the playoffs?
To be a top player. We're not talking about making the teams better, guys.
We are, because when you're a great player of all time, you make your team better, not just your stats.
I watch the games, Marvin.
I
watch them too. All I'm doing is letting you guys know the number.
Who T-Mac made better?
Hey, hold on.
No, answer the question. Who did T-Mac make better?
Yeah, man.
First of all, making. Wait. Hold on. Let me step in. Because I'm not the person who make. I'm not the person who go by to make better thing, because no one makes no one better unless you got someone at a level 1, and after being with you for a year or 2, you got them to level 5. That's what.
Jordan made B.J. Armstrong a lot better.
Well, come.
Not a world beater.
Steve Kerr would not be a fucking coach if it wasn't for Jordan. John Paxson would have not.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I don't want to
let get this out.
So let me say this, right? So y'all, I'm gonna just go to SB's point about he's saying later on when people look at Russ's numbers, they're gonna assume that he was top 5, top 10, and that's not really true, because when we look back at Pistol Pete's numbers, they're even greater than Russell's, and Pistol Pete was also actually a better player than Russ. And if you go back and look at Pistol Pete's college numbers, he was averaging like 40 in college, right? Like, this dude was unreal, right? But we don't have anything attached to Pistol Pete other than him putting up numbers. We don't have winning attached to him. We don't have anything else. We don't have all these other things that these great players like Bird and Magic have. We don't have that attached to him. So we're going to have to peel back on that idea that years from now, people are going to look at the triple-double and be like, that was a great player. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is people like me is still going to be alive and is going to tell their kids, this dude was a freaking nut, low IQ, high turnover machine, couldn't shoot the 3, couldn't shoot the free throw, couldn't shoot the mid range. How you a point guard and you can't shoot free throws? 69%, really?
Your job is to shoot.
Like his best attribute is running full speed at the rim like a crash dummy and throwing up some bull crap at the rim. That's as far as his game goes.
He's a running back who runs 40 yards but fumbles every fucking time he gets tackled.
It's a wrap, man. It's a wrap. He's not top 75.
What they got to do with him not being top 75?
We talking 75 players, guys. That's a lot of players. You sure?
He's not
75.
You can't tell me what T-Mac has done that should put him over us in his career. T-Mac was
a better point. He was a better player.
No, he wasn't better, but he didn't have a better career to make him top 75.
T-Mac was tenacious.
What
is so great?
You rank that? What is that?
Hold on. What is so great about Westbrook's career? Hold on.
I don't get
what
how
is
you
so
can try
great
to
about
shit on
Westbrook's
Brady.
career?
The numbers, Chris.
The numbers. What are you talking about? The numbers,
bro. The numbers are fluffed. They're inflated.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
How is he winning?
He's not winning.
A winning record with these numbers.
He's not winning. Being the 7th or 8th seed and making the playoffs is not winning.
He still took his team to the playoffs, no matter what you say. A team that
did they ever go to the championship?
And Kyrie Irving has done it more consistently and better than Russ. So if you're going to use that comment for Russ, you have to equate the same fucking thing to Kyrie.
Did they ever make the finals?
Yes, they made the Thunder. Thunder made the finals with Russ.
Westbrook.
No, they lost to who? They lost to the Mavericks.
They made it with KD.
They made it with KD and Russ.
They lost to the Heat.
KD
Russ shot like a fucking bag of shit for the whole series.
So Russ,
I can bring the numbers up if you want to hear them.
Do it,
if you guys want to hear the numbers, I'll bring the numbers up.
I know it's not going to be pretty. I hand it to you.
Well, continue ragging on him while I get these numbers.
Hey, Jason, thank you. Hopefully
you got dial up. How long is it take?
No, I just had to. Boy, you wrong for that, Nick. I heard that shit.
Hold on. So
hey, I got an old lady in the back room on a bicycle. That's how mine's come up. What year was it that he was in the finals?
2011.
2011. Russell Westbrook, why y'all hating on Russ? If you look at the Washington Wizards from last year and compared to this year, they are better with Russ. They was better with Wizards. Yes.
We're bringing
the Lakers are better.
Listen, are we going off now? Okay.
We're not talking about Kyrie on the Cleveland Cavaliers and what they did, but we're bringing up Russ on the Wizards.
We talking facts. Let's talk facts. In points per game, they was ranked 21st this year. Last year, they were 3rd with Russ. Offensive rating, they was 17th with Russ, and it was 1st in pacing. Now this year, they are 23rd in pacing, and they are 19th in offensive rating without Russell Westbrook. In defensive rating, I'm looking at it. Defensive rating, they're 25th last year. They was 19th with Russell Westbrook.
Which numbers you guys won out of that final?
Hold on.
They lost 4-1.
Before you start, Marvin.
So statistically, because we talking facts, all this y'all not giving me facts. I'm giving y'all facts. Facts shows and the numbers show that they are a better team with Russ than without Russ.
Hey, SB, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
When Russ was playing last year, was he the number 2 and Bradley Beal the number 1?
It depends.
Yes.
It depends.
Yeah.
All right, yes. So
it
this year,
because Russ was
hold
out.
Hold on. So any time a team loses their number 1 and number 2, are they likely to have a worse season? Because they don't have Bill or Westbrook right now. Number 2 and number 1 is gone.
Mm-hmm. So did they not say Russ was the problem?
I ain't saying nothing about nobody being a problem. I'm just asking you, are you expecting them to not have the same season as last year when they missing Russ and Bill?
I was expecting them to make the playoffs. If y'all tell me Bradley Beal is as good as he is, and y'all told me
Bradley Beal hasn't played. He hasn't played in 2 months. So Bradley Beal's gone. They lost Russ and Bradley Beal. Of course, this season is going to be worse than last year. That's common sense. That doesn't prove anything for or against Russ.
Okay, did Bill miss a lot of games the year before that too?
Not as many as this year.
No, not like this year. He's out.
He's on pace to be about the same. If he come back, I don't know what his injury is. I ain't keeping up with the Wizards. But if he come back, he's going to be on the same pace that he was last because he played like 60 games last year.
We're already past 60 games.
We're
already past 60 games.
No, I'm saying, but how many more games?
Let me ask you this. It's like 14
games
left.
14. So
there's 14 games left in the season.
If he play about the next 10, 15 games, he'll play about the same amount of games, maybe 4 or 5 less games.
He's not coming back though.
He's out for the season?
Yeah, they're not bringing him back.
Surgery on his wrist.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, SB. According to your logic, we go down the line, we get old, they look at the stats. People are going to say LeBron is the GOAT. Is LeBron the GOAT?
No. I mean, no, right now I got Jordan as a GOAT, but I ain't gonna lie, if he get the scoring record, it'll be hard to say he ain't, bro. It's hard.
Yeah,
but
SB, you want to hear these stats that he put up in the finals?
Wait, Marvin. We having a little back and forth. So SB, if no matter if he get the record or not, that's not gonna make him a better player than Michael Jordan. Like Michael Jordan is obviously a better player than LeBron. Getting a scoring record and playing 20, 21 years to get it doesn't make you better. Does that make him a better scorer?
Knock on him though. That's not a knock on him though.
No, I'm not saying
we're not saying that it's a knock, but by your logic, you're saying that years from now, kids are gonna look at the stats and say that Russell Westbrook was a top 5 point guard by the stats. By the stats, the stats are gonna say that LeBron was a better player than Mike. Is that gonna be true?
They already saying that now, so yes.
But is it true?
No, I think
the
Jordan
question was, is it true?
I just said Jordan to go. I just said Jordan. You know what I think, but I'm just saying you got to look at it how
they look at it. So that's disputing your fact that when the kids look at your stats about Westbrook.
No, listen. You didn't hear you didn't clear what I said. I said I had Jordan, but that's my opinion. But the consensus is proving my point. A lot of people has LeBron as the GOAT. Because of what? He got all the stats all around. That's a fact.
Yeah, but with that same argument,
you can't deny that. I don't necessarily believe that 100%, but it's true. I didn't say when I get old. I say when we all get old.
I was born in 78. I'm still putting
93.
Oscar Robertson above a lot of people, and I wasn't alive for that generation.
But you know why you put Oscar Robertson above that? That's my point.
I can't believe you saying this, SB, and you know better. That's what. And we all alive.
But look, I don't talk to multiple fan bases. I debated a lot of people, bro. Trust me. The consensus is that, bro. I hear people talk, dog.
That's in your opinion, SB. That's in your
opinion. It's not an opinion. I done debate many people, LeBron fans, Jordan fans, Kobe fans, Kawhi fans, even Giannis. Like I debated all type of people, and the consensus has always been the same thing. It's fucked up.
So
I can say I can halfway give you I can give him a pass for 75. 75 is a lot of players, guys.
Yeah, Russ.
So
hold on.
Maybe he's the 74th.
SB, what makes LeBron a better player than Mike, in your opinion?
I don't got LeBron over Mike. I'll tell Mike the GOAT.
Is that opinion or facts? Can you back that up with?
I can debate it and prove that. I could debate it and prove that Mike's the GOAT, but you could debate that LeBron is the GOAT. He got a good case. You can debate that Kareem.
You cannot debate that LeBron is the GOAT.
Stop it.
Well, let me ask you this, SB.
We gotta go spill
LeBron in top 3 or 4, and I'm all for that.
LeBron is
let me ask you this, SB. Do you consider players? Do you consider players that win championships
finals and never lost on the biggest stage?
That's
it's why you can make an argument. It's why you can make an argument that Joe Montana is better than Brady. It's because they got on the biggest stage and they never fucking.
That's a team. The Bulls never lost. That's a team.
When you're the quarterback and when you're the main scorer, you are the biggest deciding factor. Don't play the team shit when you come to Jordan.
So okay, now watch this. I'm the biggest. I got Jordan as a GOAT. But besides scoring, what did Jordan lead the team in stats in the finals, or was it Scotty?
Defensive rating.
What? No. What?
That's where
what other stats? Or did Scotty
was the greatest role player ever.
No, listen. But your point is, listen. Your point is telling me that Jordan was the end all be all. Why they was 6-0 instead of the Bulls as a team. But Scotty has been finals where Jordan only led in points and Scotty led in every other statistical category. That's a fact.
Not every.
Let me take this. SB.
Go ahead, Mel.
In order to win the game,
and pull that hat down too, and put yourself on the main screen so we could all see the knowledge you're about.
Tighten it up. We want you to.
Why is that, bro? Hold on, man. Hold
on.
Yeah, we riding you, buddy. Don't you go no damn where.
Yeah, you gotta say something different than that. Pause. But look, hold on.
Pause.
I am a Bulls fan, bro. What are you talking about? I'm from the city, bro.
I got you. But I'm about to answer your question.
Bubble. I am too.
Because
bubble, he said.
Bubble.
Go ahead, Mel. Go ahead, Mel.
A lot of times when we had it. Still up here. Yeah, a lot of times when we had these conversations, people think that stuff.
Damn, that look good, Nick.
Stuff in the stat sheet is like proven.
This is number 11 and 12, 24 ounces.
I'm about to mute you because I'm talking so soft and humble, and I'm getting talked over. But look.
I'm sorry.
So people think that stuff in the stat sheet is like a real accomplishment, and it's really not, right? Because at the end of the day, we're trying to do two things to win a game. We're trying to score more points than your opponent, and we're trying to stop the opponent from scoring points. So the most important things to the game is scoring and defending. and Michael Jordan defended at elite level. He was probably the best wing defender, or if you want to put Pippen ahead of him, they were probably 1 and 2 in the league.
Correct.
Wing defenders on the court, and Michael Jordan was also the best scorer. So when you really look at it, Michael Jordan was KD and Kawhi mixed in one. He did the most two important things when it came to
outstanding statement,
right?
Outstanding comment.
So when Scottie Pippen was the assist guy and was getting more assists than Jordan and getting more rebounds than Jordan, that's great. But Michael Jordan was right there. He averaged 6 assists and 6 rebounds a game for his career.
But that was a triangle, right? That was the whole design of the triangle.
Right.
Was fluid movement.
Right. So just because Pippen was averaging 8 assists and Jordan was averaging 6 doesn't mean Jordan wasn't doing his fair share of assisting and rebounding. 6 rebounds and 6 assists is great when you're getting 33 points in the playoffs on a team that's only getting 79 points as a whole. That's great.
And
so
how many of Pippen's assists did Jordan connect on?
Who knows? But
yeah, right? Now watch this. My point is this: now, if Jordan was the end all be all,
I didn't say he was the end all be all.
No, I'm just saying because you telling me that's because the winning.
I'm saying it.
What happened in the 80s?
What happened in the 80s? The team didn't evolve. They didn't have anyone else on the team.
So so is the team because Jordan.
It was the evolution of Jordan, and it was the evolution of the team, and it was the evolution of coaching. It was the perfect storm of everybody coming together.
Correct or not? Right. So we cannot say so. Jordan was a loser in 80. End of story. Jordan was a loser in 80.
No, Jordan wasn't a loser, but Jordan didn't evolve.
So no, listen. Listen. This is my point.
LeBron was a loser then because LeBron didn't win multiple championships until he got Kyrie.
That's my point because this is the same guy that said Russ put up stats and was a loser. Jordan was the same thing.
Russ had elite.
Let me finish my point.
Russ had elite players in Durant and Harden and couldn't win.
That's my point.
Russ had the elite players and shit the bed. Jordan did not have elite players.
Yourself on my point about why it was more of the Bulls was one of the greatest teams and the reason why they won and wasn't just Mike because Mike was Russell Westbrook and he gave you all them stats and he was losing, get put out the first round.
Russ was not scoring 36 points a game.
Russ was definitely scoring 36 points when he was on AKC by himself.
Russ was not dogging Larry Bird.
Yeah, I want to hear the Thunder Heat stats too. Marvin never got to those stats. I want to hear those stats.
Hit it,
no,
bro.
Russ was scoring, but my whole point is this: it's more of that the Bulls team was so great. Don't get Jordan is the GOAT, but that Bulls team was that great because when Jordan was by himself, no matter how great he was losing in the 80s. He got a losing record against Bird. He got a losing record against Isaiah. He had a losing record against Matt. It's the fact.
Who was his number 2 in the 80s?
Huh?
Who was his number 2 in the 80s when he lost to the Pistons?
But you just told me Jordan was the end all be all why they won.
That's not what that means.
Hold on. Every single player besides Dirk Nowitzki needed a number 2 to win a title. The Dirk Nowitzki Mavericks are the only fucking team to never win a title without an elite number 2. Everyone's did it.
Pistons.
Bird
had
Pistons had Joe Dumars, Isaiah.
I'm talking about the 04 Pistons. They didn't even have a number 1.
They had a team, though. They had an elite team. Those guys played great defense. You had Billups.
Okay, you can do Pistons and Mavericks. I give you that Pistons and Mavericks.
But the Pistons had an elite team. You put that Pistons team, the sum is greater than the parts with that team.
They had a team.
They're the anomaly, right?
Yeah. They had a team full of number 2s.
But when you look at Magic Johnson, he had Kareem, he had Worthy, he had Byron Scott, he had Cooper. He had a team. You look at Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish. They had a team. You look at Jordan. They had a team. You look at Kobe and Shaq. They had a team. You look at the Spurs. They had Duncan, Ginobili, Parker. They had a team. You look at Kobe again. They had Kobe, Gasol, Odom. You look at the Celtics, Garnett, Pierce, Rondo. Everyone has had a fucking team.
Agreed.
So you can't say Jordan
didn't face no
is
dynasty
bad for not doing it, or
he didn't face a dynasty.
But Jordan was so great, he could be eliminated by better teams.
No team in the '90s could sniff the Bulls. They weren't nowhere near the Bulls level. No team.
The Pistons wasn't good back in the day.
Not in the '90s. You said '90s. Not in the '90s.
They won 88, 89 though.
And that was last year they won. It was over. Jordan already said his biggest competition was the Pacers, and the Pacers wasn't even all that.
They weren't all that.
They wasn't. They wasn't. They
had.
Wait a minute. Most of these teams that you're talking about were not considered good because Jordan beat them, like Utah.
Compared to the Bulls,
like the Knicks.
They had Reggie. They had Mark Jackson. They had
you telling me the teams that the Knicks had back in them days weren't good? The Bulls just beat them.
The Bulls, no, there was no one.
Jordan's not on the Bulls. The Pacers win a title or two. That's how good that fucking.
And the Knicks.
Hey, listen. Compared to the Bulls, no team in the 90s. I'm compared to the Bulls. No team in the 90s can sniff their shoelaces.
That's because the Bulls were that good.
That's crazy.
Yes,
that's crazy.
That's not true. The issue is that usually you have two great teams going against each other in the finals. When you have two great teams of equal talent going against each other in the finals, the difference is that MJ is the imbalance that no one else can reach. So MJ is
right.
Who puts the odds in their favor.
And you got to give the Bulls
credit them the best player too.
Fucking amazing team.
Yeah, they
Rodman from bringing
MJ beat more
greatest teams of all time.
MJ beat more 61 teams than 80.
Look,
MJ
only
beat
team,
more 60.
listen. Only team that's like you could probably put on the Bulls level is the KD Warriors. Look how long it took for a team to get that good close to the Bulls level.
Because nobody has a Michael Jordan on their damn team.
Wait a minute.
You're telling me that Utah? You think that Utah team was not good with John Stockton and Karl Malone?
And lost.
That team won't even be labeled in probably like a top. If you do a top 10 list or even a top 20, nobody would bring their Utah Jazz team up
because they lost the Bulls.
The Utah Jazz team will beat the Lakers right now.
One of the
the Lakers trash. They're trash.
One of the biggest fucking robberies in the history of the NBA.
So in other words, you say Karl Malone wasn't that good. John Stockton wasn't good. Is that what you're telling me?
No, they were good. They were cute. They were cute, but they were nothing. Malone was a better MVP than Jordan.
Y'all know when that Spurs dynasty started?
And then don't bring up the
99 when Duncan got drafted.
You know what year they won their first ever chip? The Spurs.
99.
When Duncan got drafted,
right?
97.
And the year before that,
it was the strike.
They didn't win 97. The Bulls won 97.
And the year before that, they got manhandled by the Utah Jazz.
But Jordan wasn't playing no more.
Yes, he was. Yeah, in '98, the year before they won their first chip, they got manhandled by the Utah Jazz.
They didn't get manhandled. They won it. Jordan retired.
I'm saying
he's disregarding the Jazz though. He said the Jazz wasn't good. I know they were good.
And you know the Portland Trailblazers that MJ won the chip on, they made to the finals.
They were good
in 1990. The year before, 2 years before they faced.
They were good.
Compared to the Bulls, they not.
Jerome.
Well, the Bulls were just that good.
I'm going to unite everybody right now. I'm going to unite everybody because we've been arguing. Kevin Duckworth and Jerome Kersey are one of the greatest front courts in NBA history.
Good God.
Wow.
Let me say one thing.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go.
Look, so a lot of people underestimate how strong the East was. And before Jordan even got to the Knicks in the conference finals, he had to face the Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round, and this Cleveland Cavaliers team had Mark Price, who was on Steve Nash level, number one. Had Brad Daugherty, who was a real great center. Had Larry Nance, who was a great.
Mark Price is a Kyrie Irving with a 50, 40, 90.
I'm gonna say Steve Nash though, but then they had Ron Harper, who could guard Michael Jordan just as athletic, if same size, everything. They had
in his prime.
They had Gerald Wilkins. They had another bit, Hot Rod Williams. They had 3 7-footers: Larry Nance, Brad Daugherty, Hot Rod Williams.
Did you say Craig?
He don't know who Hot Rod is, man. He don't know who that is.
They had Craig Elo.
Did you say Craig Elo?
Yeah, Craig Elo as well. That Cavs team, they had Terrell Brennan on the bench. That Cavs team
had some bad boys. Yes, it was.
Stacked. And
the Bulls put him to sleep.
Listen, the big men I named, Hot Rod Williams, Larry Nance, and Brad Daugherty, were all 10 times better than Bill Cartwright and Horace Grant. Yep. They were.
Fuck yeah.
At that time, they were
not better than Luke Longley. If you add Luke Longley,
but Luke wasn't bad in his day
as a team.
Okay, I'm just going to ask him one more thing. It must be the point that Oklahoma team was definitely his era, because he must have just watched that team so much.
My era. I was born in '93. My era is from 2000 and up. I mean, unless you want to count the '90s from that point to 2000, the greatest era of basketball from 2000 to 2010.
93. It's past your bedtime, bro. What are you doing up right
He's
now?
about 90, bro. 93, bro.
He was born in 93. I had 93 women dancing in 93.
I'm 95.
but the whole point of after point two, because we got to my mic, was that he said you can't argue. I think the guy on the big screen said you can't argue LeBron being in the GOAT conversation, which is cap. You can argue that he's a top 3 player all time. Now, I don't care what the order is you put in. Is no matter what your order is. Jordan, LeBron, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar are the 3 greatest players to ever play basketball.
Let me say this.
I got Kobe.
Let me add this to the conversation because I'm an old school
Kobe
guy. I was born in 78.
I got Kobe 4 on my list.
You can never, and this is what I don't do. Like when you talk greatest football players of all time, quarterbacks are in a different conversation, right? You don't compare a quarterback to Aaron Donald. You don't compare a quarterback to Lawrence Taylor. You don't compare a quarterback to Jerry Rice. You just don't do that. So what I always do with NBA is I put guards, point guards, shooting guards, and small forwards in one category, and I put post players like Tim Duncan and Jabbar in other categories, and I do GOATs in terms of that. So I can't compare what Jabbar did to the game to what Jordan does to the game.
Okay,
I can't compare what Magic did to the game to what Tim Duncan did to the game because the positions are different.
So you don't got LeBron. So where's LeBron? So where's LeBron on your small forward list?
I got Michael 1. I got.
No, I said small forward. You said you compare.
No. I put point guards, shooting guards, and small forwards in one category.
Together.
I put power forwards and centers in another category.
Okay, so where LeBron is on your list then?
2.
Okay. See, that's the point. He said you couldn't argue it. I'm like, if he 2, you
no. But when you said Jabbar 3, I wanted to chime in and just add that.
And then
because he doesn't fit in that category.
And then I don't agree with this list too. Who said the Bulls had the hardest route? I believe Kobe Bryant had the hardest route to the finals. To me, when he had to beat all the
he didn't because the league was so soft at that time that mediocre teams like the Nuggets could win 50 games.
Now there's the man on the screen right there.
What about the 90s? What about the 90s with the expansion teams?
That's a very weak argument.
Go through
that's a very weak argument,
different, man.
The expansion team argument
Knicks were the greatest football team in New York.
So that didn't water down. So the expansion didn't water down the league.
No. Clearly, the teams that were built. I'm talking about playoff runs. I don't give a shit about the shitty teams, like the Grizzlies or the Raptors. I'm talking about playoff runs. The Pacers were physical and built. The Knicks were physical and built. The Knicks, with Charlie Ward at quarterback, who won the Heisman Trophy at Florida State, were the greatest football team in New York City for about 10 years because the Jets and the Giants fucking sucked. And I say that as a Jet fan.
It's tough.
And if you want to say things, Jordan ruined so many top players' careers because he was so good, including Karl Malone, Stockton, and Barkley. He made those guys almost irrelevant and not even to be talked about in history because Jordan would come through there and just dominate them. And it's the truth, guys.
100%.
You got guys that are on lists that people barely talk about because Jordan was in his prime at the time, which was a long time.
Brad Daugherty was worthy of a title.
Yeah, I mean, people don't give Patrick Ewing his props because they had to go through the Bulls so many times. 100%. And a prime example of what I'm talking about is before Jordan started winning his championships, Detroit used to do it to him.
He was a loser.
They beat him down.
No,
they beat him down.
It was before David Stern did the evolution.
Was he not a loser? Yes or no?
No, he wasn't a loser. The rules of the game didn't change.
No, he was a loser. Stop using the excuse. He was
a loser. Who you talking about, Jordan?
Yes.
Who you talking about, Jordan?
Yes, he lost in the 80s.
It's different. You can't say that if you didn't live it and watch it.
No, he just was on a lesser. No, Nick, let me get him. Nick, let me get him. He was just on a lesser team.
The biggest thing that David Stern did was David Stern created rules.
Listen, let me finish.
Wait.
You just
David Stern created rules to protect the superstars. It wasn't like that in the 80s. They let people beat the shit out of each other in the 80s. And when David Stern took over the NBA, David Stern looked at Michael Jordan and said, we have to create rules to defend this guy. No more illegal defense. No more.
Detroit was killing it.
Which helped Jordan.
Mm-hmm. No, what helped Jordan was when they got Pippen. Listen, Detroit had a better teams Detroit had Isaiah and them. They were great back then.
Not a loser. You're not answering the question.
Because he lost games, but he never was a loser.
The guy under me went on the rant for an hour. Listen. Let me say
you asked the question, right?
Y'all just went on the whole soliloquy for hours, killing Rush, saying that he was a loser.
He still is a loser.
He is a loser because he plays in the evolution of protecting the superstar.
Let me say my point. Y'all
go ahead, SB.
Soliloquy for hours, killing Rush, said he put up stats and losing, and Jordan did that the whole 80s. He even made the playoffs with a losing record.
You SB Nation.
This is a fucking generation.
Hold on, can I ask y'all a question? SB Nation. How can MJ be a career loser when he had only played like 5 years in the
80s? He was a loser.
Russell Westbrook played over a whole decade. We have a long sample size.
Russell Westbrook has played his entire fucking career in the protecting the superstar generation.
Answer the question honestly.
Jordan was getting hit
like
fucking Joe Montana was against the Giants.
Okay. Where did
Jordan win? How's MJ? Hold on. Can I ask you a question? If MJ,
what did Jordan win in the 80s?
No. Win what?
Answer the question. Answer the y'all.
He didn't win. He didn't win anything.
So he was a loser.
He didn't win.
How far did listen? How far did Jordan make the playoffs in the 80s?
He made to the conference finals in 1989.
Bad argument. I'm all up for a good argument with somebody, but this is a bad argument.
Stop it. Hey, stop lying.
What's the question?
SB.
The rules
Listen,
of the
guys.
Hold on, Nick. So SB, if you're saying whoever don't win the championship is a loser,
no, that's what y'all was going off of. I don't agree with that.
But you're comparing different generations. No, he told me when I said
Russ Westbrook. Let me ask a real question. When I said Russ not a loser because he led his team to a real record in playoffs, he said he win no championship. He was a loser. So I'm going off y'all logic. I don't agree with that. He hasn't won a
championship.
The logic changes when the rules of the game.
How did logic change for Jordan? It's the same thing as basketball.
Because the rules weren't the same in the 80s compared to the 2015.
SB Nation, you keep asking this question, but I keep explaining to you. You're comparing apples to oranges. Westbrook has been on multiple different teams, and he's played for over a decade. You're comparing Michael Jordan, who was on a team that didn't
5 years.
The Bulls didn't make a playoff for like 3 years until MJ showed up, and he turned.
Russ played with Harden. Russ played with Durant. You're talking about all-time players.
Jordan Bulls had nobody. He had nobody.
And anyone who fucking loves him.
They went from missing the playoffs to making the playoffs to making the second round to making the conference finals. He improved the Bulls.
Was he? Y'all avoided it. Was he a loser? Yes or no? Y'all making excuses.
He lost games. Everybody had.
We lived it, and we're giving you logic
here's my point.
And reasoning.
Was Jordan's stats empty stats like y'all saying Russ was?
No, because they improved the team, and they proved other players.
Russ didn't improve the teams,
and he improved other. No,
players. Hell no.
No, and he improved other players.
Okay.
You want to hear the number?
And he improved other players.
We're not being factual. We're being fans here. Y'all called me a fan.
We're not being fans.
I'm a Bulls fan. I'm probably.
I am too.
You were a Bulls fan, and you were born in '93, and you didn't live the '80s playoffs where you were allowed to beat the shit out of fucking superstars.
The tough basketball.
No, you're not going to score as much. They knocking him down, man. They damn near killed Jordan, man.
I feel like I'm talking to like my ex-wife who just fucking yells over me.
Oh, damn it! Don't bring up ex-wife.
Watch this though. You said you couldn't score in the '80s. Where did the '80s rank all time when it comes to scoring the basketball? In eras. What does the 80s rank?
It was low.
No. Is the 80s one of the top scoring eras of all time?
I'm not sure.
No. Go look it up.
Okay.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking at Jordan. Jordan was the only one in the league scoring big points at the time.
And you look at the 80s, the 80s, they're one of the top scoring eras. So you can't sit and tell me, because we was clotheslining people like the Big Show or John Bradshaw Langfield.
Okay, Nick just told you they were killing people.
Let me ask you why.
You couldn't even play a zone back then. You could stop it, bro.
But you can knock a person down.
I lived the generation, so I'm going to ask you why. You were born after it, so tell me why that era was high scoring. Since you seem to know everything that we lived.
You just told me it wasn't high scoring. It's a fact that it was.
You know why? Efficiency and shooting.
So your logic don't make so what you just said don't
Everybody in the league was able to shoot a mid-range jump shot. Everybody worked on their fucking craft. It wasn't 3-pointers and dunks like we fucking shit basketball that we have to watch now. That's why it was good. That's why it was high scoring. It wasn't from poor defense. It was from offensive efficiency.
But you didn't
live it. You didn't see it.
Jordan couldn't score.
SB Nation, can I ask you a question?
Jordan couldn't score. He was dropping 35 a fucking game.
You just said he couldn't
playoffs.
score.
They beat the shit out of him.
That's why I said your logic was wrong.
SB Nation,
the logic's not wrong.
You said
Your theory is wrong. I respect your opinions on it, but you didn't live it.
I didn't say nothing opinionated since I've been here. Everything I said.
You have YouTube. Go look up NBA playoff games in the 80s and look at the fucking pummeling these players took.
So the 80s wasn't the top
the shit out of the superstars because David Stern did not create rules to protect them yet. That's the fucking difference.
So because somebody clotheslined, that made it hard to play basketball.
You don't think it?
Yeah, you don't think
how long do running
that
backs
was damn near legal.
Hold on, guys, I got it. How long do running backs last in the NFL?
It's hard to play through basketball getting fouled.
How long do NFL running backs last now? Getting pummeled every fucking game.
We're not comparing the NFL to basketball. So you tell me
exactly that's the point.
Wait, listen.
We're going to compare guys who are taking a physical beating.
It's harder. By y'all logic, it's harder to play through. It's hard to play through getting fouled hard than breaking a zone.
Do you know when I stutter?
Answer the question. Yes or no?
Talking bullshit.
Yes or no? I need you to ask this question for me.
Ask the question again.
Is it harder to play basketball by getting fouled hard or breaking a 2-3 zone? Which one is harder?
Fouled hard.
What you mean a 2-3 zone? You can break a 2-3 zone a lot easier.
No, you can't.
If you get knocked on your ass, it's hard.
SB Nation, can I ask you a question?
Oh man,
SB Nation, can I ask you a question?
SB
Go ahead.
Okay, so hold on. The 90s and the early 2000s with the MJ's rules were the lowest paced era in basketball history.
Correct.
And it didn't start improving until they start passing a bunch of rules to get the big men out of the paint and to make the game more perimeter oriented.
David Stern created the illegal defense rule.
The pace went up dramatically with all these rules that they have today.
Watch this though. So
wait, you keep saying
wait, bro. So don't answer your own question. Who does that make the game easier for?
It makes it easier for the offense.
The guards, Michael Jordan.
In the 80s, those rules were not in
listen though.
existence.
So you just openly admitted they made the game easier for Jordan. Correct.
How did they make
not for Jordan, for all of the players?
They didn't take the
let him repeat what he said again. Repeat what you said again.
I said that they took the big men out of the paint in the early 2000s. They took the big men out of the paint and they started making the game more perimeter oriented because the pace was getting so fucking slow in the early 2000s. MJ wasn't on the Bulls in the 90s.
They didn't want to speed up. David Stern wanted to promote the superstars. David Stern had an obsession with I gotta protect guys like Bird, like Magic, like Jordan, like Barkley, like Hakeem. I have to create a way where we can market these guys worldwide. Now, and if you're
they ain't gonna last.
If you're putting guys like Lambeer, Rodman, Parrish, McHale in the paint and hammering these guys when the more athletic guys beat the guys on the perimeter one-on-one, the game isn't as beautiful. The game is not as pure.
Now my point
you had to create rules to expand the guys and not let them clog the lane.
Okay, now my point is this. By your logic then, so the defense should have been better than 90.
Not my logic. It's fucking reality.
No. Okay, now let's go off reality. Why does the 2000 era rank better defensively and offensively than the 90s then?
Because the game was fucking shitty.
But you just said they took the big man out. Wait. He just said he took the big man out the wait. He just said they took the big man out of pace and made it easier to score. But the midway through the 2000s. But the 2000s, that's what I'm talking about. The 2000s ranked better defensively and offensively than the 90s.
Right. And did you hear what I said before that?
Here's why.
Did you hold on?
Everything y'all said is y'all opinion.
SB Nation.
It's not an opinion.
Man, we didn't put Mel to sleep, guys. We didn't put Mel to sleep, guys.
An opinion. It's a fact that the game went downhill greatly because guys in the 2000s could either shoot a three or dunk. Nobody had a fucking mid-range game. The offensive play slowed down. It turned into the one-on-one generation. That's why.
So Allen Iverson didn't have a mid-range?
Look at the film. The mid-range.
I'm asking. Allen Iverson didn't have a mid-range.
SB Nation. Didn't you ask me a question? I was
You're
saying.
You're going to name one or two players.
I said
in the
2000s.
Everybody
didn't have a mid-range.
Hold on, SB Nation.
Kobe didn't have a mid-range.
SB Nation.
Who?
Tim Duncan didn't have a mid-range.
You're talking one or two players compared to an entire league.
Bro, the 2000s from 2000 to 2010 is the greatest era of basketball.
That's the worst era of basketball.
No, it's not.
No, hold on. The 2000s Western Conference was a great era. The Eastern Conference was so fucking weak that it was imbalanced. So by the time they made it to the finals, they had nearly weak competition. That's why they were feasting on the fucking
Nobody
teams.
could hit a mid-range shot. It was 3 points.
I just named like 10 players.
I'm telling
out
you,
of fucking 900 in the league. That's a fantastic accomplishment for you.
Hold up, guys. We got somebody in the chat. CHN23 says Jordan with Russ teams would have won the chip.
Fuck yes.
Yes.
If Jordan had Durant and Harden and Ibaka. Stop it.
We would have won. Can we stop with these hypotheticals? Because if your auntie had a dick, she'd be your uncle. So we not.
Well, now I mean, you know, you can say that.
Wait. Let me add this.
But wait a minute. You
had a good opinion, you'd be me.
You right. Yeah, right.
Wow.
And also, all right, SP. I'm going to ask you. Do you think Jordan would have won a championship with those teams that Russ played on?
We can't talk. We can't talk hypothetical. We don't know what Jordan.
I just asked you a question. Just answer yes or no.
Wait a minute. You can't go from comparing generations.
Is Phil Jackson? Is Phil Jackson going to coach that 3rd team?
You can't go from comparing generations and what ifs generation to generation.
Oh, you want the coach too? You want the coach too?
Jordan didn't win.
All right, we'll give you the coach and Benny the Bull. We'll give you coach and Benny the Bull.
If Jordan got Phil, then yeah. But if he ain't got Phil, no.
SB Nation. MJ does not.
I'm not SB Nation. Just call me
SB Nation. MJ does not.
It's not SB Nation. Stop calling you SB Nation. Stop calling me SB.
What's your name?
Oh shit.
Just say SB. Just say SB, bro.
Okay, SB.
All right,
MJ needed Phil.
I know why it's SB. I know why it's SB, gentlemen. Some bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah.
MJ needed Phil.
I'm playing, bro. I'm playing. It was a layup. It was a layup, and I had to take it.
That's great.
Yes.
Okay, SB. MJ would need Phil on the Bulls team. MJ doesn't need Phil on every fucking team he plays on. If he didn't have other superstars on his fucking team when he was first on the Bulls, they developed into better players. If MJ had already made superstars, then we having a whole different conversation.
How do you know that?
Nick, because make sure you got a voice for tomorrow. Because I'm coming on your show.
Because MJ won on every other fucking team. He's been on a college and high school and international play. We've seen him in other.
I know it, man. And you drinking beer. It's time, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
MJ's been a winner.
Hey, real quick. I just want to say peace out to everybody. It's almost 4 o'clock here on the East Coast.
All right.
I got a job interview at 10 in the morning. I got another one at 3. We got NFL free agency tomorrow. We got the IOW Sports Network podcast from 4 to 6.
Yes.
I love getting into this with people. It's no disrespect. It's
no, I love this. I do this all the time. Drop your link in the private chat so I can sub to you. Just drop your link in the private chat.
I love this. And I'm going to say something. Nobody should ever have a Bulls fucking flag in their house and then shit on Michael Jordan in the same day. You need to burn that flag for warmth, brother, because it's cold outside.
I mean,
right.
Look,
take care, Nick.
I just don't
like. I'll see you tomorrow.
Drop your link in the private chat. I'll sub to you.
All right, guys. Be good. Peace out, everybody.
I'm out too, guys. I'm out too, guys. You guys, it's been great.
See you.
And SB, I tell you what, I just logged on and subscribed to your channel, man.
I appreciate it.
So be looking for Marvin's perspective from the other side.
Yeah. And now look, I'm gonna let you know now. Look, my channel is different. It's the Lions Den over there, and trust me, they be waiting on Jordan Oldheads to come through the ether. So I'm letting you know.
Well, I've been
fighting a good fight for long enough. So you go in there, but I'm telling you, it's the Lions Den over there, bro.
I'm gonna leave you with this. There ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, baby.
Yeah.
And don't you forget that Mr. Tatum gonna be coming in there, and I know my shit. Football, basketball, and baseball, baby. So now you just make sure you kind of freshen up on yours because you kind of got roasted tonight.
Nah, I didn't. Y'all just don't want to accept. Nick put it in on Facebook. You should put it in the private chat. Tough.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm saying, hey man, go ahead, just get something. Yeah.
Great conversation, guys.
Great conversation.
Y'all take care. All right.
We gotta stop letting the emotional takes get us, man.
Y'all need to learn it. We gotta learn to speak one at a time, not 3 people talking. That was the main issue.
Because I don't like. Don't get me wrong. I'm the biggest Bulls fan, but it's just like I'm with facts over anything, and I'm like, no matter what you say, like you can't shit on Russ. Like Russ plays bad in the playoffs, but you can't tell me Yeah, he just put up stats and he be losing when he's by himself first round exit. And I'm like, the dudes you tell me to go did the same thing. I said Jordan is still the GOAT. Like we skip over that point. You're like, oh yeah, you said no, bro, he's the GOAT. But in the 80s, he was getting his ass kicked. He was doing the same thing Russ doing by himself, putting up numbers, making it to the first round, didn't get put out.
But he wasn't getting put out purely in the first round. He made to the conference finals in the
one
final
time.
Year. Yeah, and before that, he made to the second round. Did you see
the
team was getting better every year?
The
team was getting better.
Wait. Did he make it to the conference? Scotty rookie year, right?
No, Scotty rookie was the second when in '88 when he made it to the second round.
So he made it to the conference finals without Scotty.
No, I said he made to the second round with Scotty in his rookie year, and then the second year he made it to the conference finals with Scotty.
What did he do without Scotty? First round.
Right, but Scottie Pippen wasn't the reason they made it out of the first round because he was on a bench in 1988.
But the whole point is, without Scotty still was on the team.
So was Horace Grant. So that's the same sample size. So Horace Grant was more of the reason than Scottie Pippen, right?
No.
Why didn't Scottie Pippen win a Rookie of the Year award if he was that impactful? No, he didn't make an All-Rookie team. He didn't win a Rookie of the Year award. He didn't make an All-Rookie second team. If he was that impactful, why would he?
Was Scotty on the team?
Huh?
Was Scotty on the team?
Yes. And what did he do?
They lost just right around with Jordan.
I'm asking you, what did he do that they made it past the first round?
They lost. It don't matter what he did. They lost.
You told me that he made it out of the first round because of Scotty. I'm asking you, what did Scotty do to help him make it out of the first round?
He hasn't made it out the first without Scotty's on the team. That's it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. What did Scotty do to help them make it out of the first round?
I don't know nothing. They lost.
They made it out of the first round of '88 when Scotty was a rookie. You said it was Scotty Pippen.
What did
he do?
I didn't lie at my point.
I'm asking you, what did he do?
Scotty didn't do nothing.
So how the fuck is he responsible for getting out of the first round?
I didn't say Scotty was responsible.
That's what you implied. You just said he didn't make it out of the first round without Scotty. You implied that Scotty was the reason.
That's is that true or not?
Yeah,
was Scotty on the team? Yes. So
yes.
I didn't say Scotty did anything. I just said,
but by saying that they didn't get out of the first round until they got Scotty implies that Scotty was the reason they got out of the first round.
No. I said
that's Jordan what it implies.
I said Jordan has never been out the first round without Scotty being on the roster.
So now you about to play stupid like you don't know that by saying that Scotty that they make it out the first round.
Okay. So okay. Skip past
pretend that. Like you don't know.
Okay. I will give you that point now. Go back to the point when I said in the 90s where it's been multiple finals where Scotty led the team in every other category besides scoring.
No.
So Scotty never done that.
You said multiple finals where Scotty led in every other category except scoring?
Yeah, Scotty has.
No.
So Scotty has never done that.
No.
So who leads in all their finals? Who leads in the other stats besides scoring?
It varies by the finals. In the 91 finals, MJ led in 4 categories and Scotty led in rebounds. In the 92 finals, MJ led in points and steals. Scotty led in assists and rebounds, and Horace Grant led in blocks. In 93, MJ led in points. Scotty led in assists and steals, and Horace led in rebounds. And Horace led in blocks and rebounds. It varied by finals. What are you talking about?
So
Scotty never led in all categories in the finals except scoring.
He did before. Yes, he did.
No, he is not.
You sure?
Yeah, I can keep going. You want me to go through the other 3?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I got it right. I got it right here. Proud of me. So in the 96 finals, Scotty had led in assists and steals. It was Luke Longley who led in blocks. It was Rodman who led in rebounds, and MJ led in points. In the 97 finals, MJ led in points and assists. Scotty led in steals, blocks, and rebounds. In 98, MJ led in points and steals. Scotty led in assists and blocks, and Rodman led in rebounds. So I just went over all 6 finals, and none of those finals did Scotty lead in everything except points. Which I know what you're referencing. You're referencing the fact that
he had value.
That somebody on Facebook took a series of all the playoff rounds they've been in and added them all together, and then said that he had more.
Hold on, wait, my fault.
That's what I know what you're talking about. Somebody took the all the playoff rounds they played in 91 through 93 and 96 through 98. Then they added all the numbers together and then said Pippen had more assists, steals, blocks, and rebounds than MJ, even though he wasn't the leading rebounder or the leading shot blocker.
The whole point of me saying that was when he said it was just Jordan, like Scottie didn't have no value. And I said, no, Scottie was leading.
Who said that?
Nick.
What did he say that about? Did he say that about the 90s or the 80s?
The 90s.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that.
I told him I didn't agree with that.
What I said was that when you had two great teams going against each other, but MJ was the imbalance. You don't give MJ an equal opportunity to win because he's going to dominate. He's going to whoop everybody's ass.
And then you don't think Scottie had a part to play in that?
I'm sure he did. That's why I just said I said two teams with a great value.
And that's my point, because I feel like for you,
I was saying that MJ was the imbalance. Scottie, Horace Grant, John Paxson, all of them were a great supporting cast, just like all the other people were a great supporting cast on the opposing team. I'm saying that MJ was the mismatch. He was the imbalance, and he was the reason that they dominated so much.
And I can argue that with Scottie too, sometimes being imbalanced, because he was like a Swiss Army knife. He'd guard the best player and run the point.
When did he? No, he did not always guard the best player. That's another myth that people just made up.
So
I can go over all the finals.
So okay, so the first. So
in 98 and 97,
he guarded Magic. No, wait, he played the Lakers. He guarded Magic.
No, yeah, but MJ was his primary. MJ guarded Magic more than Scottie Pippen did.
No, they switched it because Magic was killer.
That's a myth. I can tell you. I've watched the series multiple times. MJ guarded Magic. Hold on. MJ guarded Magic all throughout Game 1, all throughout Game 4, and all throughout Game 5. What you're talking about is that in Game 2, MJ was guarding Magic for half the game, and then he was getting his ass whooped, and so they put Magic on. They put Pippen on for the other half. And then in Game 3, they alternated between MJ and Pippen.
Okay, and then
but Games 4 and 5, they went back to MJ guarding the Magic for the rest of the series. So MJ guarded Magic for the majority.
No, I think Scottie guarded.
I've watched it again just recently. I've watched it multiple times because I got tired of people saying that line and saying that shit.
Yeah, but okay, so then the next series is Clyde. I think he guarded. Yes. No, Jordan guarded Clyde.
Yes.
Then the next series was
Bart was the Suns, and it was Horace Grant who guarded Barkley.
Yeah.
Right, not Scottie Pippen.
But who guarded? No, it wasn't Barkley. Who guarded Scottie? Did Scottie guard Johnson? Correct.
Because Johnson was the best player on the team. That was Barkley was the best player on the team.
He the best perimeter player. Obviously, they're not gonna guard no big man. Stop it. We know.
No, but you said he guarded the best player on the team. I'm telling you, in all 6 finals, there's no finals where Scottie guarded the best player on the team.
Okay, so then the next finals, 2-year break, he came back and played the
Sonics.
The Sonics. Who guarded GP?
It was originally Ron Harper for 2 games, and he got injured, so MJ guarded him for the rest.
So Scottie didn't guard GP at all.
Scottie was guarding Dallas Shrimp.
Okay. Then the next series was the Jazz twice.
And in both series, you can see Rodman guarded Karl Malone, and Ron Harper guarded John Stockton. So neither MJ or Pippen guarded the best 2 players on the team.
Okay. So now, if you agree with me with the point that Scottie had the value that he had, so why is the narrative that Scottie pretty much like Dude said, if Jordan was the end all be all? Because I don't agree with that. I just think
you said the narrative, but we're
that's what he said. But I feel that
so one person means it's an entire narrative.
No, my point was that it was the team. He said Jordan. That's when I got to the point when I said the thing about Scottie.
Okay, but every player who's ever won had a team around him. What made MJ different was that he did more with less. He didn't have the type of talent around him that other people got from the, like when Larry Bird and Magic and Bill Russell, those type of winners, they got help from the jump. It wasn't like something that they had to wait 5-6 years for. They had help from the jump. MJ's teammates, Pippen, Grant, Paxson, and Bill Cartwright, they were all bench players. They are bench players who had to develop into the players they became. MJ didn't just get that help from the jump.
So what team is? So you telling me every other teams in the 90s was on the same level as the Bulls?
Not every team, no. The 91 Lakers clearly weren't because they didn't have Kareem, and because they didn't have Kareem or some of the other players they have in the Showtime.
I don't believe
the Suns. What's the name? The 93 the 93 Phoenix Suns that MJ played, they were a favorite to beat the Bulls in 93.
I don't
because the Bulls declined in that season.
Yeah. I know you're talking about but I don't see the Suns one on their level at all.
And the 92 Portland Trailblazers, there was 3 players on the Bulls averaging double digits. There were 7 players on the Portland Trailblazers averaging double digits.
But the Portland Trailblazers
offensively, they were struggling struggling. There was 3 of those 6 games that they won. They had to come back from a deficit to even win the fucking game. They had to come back from big deficits to even win a game several times, like 3 times in that finals.
Mm-hmm.
They were nowhere near on the level of the Bulls. The Bulls were a great defensive team, but their offense was so lackluster compared to other finals teams and conference finals teams that it held them back, and so many other teams would use it against them.
So in any series that the Bulls face in the finals, anybody, I don't know how old you is. I want to say you thought the Bulls was going to lose.
Yeah, I thought in the night. No, I wasn't around in it. Just so you know that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm just saying. No, I'm telling you that I'm saying that I've actually looked up the favoritism of the finals, and I'm saying in the '93, the finals, the Phoenix Suns were actually favored to beat them.
Okay. I don't.
Because they already had 3 players averaging like 20 a game. Then they added Charles Barkley,
because it was
who won MVP.
It was Chuck Johnson and
I think
who's the other guy?
I forgot that.
It was the it was I forgot. Yeah, I forgot too. But
yeah,
I know
my point. It was, right. And meanwhile, the Bulls, they had just lost what's his name? Craig Hodges just got blackballed for politics and shit. And John Paxson was declining as a player. So they outside shooting was not as good. MJ shot a lot more threes that season because they outside shooting was declining without that. Right. And the offense altogether, their offensive rating had just like completely dipped. They were like used to being like in the top 5 or they dropped like outside of the top 10 that season. And that's why they had to come back from a 2-0 deficit, a 2-0 deficit against the Knicks and win 4 straight just to advance to the finals. So people weren't like thinking that that they were suddenly going to beat the Phoenix Suns, like it, especially not under 7 games.
Right.
Especially like I said, the fact that MJ didn't even win the MVP was Charles Barkley, who was on the Phoenix Suns, who he faced.
But they had a good year that year though, so you can't even deny it. But I just didn't remember them being favored over the Bulls, but I wouldn't be surprised because Chuck won the MVP that year, and the Suns was hot. So I wouldn't even deny that.
No, I get your point. I'm not saying that the Bulls weren't big favorites a lot of the times they placed in the finals. But like I said, the point is one of the reasons they weren't big favorites is because, especially over time, is because you keep seeing MJ win all these fucking chips, and like why would you bet against them in the first place?
Yep.
If you see MJ win 1, 2, and then 3 straight, something that hadn't been done all the way since the 1960s, why would they be betting against him in the first place? In 1996, his first full season back, they won 72 games. Why would you be betting against MJ at that point?
Yep. Yeah, because they wouldn't lose. My whole point was also because I don't like when Scotty does get disrespected. Like, because to me, like if people get mad when I say this, or no, some people don't. I said like Scotty was like a top 5 player tonight. At lowest, he's like 7. He's from like
I
7 range.
But he definitely wasn't top. Right. Here's my thing. I kind of have the exact opposite experience. I think Scotty is arguably amongst the most overrated players I've ever seen. Like, when I say overrated, I don't think people understand what I mean by overrated. Overrated does not mean you suck or that you're trash or that you're not a good player, that you're not a great player. Overrated means people are giving you credit for stuff you didn't do or they're ranking you higher than they should.
Okay, so wait, is you saying that from an all-time perspective or just in the 90s?
I'm saying from an all-time perspective.
Okay, in the all-time, I 100% agree with you.
Right, in the 90s, he was a little more well-rounded. They were a little more well-rounded in what they were saying. I'm saying in the future, because people were trying to downplay MJ, and they ran out of arguments individually. The only argument they could use was winning. But since MJ dominated there too, now they're short for arguments, so they had to come up with an excuse and talk about how great the Bulls team was. But it's hard to make that argument considering MJ won 3 before that later on roster, and he won 3 after his first 3-peat roster. The only consistent person in that entire roster was Scottie Pippen. Scottie is the teammate he had, and so people start overrating Scottie Pippen and giving him credit for stuff he didn't do to make it seem like, oh well MJ had like this juggernaut squad of like they're trying to mythologize MJ's teammates out of proportion to justify why he won so much.
And then to me, it's really more of to an extent of, and I know a lot of people get mad about it, but it's like a lot of the great teams got old too. A lot of teams got out the way. The teams that was like the Celtics, the Pistons, they was out of Jordan way.
They never faced the Celtics outside the first round.
I know, but
so it wasn't like they got old and that's why they was able to advance. They weren't facing them in a conference.
But he didn't. But the fact still remains that he never beat them though.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can't deny that. So it's like
I can't deny that, but I just like to point out context. If you go to 82 game seasons every single year, the first seed always sweeps the 8th seed in the first round.
Correct.
Right. So that's not out of the ordinary that the Bulls got swept by the Celtics. That happens every year.
But
Right, so it's not like MJ had a team around him in a conference finals and he was facing another conference final Celtics team and got his ass whipped. Like, no, he didn't face them. You can say that about, at least you could have said that. You could say that about the Pistons.
The Pistons
for
sure
too. He did end up sweeping them in '91.
Yeah, it took him, but it's like his biggest obstacles they had to get out his way. Like pretty much, because I feel like it was the Celtics and mainly more of the Pistons. The Pistons
didn't get old. They literally would just finish winning 2 straight championships. And they were nearly the same age as the Bulls.
Zeke got hurt.
Mm-hmm. But you said they were old.
It was over with. Yeah, it was over with.
They
but
were
you got to think about it
they were a top seed in the league. They just won 2 straight championships. They just made it to the conference finals. And I believe they were actually favored to beat the Bulls in 7 games.
Yeah, they was.
Right, and then they got swept. Right. So to say that they're old, like how what
when did Zeke get hurt?
I believe he got hurt in that season, 91. Right? Didn't he get an injury in that season?
I believe if it was it 91?
I think so.
I'm saying.
And at the end of the day, Dennis Rodman also had just won Defensive Player of the Year award that year too.
Mm-hmm. So that was a good team.
They definitely weren't like old. Old implies like they on the back end of their career and they on the verge of retirement.
Wait. When Isaiah injury suffered, why they talking about? They're talking about others. They showing
Isaiah.
They're talking about the midget Isaiah Thomas. Hold on.
They also got 3 different Jason Williams now.
Yeah, it's too many of them joints. When did he break his ankle? No, not his ankle. No, not that one. That was 88. I'm talking about when he had the Achilles. Let's just say it was probably 91. I can't.
Right.
Just for injury signals. Oh yeah, 91. It was 91. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't even the same.
Right, but during the second three-peat, MJ's teammates went through injuries all the time, and they still won.
Because then
in 94, 95, Rodman was getting injured 2 years before he joined the Bulls. Then he got injured again in 96, his first year in the Bulls. Then MJ got injured in the first round, and then Ron Harper got injured in the middle of the finals, and they still won a chip.
But it wasn't no season end injury, and it wasn't like that was the best player though. We talking about Zeke.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Zeke
MJ did get injured. MJ did get injured.
How many more seasons Zeke played after he got hurt, and how many times?
Like 3.
And how many times was the Pistons in contention after that 91 season?
None. They weren't.
No more.
But it wasn't because of their injuries. It was because of the flagrant foul rule. That's what passed in 91.
Yeah, that too.
Right, that was the reason they were no longer in contention. It wasn't because of their injuries or because of him getting hurt. It was because of the flagrant foul rule. They actually had to play. They actually had to play natural physical defense instead of trying to injure people.
And they couldn't do that.
And Isaiah Thomas admitted he couldn't do that. The Knicks was able to survive. So that's why I don't put as much stock on Isaiah Thomas as other people do. Because the Knicks were a flagrant foul team in the 80s too. They survived the flagrant foul.
No, I give Zeke his
Detroit. Dennis Rodman survived the flagrant. He was a defensive player of the year award before the flagrant foul rule existed, and he was a defensive player of the year award when the flagrant foul rule existed. Mm-hmm. So he's a genuine, pure, good defender. But the bad boy Pistons, and by their own admission, the fact that they couldn't flagrantly foul people anymore, they immediately lost their effect.
Yep,
and just got swept. I don't think it's about age or about injuries. It's about the fact that they actually had to play actual fundamental basketball, and they couldn't do that shit because Isaiah Thomas started playing basketball in 82. From 82 to 86, he was barely even. Sometimes he wasn't even making the playoffs. Other times he was losing in the first round. He went from losing in the first round to being a conference final contender in 1 year by their flagrant foul, by their bad boy Pistons flagrant foul thing.
But even though, so what you got Zeke ranked when it comes to point guards?
Yeah, I got him like in the top 3 between 3. Okay. I'm questioning. I don't know if the only reason I'm trying to question whether I want to put Stephen Curry because Stephen Curry, he don't have no Finals MVPs and he just defense is a little suspect. So I'm questioning whether or not I want to put Steph Curry over him.
With his impact that he had, you gonna have to put him at least up there.
Right, so I might put him over Isaiah.
Nah,
I'm debating
that still. I'm debating that still. Some days I say yeah. Some days I be like, nah, I can't put him.
That's what I'm saying. The two of them, it's hard. Steph got so many accomplishments, but he has some of the things he's doing and some of the context of his career fucking up.
But Zeke can say I be Bird, Magic, and Jordan. That's tough to say. That's tough to argue against. Even though Zeke is he's still holding on these old grudges. But Mike is saying it's about the dream team. I don't believe it's about the dream team.
I think it's the fact that he thought that what he was doing after when he walked off the court and all the bad boy Pistons style, he thought that was going to be forgotten, and in the future people are going to get over it. And he was going to be looked at in a positive light, and he realized that that didn't happen because of his shit. And I think he's taking that out on Jordan. He's
and Jordan get more love in the city than Isaiah Thomas, too.
Right? And but the funny thing is, most of that's pretty much his own fault.
Yep.
Like the simple act of him shaking hands for walking off the court, or the simple act of him apologizing. He could have apologized to him anytime. He could have came up and said he was wrong, but he thought, okay, people they were gonna get over it, and they didn't. And he's saying that he's not looked at in the light that when they talk about the 80s and 90s teams, they pretty much just skip right over the bad boy Pistons. So they looked like they had no redeeming qualities, and that's where Isaiah Thomas at. Isaiah Thomas realized that he had an opportunity to redeem his character by promoting LeBron James, and so he's smart enough to get on another LeBron James bandwagon.
That's what I kind of hate, like when it comes to like the debate between them two, because public media, you can tell like people I haven't seen one from thinking on top of my head a person who's in a public media eye who don't like have a reason why they choosing sides, so why they pick Jordan or why they pick LeBron. Like LeBron usually
ulterior motive.
Usually they pick LeBron, they hate Jordan, and usually if they picking Jordan, they hate LeBron, or they just nostalgia that they love the 90s or something like that, or like the nostalgia of LeBron.
I think there's people like Chris Broussard who was a big fan of LeBron and met LeBron more than any other superstar, but he still picks MJ as the greatest of all time. I think the issue here is that unlike MJ fans aren't as pathetic as and aren't as desperate as LeBron fans are. We don't. There's people like Kevin Garnett who have issues with LeBron who pick MJ as the GOAT. We're not out here claiming Kevin Garnett. MJ fans aren't out here promoting Kevin Garnett.
I done seen some crazy Jordan fans too, though. Honestly, that's why I was like, when people be like going to debate, like, oh, you a Bulls fan, why you don't say this? Or you only saying this because you is a Bulls fan. So I be hating it, like, because like my favorite player all time is Derrick Rose. So I don't care what nobody say. That's my favorite player.
My favorite player of all time is Shaq.
Shaq, mine should be Shaq too, because my mama named me after Shaq, but it was just like, I picked D Rose because he's from the city.
Well, the reason I had Shaq was because I was a kid and I was playing, before I even watched the game of basketball, I was playing 2K. and then I was introduced to Shaq on a video game, and that's like, oh, they must have overpowered his character on accident. Then my dad said, no, let me show you some tape. Let me show you something. He right there. He's a real life overpowered video game kid.
Yeah, he was the only 100 on 2K too. And the reason I think Derrick Rose, because he from the city, and then he brought the Bulls back to relevancy. We was trash for it with it. So I was just like,
I'm from Chicago. I experienced that time. It's unfortunate. But here's what I tell people, like the Bulls, people like don't understand the Bulls have existed since 1966. Okay? They do their organization is pretty much shit.
Yes, we are.
Every other team, there's superstars like Chris Bosh, and I think there was other I can't remember their names at the moment, but there was multiple superstars who were given the opportunity to go to Chicago, and they were happy about it, because what they were saying, they were telling them they were going to live the life of like an MJ. They were going to make them like the next Chicago hero that MJ was, filling MJ's shoes, and they were okay with that until they realized what they actually meant.
Yep, and how they did.
When you have to play off the ball, because MJ had to play off the ball like half the game, and that fucks with your assist numbers. So that fucks with a lot of your assist numbers, and when you play man-to-man defense, you don't get statistical credit for man. There's no statistical credit for man-to-man defense.
It's not.
So you're doing shit that you're not even going to get statistical credit for, and then on top of that, because they don't want to afford shooters. They can't afford all these scores and shooters because that's going to cost money. So instead, they give you defenders. They try to get you defenders instead. And that puts so much of the offensive responsibility on you. So you're going to do all this shit, offensive responsibility. You're not even going to get statistical credit for it in the future. And maybe if you do that, maybe you'll win. Or you'll end up like Derrick Rose, who got fucking injured because they strained the shit out of him as a fucking player, having to do so much.
And then claimed that he didn't deserve his MVP.
Yeah.
That's one thing I hate too, that I be arguing with people that they somebody LeBron deserved that MVP over Rose, but I said I told 100% disagree.
People don't understand. His statistics didn't show that because he had to do shit that statistics won't show. He had to do shit on so much on the court that statistics won't show. Other players, at least if they're franchise players on a team, at least they're doing something that you're going to get statistical credit for.
And Derrick Rose had multiple start. Ding and Noah was out. Times when Nazi Muhammad was starting, and the Bulls played the Heat, and they swept the Heat that year. And every time Derrick Rose was the best player on his team, and you could argue, and D Wade was the best player one game, and LeBron was the best another game.
Right.
So it was like, no. I say Rose deserved. He earned it.
Yeah, Rose deserved that MVP. I remember that in real time, saying that it was a sad moment because we all thought this was going to be the new. It was going to revive the Bulls' legacy and et cetera, et cetera. And they did. The Bulls are stupid. I just told people from the Bulls hadn't even. Not only did they hadn't made a single finals before MJ had showed up, and they were on a verge of a financial collapse before MJ showed up. He financially revived them, slowly built them up into finals contenders. And then when he retired, they tried to show that they didn't need MJ. They added a bunch of other players to the team. They added Tony Kukoc, they added Luke Longley, they added Ron Harper, they added all these players in addition to the first 3B team they already had to prove they didn't need MJ. And they lost the second round, proving that they do need MJ. Then the second year they won the verge of missing the playoffs or getting into MJ returned. And they went 13-4. So then, and now they're winning. He comes back his first full season. They start winning chips again. And then you know what fucking happens? Jerry Krause has a nerve to sit here and start fucking complaining that he's not getting enough credit for the Bulls' success.
Yep. And that fucked the team up. Jealousy killed the team.
He tells Phil Jackson, even if they go 82-0, he won't resign him as a coach. He won't give Scottie Pippen, the second best player on the team, a solid contract.
I know Mike tried and people got mad at Mike for doing it, but he was just telling the truth about the story Scottie did set out. But it's like when you look at it and how the game goes.
It is partially Scottie's fault too, because he shouldn't have signed a contract, right?
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it is Scottie's fault too, right? But yeah. I'm saying, and what Scottie did, and then you see what Horace Grant ended up leaving when MJ retired. Horace Grant ended up leaving the team because he didn't like that they were underpaying his ass too. They didn't like that shit either.
Everybody was leaving.
Right. MJ and then you got fucking. I think Pippen was having issues with his contract and having issues with not getting the same recognition, the amount of recognition that he wanted. So he even tried to pull a stunt where he tried to miss half the season by getting late surgery and shit like that. Like when you see stuff like that, it's like I can see why they don't have. Like look at the toxic environment that gets involved in the Bulls.
And we haven't been relevant since the 90s.
Yeah, the players, the coaches, the back office, all that toxic culture. I can see why the Bulls don't have shit. Why the Bulls don't have shit and why they don't have shit.
And it was like, I'm glad we finally changed management because it was like it's been so many situations where people wanted to play for the Bulls, but it was just like, oh, Garpag's running this? No, okay, I'm good. I'm not coming here. So we got AK and now like they supporting players because that's one thing I tell like people like Chicago gonna support players regardless. Like people was like hating on Lonzo Ball in New Orleans and in LA. You have not heard one thing bad about Lonzo Ball out here in Chicago,
right?
Because we support our players.
When a team struggles decades to win a chip, that mean a team is in shit. Right. Then the Milwaukee Bucks, it took them like a half a century to win a chip again.
Yep.
Last time they won was in the 70s with Kareem and Oscar Robertson.
Lou Alcindor, yeah.
Lou Alcindor, yeah. That shit, that's awful. That's awful ass management. We should not be going 4 or 5 decades without even winning a chip or even getting a finals contender.
That's right. That shit don't make no sense. I'm low key jealous of Lakers fans because I ain't going. They spoiled though. That's why the Lakers fan act what it is. They spoiled, but you can't blame them because their organization every decade try to make sure they get multiple champions. Yes. So I can't even be mad. I want to be, but I can't.
Yeah. I mean, do you know how embarrassing it was as a Cub being from Chicago in baseball? As a Cubs fan, then it took them 100 years to win
another fucking. I feel bad that you're a Cubs fan. Don't get me wrong. I like the Yankees, but if I had to pick a Chicago team, I'm picking the White Sox, bro. I can't do it. At least the White Sox try. Cubs, you not finna get the Cubs not finna win another World Series for the next 100 years because dude finna be cheap. Once I seen he bought them seats instead of putting money into the team, I'm buying new seats. I'm like, bro, nothing. I had just went to Wrigley not too long around that time. I'm like, bro, there's nothing wrong with Wrigley, bro. Go compete.
It don't even make sense. The only good Chicago organization we've ever had, I think, is the Blackhawks hockey team. That's about it.
I mean, yeah, because I say yeah because they actually took advantage of the point of when they was in the championship situation, they went all out. They went all out, and they got what they won like 3 and 5 years.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make sense because Chicago is such a big market. So how the fuck all these sports teams How's all these sports teams, the Cubs, the Sox, the Bulls, how is it taking them so long to win to be finals contenders or championship contenders when you got such a big market? It's like they want to work the shit out of you, and it's like they want workhorses. They don't even want fucking teams. They want a workhorse
because
we
make
money for their ass.
I don't understand how we make all this money and we the third biggest market and we cheap. That don't make no damn sense. And then the owner of the Bulls, he care about the White Sox more than the Bulls. His son control. Yeah, I was like, I wouldn't do it, but yeah, that's his choice, man. I gotta make me a what's her name channel too. I supposed to have been did it though. I'm waiting on that. I gotta make me a Bulls channel, a Bulls only channel, because I was doing Bulls content on my channel at first, but now I'm gonna switch my regular channel to just like everything, and then I'm gonna just do it just a Bulls only channel.
Yeah, I have a website where I basically do different content, but I usually post basketball. Huh?
I said, I said, you just usually post what, like sports, or you just to go over everything?
Well, it's about things related to media, so it's about TV shows, movie, and sports. But I have a section for sports.
See, that's what I'm trying to open my regular channel to, like to just everything. And like I'm from here, and I like talk about the Bulls, and I'll like work with the Windy City Bulls, and I've been close with them. And I was like, I'd rather just make an own page just dedicated to them instead of just, you know what I'm saying, doing that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think the thing about Lakers fans is that your issues are going to get more exposed when you're with Los Angeles.
Yep.
I think because I think people are now starting to realize some of the issues with LeBron James as a leader that they weren't recognizing before, because he's now in LA.
Yep.
An organization that's historically used to winning chips with a superstar. It's like we're now seeing that, but I've been kind of telling people this way before. It should have been readily apparent to people if they just watched the fucking tape or were paying attention. But
and then with the Lakers, you cannot just win one ring and then just expect to like be because like I'm like I tell like LeBron fans, I'm like, this not Cleveland, so people's not gonna just look at it and just be like, oh yeah, LeBron won one chip in here, and like, no, bro, that's LA don't do that. You can do that in Cleveland, you can do that in other places, but you can't do that in LA because they use every championship run they had multiple championship runs.
And here's the thing about that: when the other teams were organic, a lot of them were usually either organically built or they were a great team that was made from the jump. LeBron, when he joins teams, he joins with two other franchise stars, and he trades away the entire roster to benefit him in his playing style. So it's not. I keep telling LeBron fans, they keep telling like this is a big accomplishment, like he won a chip in the market. When you do as much as LeBron doing, one chip is not going to satisfy the people. Like the only reason one chip satisfies Cleveland was because it was in historic fashion. It was the only chip they ever won. That's a whole nother different story. But one chip, and you know, after you trade away an entire roster on the Lakers and shit, that's not going to satisfy people.
No, it's not. And not the LA, because every championship run they had, they at least had at least two. Even Kobe two-peated.
Yeah, and he did in the hard Western, the hardest, one of the toughest conferences in basketball history. If not probably the toughest conference in basketball history. 2000 was crazy. I think in 2000 you win like 50 games and shit and still miss the playoffs at one point.
That's why I said I believe that the 2000. That's just my opinion. Like, because at the end of the day, no matter how much we argue and debate, everything is really just like your opinion. You can just add facts onto it, but. I just feel like that era was the best era of basketball.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually like the 2000s. I think the only thing I was having I think about the toughness of the 2000s. The only issue I have with it is just that, like I said, the 2000s West was so tough that it was it was an incredible imbalance in the East.
Yeah.
In the 90s, it was a little more. The Eastern Conference was the tougher conference, but it was a little more balanced. It was a little more balanced.
You can argue that the West wasn't. You know what I'm saying? The West wasn't all that too. You know, because it had some years where you had like even with the Rockets with Hakeem, they had that low record and they still made the finals and won.
Well, that's because they were on the verge of missing the playoffs, and then they added Clyde Drexler.
That made that difference. Yeah. So.
I think the main problem I think with the 90s was that there was this there was too much one-on-one play going on, especially in the late 90s. Like there was the people started getting obsessed with one-on-one play. And it can carry on to the two. And there was this epidemic of hero ball that was going on with people. Everybody trying to be ball dominant. The issue that people don't understand is that the situation has to be the same. MJ was ball dominant because the situation called for it. The situation doesn't call for all of these superstars to be ball dominant. It's like when Stephen Curry, he shot all those threes. Well, that was part of the team strategy. Mm-hmm. The team strategy was him shooting three. It don't make sense for all these other players to be trying to shoot a bunch of threes when their name not Stephen Curry, or if they're not James Harden and shit. It don't make sense for all these other stars to be trying to take a bunch of threes and miss all these shots. So I can't blame Steph Curry for that, because what he was doing was fine. It was part of the team system. Like, I can't blame MJ. What he was doing, it was part of the game plan, or was what he did when shit wasn't going right.
Yep.
But in the late 90s, it was becoming a little too prominent for players to try to do that shit, and a little too prominent for players to go.
Everybody trying to be like Jordan, because Jordan proved the point where you can actually win a championship with a guard, and so everybody took advantage of that.
And you can win a chip while being ball dominant.
You're ball dominant, yeah.
Because
and every work like that.
Because every other winner at that point, with Russell, Dr. J, Bird, Magic, Isaiah Thomas, they sacrificed so much of their game, nerfed so much of their game down in order to that their stats don't necessarily reflect the type of players they are. You know, it wasn't as eye popping. Their numbers weren't as eye popping purely because they shared so many roles with other teammates because they were trying to play in that team system.
Yeah, and the team and the roles went through the big man.
Right. Even Magic, I think Magic, when he was a leader of the Lakers, when he came in as a team, despite being a leader, the defense was interior, had an interior presence with Kareem. The rebounding was led by Kareem. Offensively, they were feeding the ball down in the post to Kareem. Yep. And at one point, he was sharing his floor general responsibilities with Norm Nixon. So he wasn't even the only floor general on the team back then when he first started. It's crazy. It's crazy, but that's how little respect to an extent that perimeter players had. They had so much respect for big men. I think John Havlicek in the 70s, his own teammate won an MVP over him, even though he was a leader. Because and Walt Frazier, when he was the leader of his team, every time they kept making it to the finals and they were winning the chip, Willis Reed was the one winning the finals MVP, because Willis Reed was the big man and he was doing all the so much roles.
Yeah. But that showed how much value they gave to the big man over every other position at that point in time.
Exactly.
Which is fucked up, but that's what happened, that Jordan changed the game. But that's why then, like, more people appreciate Jordan around the time, and I appreciate the 2000 because he changed the game to the point now. And I was like, you look at the landscape from 2000, because, like, man, your arrows is from, because people just like to put the early 2000s just like from 2005. No, you got to go from 2000 to 2010. You got a peak Shaq, peak Kobe, peak Duncan, peak KG, peak Dirk. You get LeBron coming in, and the LeBron peak. You got T-Mac, Vince Carter, Allen Iverson. You got the Ron Artest with the Pacers. Those was good. I'm like, bro, it's so many. I'm like, you can't compare that. And I'm like, even if you look at the stats, like, I love the 90s. And I think the 90s was great at that point in time. But it's like, compared to like the early 2000s, it's not close.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the thing that the 90s, what made the 90s, and I think that kind of carried on to the 2000s too, but I think what made the 90s was the versatility.
Yeah.
Yep. Because most players today are heavily chucking up threes, like a big portion of their game plan. Most players back then in the 60s to like the early 80s, they were just heavily feeding the ball down low to the big man. Like, that was the majority of their offensive game plan. In the 90s and like the early the 2000s, I think there was a mid-range game, there was an outside game, there was a low post game, there was a versatility going on.
Yep.
It was more emphasis put on other things more instead of just one specific area.
Instead of like that one specific area, them just passing it down to the big man, and big man just get a score in the post.
Right.
I can't even
kind of still did that with the Kobe Lakers, but
Shaq
Lakers, but Kobe still had a big scoring role, so it wasn't.
I think the last finals run, unless you count Giannis as a big man, which some people vary with that. Like, the last real championship run to the finals was, I guess, was it Dwight? Was it Dwight? Maybe, unless you count Duncan with the Duncan days, but Duncan wasn't even the best player. They went through Parker and then maybe Kawhi.
You know what's funny? Most of these most people don't understand, but most of these teams back that won all these chips and shit. Funny enough, most of those teams were organically built.
Yep.
Funny how all these teams, all these teams that franchise players keep teaming up to try to win chips, and they're not even getting the success that they're aiming for.
Mm-hmm. Or they get because it's forced, but and then also like that's why I said LeBron has to change his formula, and a lot of people get mad when I say this. I say that formula worked when I'm LeBron James on the peak alpha male, and I could carry just in case shit go wrong. But now you can't carry no more. You actually have to be a system player now, and I don't believe LeBron James can do it. You can't tell a guy his whole career who ain't never had a good coach, so now he's not. I think only coach LeBron to listen to if he get it is Greg Popovich or maybe Pat Riley. Oh no, maybe Spoke because he
wouldn't though. Here's my problem. The problem with LeBron is that he has a scenario where he doesn't like being told what to do, and he would literally. I think because the closest he ever played in the team system was, as you pointed out, it was a Pat Riley was the executive, and he had Eric Spoelstra as the coach, and they were heavily trying to put him in the team system. They were having him play. They were having him sometimes play off the ball. They were having,
and they still changed it for him.
Yeah, they were posting up. They were having to play a lot more in the team system than he's ever done in his career, and he did not like it. I mean, Pat Riley told the story. He was not happy that LeBron was not happy at all with not playing in that system. And I think the moment Pat Riley finally stood up and said LeBron asked for a specific trade, and Pat Riley said, "Well, no, we're not going to do that trade. We're going to keep organically building." But LeBron said, "Fuck that, I'm out." Y'all team. So the thing is, like, if we put him in a Greg Popovich or with a Phil Jackson, like, there's no guarantee that he's not going to either try to get them fired or get rid of, or just fucking lead the team after his contract up.
Yep. I think man.
The problem is that that's an internal issue. LeBron himself has to figure out how to stop thinking that he controls everything. And it's another I don't like his passive aggressiveness, like when it comes to other players, where he pretends that he smiles in people's face and he says things behind their back. When the coach just told a story recently about him, he was upset with Kobe, the way Kobe was like taking over a game and stuff in practice, and when he was the Team USA redeem team situation. But instead of telling Kobe that up man to man, he casually told the coach, like, you better go get him, you better go handle this motherfucker, right? It's just like, well, if you have a problem, why don't you tell him?
Yeah, I feel like LeBron wasn't wrong for what he was saying, but like you said, how he could have told Kobe, like, and maybe Kobe wouldn't have listened. He said, "Hey man, coach, man, you got to change him, dog."
And on top of that, but before Kobe was showing up, they were getting like bronze and like silver medals in the USA. That's why they added Kobe and several players to the team to begin with. That's why they're the redeem team. So Kobe was added to the team to fix it, and he did. So I just don't. It's like, I don't know if he was really I don't even know if he was in a predicament to say that to begin with. But if he has an issue, he should definitely approach him and tell him about that. Yep. Or should say we all have to sit down and have a meeting or something about that.
Yeah, because he said Kobe was trying to play like Lakers Kobe, which I don't blame him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The problem with Lakers, the only problem with Kobe I can think of, that his poor shooting ideas. He shot and he took a lot of bad shots. Right?
Yeah, that's what killed him on the top 10 list all time from the other people from there. Because I got Kobe in my top 5, but because I feel like how in his whole peak, because people forget this, during Kobe's whole peak, they would call him the second greatest thing since Mike. Second greatest thing, top 5, top 10. All of a sudden he died. Now he dropped it, because I ain't gonna lie, when he retired, because of the last couple of years, he dropped down a lot of people's top 5, but he was like a 6, 7.
But Kobe, you see, but this is kind of what I'm saying about. And I'm not saying this against Kobe, because I have Kobe in my top 10. I don't understand about people talking about he's not in the top 10. I don't understand that.
Yeah, they wild for that.
Right, but here's the thing I was saying is that I was saying this to Kobe fans when this was happening. I was telling people, like, don't you kind of think that maybe they're pushing? When people don't understand about business, they just keep saying shit like, "Oh, well, the media want MJ to be the GOAT." They say that casually, but they don't understand how the thing works. The media does not want MJ to be the GOAT. They don't want Kobe to be the GOAT. They don't want LeBron to be the GOAT. They want a GOAT conversation. That's what they want, because that's where they're getting most of their money from. So that's why they had a Wilt versus Bill Russell going on in the 60s. That's why they had a Kareem added in the 70s and a Dr. J in the late 70s. That's why they had a Bird versus Magic. They didn't want MJ to be the GOAT. It's just that he accomplished so much at such a high standard. They were forced to admit that they were just forced to acknowledge reality. Players just started acknowledging the reality. MJ is the greatest. So the media went out of
their shoes too. He's making too much money.
Right. So the media went out of their way to try to find another player to make it look like they were was on the same level as MJ. And then one of the people forget that one of the people who was originally on that list was Shaq. People forget that Shaq was one of the people who they were saying if he kept improving, he would have been in that conversation, but he didn't improve his jump shot. He didn't improve his defense. He got overweight. Rest is history. Or he would have been there. And so then the next was Kobe Bryant. And they were pushing it like literally like he could be the GOAT any day, like any day now. That's the way they were saying it, right?
And you got to have that conversation. You got to have that guy,
right? And the moment he gets injured and he's not like for the past couple of years, he's not dominating anymore. What happens? They immediately throw him out under the bus, right?
Yep.
Now they don't need him anymore. And now they're doing this with LeBron for the past like 10 years, pushing him like, oh, he any day he can pass him. He's like right there. Or you have other people showing up like, oh, I think he passed or blah blah blah. And there's these long conversations. They don't understand that when LeBron gets older and they're gonna start bringing his flaws up a lot more.
Yeah, yes.
Once he's irrelevant to the league, he's gonna get treated like Kobe got treated. They were using him briefly.
Yep.
They were using him briefly, and then when they were done using him, they threw his ass under the bus.
Yes, sir. You are 100% right, and it's gonna be fucked up, but like that's how the game goes.
Yeah, that's what they can't get MJ as a basketball player that much, so they're trying to get him as a person. They're trying to character assassinate him. So this way you got people,
and they still making money off Mike as we speak.
Yeah, they're trying to character assassinate him because you got people calling him an asshole because he was mean in practice. You got people like Pippen saying people calling him selfish because of his baseball, because of his retirement. You got people saying all types of weird shit. People that and the dumbest one that he doesn't talk about black issues, even though he donates to black causes. I don't. I guess
you know how that go. They gotta crucify somebody. Somebody gotta get crucified.
Yeah,
that's just how the game goes. Somebody got to get crucified.
Yeah,
no matter what.
Yeah, my issue with LeBron, and I have him in my top 5, but I'm not enamored with him as much as other people. Like I don't see him as like he's top 2 and he's gonna make. I just don't see that. It's the problem is that. So the funny thing is that with other players like Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, when they're arguing against MJ, they can say they have like 1 or 2 things over MJ in certain departments. In these major departments. With LeBron, it's like it's not really that much. Like I can say, like he doesn't have anywhere near MJ's offensive accolades.
Yeah, you don't.
Or MJ's defensive accolades. He had an opportunity to get MJ's defensive accolades, but he became a lazy defender around like 2014, 2015. He stopped making defensive teams. So he and then and this is the crazy one. People keep saying LeBron is a better overall player, is a better all-around player. But MJ has to score, but LeBron has to rack up assists and rebounds. Okay, but if you go back all the numbers, points, assists, steals, blocks, and rebounds, MJ has them in points, steals, and blocks, and LeBron has them in assists and rebounds. So MJ has better numbers than he does.
Yeah, but what's going to hurt LeBron in a long haul is that that he longer he plays, because then you look at like a lot of stuff. Jordan got like way more scoring titles than him, way more all defensive teams. So it's gonna be like he did this long and Jordan got this much better than him, and he don't even have like such and such situation.
I was gonna get to that too, because another thing I was pointing out, people bring up that LeBron's longevity, that he has better cumulative stats than LeBron had the opportunity to pass MJ in cumulative stats in his 15th season because MJ had retired twice and he had played 3 years of college. Well, LeBron came straight from high school and played 15 straight years. So he had the opportunity to pass MJ in his 15th season, and he still failed.
Yep.
Like he only passed him in assists and rebounds. He tried to pass him in points, and he came damn near 2,000 fucking points short. Basketball. That was fucking awful. That was the biggest failure I've ever seen in my entire life. And then you take into account that he literally stopped playing defense to rest up on offense to help get to that point, and he still failed by that margin. That's
well, we know why he stopped playing defense though. He was mad. I ain't gonna lie, that year he should have got defensive player of the year, but you know why he stopped playing. Yeah, he stopped playing.
Even if he didn't get defensive player of the year, he could have passed MJ in all defensive first teams, so he would have had an argument. But him shoot. Yeah, but the fact that he stopped playing defense and still tried to pass MJ in points, assists, and rebounds so that he have MJ in 3, and then not only failed to pass him in the majority of stats, but failed by nearly 2,000 in the point section. That's just that's one of the biggest failures I've ever seen. So LeBron fans are now waited until years later when he start passing him in cumulative stats to be like, oh, look, he has these better cumulative stats, MJ. That means he's more well-rounded. How? He didn't pass him his 15th season, and MJ averages better numbers. How the fuck is he more well-rounded? If MJ has better offensive and defensive accolades and better overall numbers, how is he more well-rounded than MJ? It doesn't even make sense.
But that's why they go look at the numbers and say that's why like he thought I was what I was saying was blasphemous. I said, nah, bro, you got to look at how we looking at it from the perspective of how we look at the game. You got to look at it from the perspective of how they going to look at the game. Like, bro, when the game's done and Russell Westbrook long retired, and like I said, we old, and we going to be 60, 50, you know what I'm saying, 20, 30, 40 years from now, they going to look at Russ and say Russ is a top 10 point guard. I mean, top 5 point guard. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, people not going to like it, but it's just what it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because same thing can be said about Will Chamberlain. Most people hated him because he was an individual. He was individual in the stat pattern than people. But once he retired, people had no choice to put him like top.
Tell me one person who. Tell me one list you've seen that Will Chamberlain wasn't in the top 10. I ain't seen one list yet.
I
haven't seen one, and you know why.
Yeah, I got him in top 5 just because of all of his accolades. But
yeah,
and the thing about like you said, longevity. LeBron has great longevity. Probably one of the greatest longevities ever. Up there.
Yeah, I never seen nobody be in a prime this long. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, up there with Kareem and all that. But that can be used against you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you play this long and you don't have MJ and MVPs. You don't have MJ in any of these offensive or defensive accolades.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have you traded teams 3 times, traded away entire rosters to get you, and you still don't have MJ in rings, and you have a losing finals record.
Yeah, and see, look, but this, I feel like, and I explained this to one person because they run like LeBron Century Channel. Mm-hmm. What we fucked up as, because I feel like LeBron has the highest IQ in basketball. If not one, he's one of the top 5 IQ. We gave a dude with the highest IQ and one of the greatest players the blueprint of being a GOAT. So LeBron can sit back. Like Jordan them didn't around their time, they didn't argue like that. The only time you heard it was like in barbershops, but it wasn't on a public platform every day. So LeBron every day can hear what the narrative is to push why he had to go. If he do this, he to go this, and that. So he getting the info to how to do it. So now it's like, all right, you telling me I ain't got enough this award. Okay, well, I'm gonna get the scoring title. I'm gonna be top 10 rebound and assist. Ain't no way you can't say ain't the GOAT.
Right.
People gonna argue it. So I feel like we fucked up by giving him the blueprint. Like Jordan didn't have the blueprint to be in the GOAT. He just fucking went out there and hooped.
Right. MJ just found out what the criticism of him was, and then he handled that shit. That's what he did. He made it so that you run out of criticisms. Right.
Yep.
Even in the 90s, I think in the 90s, even people bring up 3-point shooting. Right. In the 90s, his 3-point shooting was above the league average. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So even he made it like literally you couldn't say shit. People saying he wasn't passing. So he put up 31 and 11 assists in the 91 finals. I think in the first 4 games he was out assisting Magic until game 5 where Magic start racking up all them assists. Right.
Jordan sacrificed his stats to win. That's what I say. He changed the system because Jordan could have been doing what he was doing in the 80s, putting up 45, 50 a game, triple doubles, all that, but he knew he wasn't going to win by doing it.
That's crazy. Remember, MJ was passing like Magic all the way to the 91 finals, and he still put up 31 points.
Mm-hmm.
And that series
was different.
He's like, fuck, so he could score any fucking time he wanted.
He wanted to win. He said, fuck, I'm trying to win.
Right.
Which I don't blame him. Like, I'd rather win over.
Yeah. And win in historic fashion, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. 2-3 pieces ridiculous.
And like I said, the way in which he won. Remember that 93 finals, he put up 41 a game?
Mm-hmm.
And he put up 9 rebounds despite the fact he had shooting guard, putting up 9 boards a game. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, no. Jordan was a beast. That's why I say he's still a GOAT on my list. Cause LeBron, I'm not one of them guys that like saying like LeBron can never pass him because I feel like that's unfair to say.
I feel like LeBron could have passed him. I just think like after a while that ship is kind of selling. It's pretty much like the fact that he hasn't passed MJ in MVPs despite playing as long as he has at the level he has. Mm-hmm. The fact that he hasn't passed MJ in offensive or defensive accolades, despite that he's not even a lazy defender, not even doing what MJ's doing. The fact that he hasn't tried to add that much, he hasn't added that much to his offensive arsenal. He got a little better at threes. Yeah,
his post game got better too.
Right. It was post game was really good in the Miami Heat days, but he kind of like abandoned that since he left.
You do a post fade. That's about it. That's all you're gonna get from about post fade.
Yeah.
You're gonna get.
The fact he hasn't added enough to his arsenal as an offensive player. The fact that he's been on all these different teams that he himself handpicked to go to, traded away these rosters, teamed up with 2 different franchise stars, and still coming back with a losing finals record. it's like that ship is kind of selling at this, especially now when you got two franchise stars, you got AD and Westbrook, and you traded away an entire roster, and now we question whether or not you're going to even make the playoffs. We kind of that ship is selling. Plus, I said that 2007, that 2011 finals, those two finals where his individual performances were just not up to his standards at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard. It's getting kind of hard. I think even LeBron fans realize it's getting kind of hard as to why they're constantly changing the narrative to something different. All he has to do is this. All he has to do is that. Then he'll be the go. Like, I don't think you genuinely believe that, or else if LeBron thought that, if LeBron thought all he had to do was be a cumulative, put up all these cumulative stats, wouldn't he have just stayed on the Cavs his first for the rest of his career? Wouldn't he have never left?
I would believe so. Yeah,
right. All he wouldn't do is put up them cumulative stats. I'm pretty sure he clearly left because he thought he was going to win chips. He thought he was going to win more chips. Right. So to sit there and say, "Oh, well, we can't add that into the discussion because Chip is a team of confidence." Well, LeBron knew that that's why LeBron was trying to get chips. That's why LeBron was joining. People say LeBron joined. He won a chip on 3 different teams. Was that? But ask yourself a question: was that what he was really going for? Was that the accomplishment he was going for, or was he trying to catch MJ in the rings?
I think he's more trying to catch MJ.
Right. He wasn't thinking about, oh, I can win a chip on 3 different teams. He was thinking about how if I put myself in this predicament, I can surpass MJ in rings. But then it just didn't work. But the predicament just didn't work out. It's like so why are we? It's basically LeBron fans, MJ fans. For MJ, his entire career is basically people saying, coming up with arguments against him, and then him debunking those arguments. With LeBron, it's basically him trying to reach a goal, failing to reach that goal, but reaching some other goal while trying to do it and saying, "Oh, this alternative goal is more important than the original thing I was trying to reach."
Yeah,
right. That's LeBron's career.
Only thing about LeBron that's gonna like bite him in the butt in the long haul was him calling himself the go-to. They're gonna use that against him too.
Yeah. That's actually one thing I'm not really big. I don't really care enough to go against them with.
I don't blame him either.
I don't care because if you, no matter what, I don't care what bullshit MJ or Magic tells you in front of the media. When they behind closed doors, they think they're the greatest, right?
Yep.
They think they're the great. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. Bill Russell, Will Chamberlain, they think they're the greatest. If you have to be that type of, you have to have that type of belief to be the competitor and the player that you are. Right. So all that shit, that's just fake humbleness. That's just you don't want to look like an arrogant asshole. So you try to Right. Right. LeBron just didn't get that part because he used to people praising him consistently.
Yeah, he don't get praise.
But I don't care about him calling himself the greatest of all time. I think Muhammad Ali called himself the greatest, But then
I don't care either, but they're gonna use it against him in the long run.
Yeah. I was offended that he called himself the greatest on such dumb premises. That's my offense.
Because he went 3-0. Yeah, I'm like
that was such a dumb premise. Like he could at least went up and said something important. He could have brought up his body of work or some shit. He literally said he's the greatest because he won 1 chip for Cleveland in an historic fashion. Yeah, but you lost like the 3 other finals against the Warriors. You have a losing finals record. You played like 19 years. Why would you think one final series is enough to make you the greatest of all time? I'm offended on those rounds because that's just stupid.
Yeah, I didn't get it either when I'm like, that made me the greatest.
I think it was some people who were sitting next to him when he said that. And they was looking at us like, what? His own people inner circle looking at him like he's still like.
And I hate when people say like they use like Jordan Pierce against him. Like, nobody that was in Jordan Pierce say he the GOAT like that. I'm like, bro, it's LeBron Pierce do the same thing. D Wade even said he wasn't.
Right. That's what I'm telling people. I don't sit here. At least in D Wade's case, we don't have a history of him having anything against LeBron.
That's his boy.
Right. But when it comes to stuff like Kevin Garnett, Kyrie, KD, I don't take what they say seriously because clearly there's a conflict of interest there. Clearly KD was having issues with
Paul Pierce too.
Right, Paul Pierce. They're LeBron's rival. I don't take what they say seriously. I'm not going to use them as like evidence that MJ is better. I don't really need people's words to begin with because I told you I can just have the facts laid out. Right? But if I'm going to use words, I would rather use someone like D Wade because he doesn't have a history of saying anything rude or negative or having any specific beef with LeBron.
Yep.
Right.
You can't pick nobody who has beef with him because then it's easy to say,
right.
Oh yeah, such and such.
Right. Of course, Isaiah Thomas is going to say what he's saying. Scottie Pippen have been having issues with MJ since MJ came back from his retirement because MJ was trying to keep him on the Bulls team. He was trying to leave. he was trying to leave. He wanted more money. I think MJ called him selfish one time because of that surgery stunt he pulled.
Yeah, he's bogus for that.
Yeah, he that pissed him off, right? So they were already on bad terms since the second three-peat. So it makes
but what I hate about Scotty is Jordan openly said and in front of his face that I could not win without him.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave him his credit. Like what he was crying for, I'm like, he gave it to you.
No, of course, again, granted, I don't buy what MJ is saying, but what he's selling. But yeah, because MJ, MJ is a person. He's always a person of playing it safe.
Mm-hmm.
We know that since his time in politics, when he said he wouldn't say anything about politics because he's a basketball player, he's an entertainer, he has a tunnel vision. It's not focused on. So MJ, he always picks what's the safest way I can go about any predicament. Right? If the predicament about the greatest of all time, if he say that LeBron or Kobe is the greatest of all time, people gonna use it against him. Say his own admission. If he says he's the greatest of all time, people going to attack him for not thinking LeBron. So the safest bet is to just say that there's no greatest of all time. There's no that he doesn't engage in that discussion. So yeah, if he has to take the safest route when it comes to Scottie Pippen. If he says anything other than Scottie, I couldn't win without you, he was going to get antagonized. If he just said Scottie was a great teammate, Scottie was Scottie he and I won together, blah. If he didn't say specifically those direct words, people were going to find a way to find something wrong with what he said. So I don't buy what he but my issue with Pippen is like if you sign a contract yourself, a fucked up contract, it's kind of your own personal fault.
Yeah, you can't fault Jordan.
Right. And I think MJ actually gave him money like from his contract during the second three-peat to keep him on the team as an incentive to keep him on the team.
And he's still mad.
Right. And then Scottie, and on top of this, half of the shit was not even just his contract. He had personal issues because he thought the Bulls, people don't understand the type of environment the Bulls had. They were arguing often about who was more valuable to who should be what. There were players on the bench saying that they should have been in the starting lineup. Scott Williams, B.J. Armstrong, Will Perdue, they thought they should have been in the starting lineup.
Which is crazy.
Right. Grant, like Pippen thought he should have been the leader of the Bulls instead of MJ. Again, that's the type of environment that the Bulls had. Like everybody was competing to be the best. Probably why they were performing so fucking good, because every motherfucker was trying to prove that they're the best fucking player.
Everybody trying to prove that they're the best.
Right. And that's why when MJ left, he was pissed. Scottie was super pissed because Tony Kukoc was their clutch shooter all throughout the regular season. So when they went to him against that Knicks series, and he
sat out.
Right, yeah. He was pissed off. So he was already still kind of battling with MJ purely for the idea of him wanting to be the leader. And when MJ returned, that only made the situation worse because now he's both not the leader and he's having the contract issues. Yeah,
Scottie was going through it, but he got to get over that.
Yeah, I understand people telling me he's going through personal issues. He lost somebody, he lost a family member or some shit, and his wife is an asshole, just fucking other men and stuff. But that's like, right, but you can't take that on other people, like, bro. That's
she mad, disrespectful.
Yeah, what if? Yeah, his wife. I don't like his wife. His wife's a bitch too. Fuck his ex-wife, fucking future and shit. What's wrong, Jay? Yeah. They got children. They got children and shit. You're gonna go on TV and start all this drama when you know you got children at home. Think about what type of impact you doing on your fucking children by doing this.
And then you got to remind you that your son might be in the league soon.
Right.
So you doing something like your son might be in the league.
All these women doing crazy shit in basketball. I mean, I think Steph Curry's wife was saying some shit on that talk show about not feeling pretty enough and thinking about dating other men. Like, why would you say some shit like that? Like on live TV. What the fuck? Like,
yeah, she was weird for that, man.
Making Curry look like a cuck and shit. Now Curry gonna look like a cuck because if he get aggressive with her, they gonna call him an aggressive, abusive dude. They try to portray him as an aggressive, abusive dude. So he just gotta let her say crazy shit. Then people gonna start portraying him as a cuck and shit because he's not putting his foot down.
Because then he'd be wrong if he did that.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, man, good talking to you, man. I gotta get up out of here. I had to get up out the bed.
Yeah, same.
Talking crazy. I'll give it to you. You actually kind of know what you're talking about more than other guys. I don't know about the other guy, but I give you credit. Well, I say you know something about the 90s. I don't know about everything else. If we do more debates, I'm gonna test to see if it's just the 90s. You know, everything though.
Well, I grew up with the 2000s, so I'm 2000.
Yeah. Because I could tell because you got more of a level head. Because the problem is the 90s fans, the old heads, they're gonna be stuck in their ways, but Jordan just can't do no wrong. Jordan is there, which is cap.
Right.
And then you got these LeBron heads that just think LeBron the greatest thing since fucking chopped liver. So it'd be hard to like have an actual debate. Like don't get me wrong, I debated, like I said, I debated both sides. So I didn't heard both sides of the narrative. That's why I have like a balanced look on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's just like, can we have like a regular, just like, I'd rather talk to people who equal headed, because you just like, you don't really have no horse in the race, so you just speak honestly.
Right. I hate to be disrespectful, but I kind of I've always kind of had this belief that I kind of go, but I tell people that not everyone has MJ as the GOAT, but people who are educated on basketball generally have MJ as the GOAT.
Yeah.
And the reason I say this is because, there are 90s fans who are stuck in their ways, but I mean, like, they're going by they understand the bare minimum of like what's going on, like with it. They understand the rule changes. They understand blah, blah, blah. They understand this, that, and the other generally. Right. Yep. There are rare exceptions for people just being crazy old heads. I don't do that whole shit with the whole rivalries and the whole fucking thing about flagrant fouls. That's stupid. That's a little stupid. But
flagrant fouls is, it was so hard to play because flagrant.
I tell people like the 90s was when they got rid of flagrant fouls, the defense actually got better because they were still able to play rough, but they while not being dependent on the flagrant fouls. So that's what the defense got better in the 90s, because now they were able to play rough and work on their high IQ defense and do better defense as a team. That's why the Knicks, the Sonics, and all them. That's why the pace was so slow in the 90s and the 2000s, because they actually were focusing on team defense and natural rough defense, not trying to knock people on their ass. Fucking business.
That's not basketball.
Yeah, that's prison ball. That's not even street ball. That's prison ball.
County ball.
Yeah,
they gotta chill. But yeah, man, let me get up out of here though. I gotta go to sleep. All right, man.
See you.
Peace, man.
All right, man, down. I'm about to head out, y'all.